A very hearty good morning to one and all, and welcome here to the beautiful ground of Western Province Cricket Club for this, the second youth test here between South Africa under-19 captained by Benny Hansen and England under-19 captained by Archie Vaughan. Cliffy Isaacs, he's still with us, unfortunately, or fortunately enough. He's going to be the match referee here for this 4 days. We're going to ask Benny Hansen to toss the coin. Tails is the call. And it looks like a heads. So, Benny, you want to toss. What do you like to do?
We're going to bat first.
Just give us a little bit of insight just to how you got to that decision.
We feel that the best conditions are always on day one. There's no cracks, or at least they shouldn't be as bad as they will be on day 3 and 4. And the pitch will obviously deteriorate over the day, so we feel like batting first is our best opportunity to win the game. We
saw in that youth test, the first one in Stellenbosch, it has been a new ball pitch. Again, probably condition going to be likely the same in that first hour.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always, all around the world, it's going to be that first hour is always going to be challenging. So we feel like the batters, top order batters, just got to get stuck in and go after that first hour and then cash in later.
What's the feeling in the camp here? You got so close, but also you could have lost it. It could have gone both ways there in the end in Stellenbosch.
Yeah, no, definitely an exciting first outing for us as a unit. We're excited for today.
Any change to your team?
We've gone 5 changes because we feel that Stellenbosch is a completely different conditions to these conditions. So hopefully those 5 can add to our group and hopefully we can bring home a W.
Go well today.
Thank you very much.
Archie, what would you have done if you won the toss?
We would have bowled, but we weren't too bothered about losing it, to be fair. We were happy to bat as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's that type of pitch as well, that you're just not sure about it. It's got that look like it could be turning as well, but it looks like it could be a little bit more movement early on.
Yeah, I mean, we played 2 ODIs here, and they obviously didn't go the full 50 overs, so it'll be interesting what happens on day 3 and 4 if it gets there.
You guys must be happy with the way you fought back in that last test and almost got across the line as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think we threw our punches when we were down in the dumps really well, so hopefully we can make the first punch here, and then we'll see what they're like under pressure.
Any changes to your side?
Yeah, 3 seamers come in.
Go well today.
Thank you, cheers.
That is the news here at the toss. It is Benny Hansen, the captain of South Africa under-19. He has won the toss and he's elected to have a bat first.
Good morning here from Western Province Cricket Club, where it is the second youth test match between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. I'm James King, with me Jeremy Fredericks. And Jeremy, drawn test match in the first game, real cliffhanger, 9 wickets down South Africa in the end, and really was up to a great batting effort in that second innings. Mohamed Bulbullia, a century, it's going with the 88 in the first innings. South Africa just hanging on, so it's all set for a fantastic match here today.
Yeah, all set. I thought a wonderful test match and a wonderful wicket out in Stellenbosch. The young Bulbullia, we all know they're a famous cricketing family, the Bulbullias. So it was expected that he had to do good and walk in the footsteps of the family and keeping the family name. So really good. He played well in the first innings, played well in the second innings. But I was pleasantly impressed that South Africa, who doesn't play the longer version of the game, they hung on for a draw and they snuck in, but they were impressive during that test match.
So all to play for here in the second test match, and South Africa have come in and made 5 changes, which we think is really due to the conditions, giving other players a chance. England 3 changes to their team. South Africa have gone with more spin options in this match. They're bringing in Nathan Rousseau, they've brought in Daniel Bosman from a batting point of view. So as I say, those 5 changes. And looking at the pitch, do you feel that that is probably a good way for them to go?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, South Africa won the toss, elected to bat first. I really do feel when we had a look at that pitch, that it's not going to hold for 4 days. It's going to crumble, it's going to turn. And I think already from day 2.5 to the 3rd day, that wicket's going to start turning already. So South Africa's got to make the best of the conditions. Win the toss, you bat first. If South Africa gets anywhere in the region of 250, I think we're in for a good test match there. England has gone the other route. They've picked seamers. And look, the first hour batting, winning the toss here is going to be tricky. That's no doubt about that, because we all know what wickets in Cape Town do early morning. But if South Africa can weather that storm until lunchtime and then really bat on and get to 250, 260, I think it will be a very, very good score on this wicket. But it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not going to be easy at all, as you say. And England have their 3 spinners that played in that match in Stellenbosch, but they've changed out their fast bowling arsenal, kept the batting lineup the same. So we have 3 changes for England as well. It's Moore, Jack that have come in, as well as Alexander Wade. And as I say, for South Africa, some changes in the batting lineup. It is Mahlaka, he also gives way from a keeping point of view. Benny Hansen will be taking the gloves, and there are some people who believe that's probably the right thing for South Africa to do.
No, it is the right thing. I just want to go back. I thought the youngster Lebo was a bit sluggish at Stellenbosch. He never led the pace. He didn't lead on. And to me also, the best wicket keeper must keep. And I'm glad that, because that if Hansen keeps, being a batsman, it gives South Africa an extra option to pick an extra bowler or to pick an extra spinner. But the young lad, I think he's got potential, that Lebo. He really just needs to go and work a little bit on his attitude, I think, and he needs to just stay focused, because there's a hell of a lot of potential. But I also want to turn my attention to this England team. I think they're a phenomenal side, led by Archie Vaughan. If I look at the player, and especially Farhan Ahmed, who came here with the young Lions, I just thought he was extraordinary, doing very well. They've got a good seam attack, they've got a good balanced team, and it's leading. And look, they've got the advantage. Some of them are playing county seconds, they've got contracts already. South Africa hasn't done it.
No.
So I just think, it's so exciting. And what I'd seen in Stellenbosch last week, I'm getting excited. I can't wait for this test match to start this morning, because, South Africa and England are very 2 good sides.
They are indeed, and we're really looking forward to this second youth test match, and South Africa will go in here on the back of that really good batting effort to save the match there in Stellenbosch. We look forward to bringing that to you, and we'll be back on air just before 10 o'clock today for this first day of this youth test match. Thank you very much, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Are we on here? To the Wally Wilson Oval here at this picturesque ground at Newlands. It's just down the road from the cricket ground, but this is such a lovely setting. South Africa under 19 have won the toss and elected to bat first, and they've made 5 changes to their batting. It's going to be a tricky wicket, but the 5 changes made. Mohammad Bulbulia, who has been absolutely outstanding in the test match at Stellenbosch. And I've just spoken to one of his uncle and one of the Bulbulia families, and they're really going back to the days when Hussein Ayop played cricket, and Tiffy Barnes, and all those who would remember them. Wonderful cricketers in the Transvaal era. And then the youngster Jorik van Skalkwyk, who opened the batting, also in the first test will be opening the batting. Jason Rolls at number 3, and I think Benny Hansen, captain, is also taken the duty of wicket keeping for South Africa. But the England team has made 3 changes. They've got a battery of tall, fast bowlers in Alex Wade and also Eddie Jack and Harry Moore. And to open proceedings with me, it is James King, the Cape Fox. Good morning, James.
Morning, Jeremy Fredericks, or Rhino, as we know you as well. And it is a beautiful day here in the Cape. Bit of a breeze blowing from the south. And as you say, 5 changes for the South African team from the one that drew with England in Stellenbosch. And that was a really fantastic test match. So we're looking forward to something of the same here at the Wally Wilson Oval at Western Province Cricket Club, as it is going to be Mohammad Bulbulia, the young man you mentioned, Rhino, that is going to be opening the batting here, facing up to Harry Moore, the tall pace bowling lineup. In fact, their pace battery, they've changed completely. And South Africa will be looking to try and survive a little bit in this first section, just see what it's like on this pitch, which looks like a difficult one to bat on potentially early on.
First ball of the morning, and just left outside that off stump, and that's what Bulbulia does well. He plays what's on the stumps, and he leaves well, and that's why it makes him such an accomplished opening batsman, that he doesn't go and play rash shots early on in his innings. He's very much the a batsman that wants to see the maker's name on the bat, and he'll play in that V for the first 15 to 20 minutes. If the ball is short and wide, to be hit, and he'll clip it off his toes nicely, but normally he likes to play as straight as possible.
And that was, as you say, Jeremy, a feature of his innings, both innings, in that test match at Stellenbosch. He left exceptionally well.
That one just squared him up a little bit. That's the trickiness of this wicket, that you've got to get on early doors. It's more of defensive, so it's no ball called by the umpire Shezi, who's also been a very accomplished cricketer in his day.
Yeah.
Left arm seamer at KwaZulu-Natal for the Dolphins. Also played a couple of times for South Africa. And he could swing the ball. And so happy to see him as an umpire.
Yes, wonderful. Standing with Stacey Lackey. And Stacey also played for South Africa.
Yeah, that's well played. Yeah, Stacey Lackey was at square leg. She's doing duty. She also did 12th duty, or I think 3rd umpire duty at Stellenbosch, and also an accomplished player who played cricket for South Africa. So, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see the players coming through into the umpiring ranks, and a number of umpires that on the South African circuit that are former players. These 2 here officiating in this youth test match, and they have been on duty throughout the series against England.
Getting to line, that's what he does, Bulbulia. And then I just love him. He's to me the type of guy that I would have in my test team.
Yeah.
He'd look just to be, let's get that shine off that ball. And then if I'm there till lunch, after lunch, between tea and going home time, that's cashing time. So South Africa knows the earnestness. Because as I said, this wicket's not going to be easy, especially from the end Moore's bowling from. If you see in the middle there, I think there's a bit of patchiness there that can break up as the test goes on, because of full marks. That's a good delivery. The good thing that he did there, it held its line, and he didn't go and force behind the delivery. You're going to get those where you play and miss, but if you keep that line and the ball swinging away from you, it's going to miss the outside edge.
Yeah, I think, as you say, what he does well, he seems completely unflustered. He takes his time, goes back, he settles himself again. And what's also was good thing is, you say, he doesn't have to feel bat on ball. And that has been sometimes a weakness. We saw it with both the England batters and the South African batters in that first test match.
Made an over. That's fine. It's test match cricket.
Yeah, we don't mind that at all from these players out there in the middle, and some good areas that Harry Moore was bowling. And what we did see, Jeremy, in that first test, and in fact even in we saw it in the one days, not in the first test, but Harry Moore, he does make you play. And that is something, again, I feel on this wicket is going to be very important, as we see the tall Eddie Jack. He's going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground.
He's a tall fella, big, strong lad.
Towards you?
It'll be Yuri van Schalkwyk taking guard for the first time. There's 3 slips in position. Gully, fine leg. And you've got a mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off. Point. And we've got man in the gully as well. No third man in, so it's attacking early on.
Down the leg side, looks like it flicks the pad there as it goes through. Interesting, Jeremy, that they've got that third slip. He's come up quite a bit. He's a lot closer. Probably trying to negate the fact that perhaps it will be played with soft hands, and trying to make sure they don't have a situation which we did see in the first test, where a couple of balls were edged and fell short of the slips.
Well, these things happen at the coast. I mean, it's not at the high felt where you stand back 30 meters.
Yeah.
And where the ball flies. So the ball does tend yet sometimes to slip to just die down a little bit. So in that catching position where he is close by, he'll know that if the ball carries to him, it'll be at comfortable height. He can take it.
Yes.
Yeah, just straight to the keeper. That normally carries because it goes and it's a. But sometimes a wider nick just seems to balloon sometimes.
Yeah, South Africa, I think what Bulbulia also did well in that test match was he played a lot with soft hands outside the off stump. That's a good leave from Van Schalkwyk in the end.
Great area.
He's probably leaving as much on height as he is on line at the moment. And yeah, we do expect that the wicket, and we're all a bit nonplussed by what we saw in the wicket. We're not quite sure exactly how it is going to play. I think South Africa choosing to bat are looking to get the runs on the board, and they don't want to bat in the 4th innings on this wicket. So as you say, we're expecting that it probably will wear as it gets a bit of sun and wind onto the wicket.
Nothing wrong if you concentrate and you do the hard work up front.
Yeah.
That you're gonna. The art is you want to tire these England bowlers. They're gonna come at you. That you know it's gonna happen, and then you slowly want to start getting runs on the board, and then really tire them out, because that's the advantage you've got to try. If you've won the toss, which is positive, now they've got to do the hard work. It's going to be a grind.
And they would have learnt a lot from that first test. Really good rear guard action from South Africa to make sure they did draw the test.
Tickled around the corner for the first run of the morning. Van Schalkwyk off the mark. An applause from the change room.
Yeah, always nice to get your first run under your belt, and he'll be very happy with that. Van Schalkwyk and Bulbulia partnership for South Africa, and they did well in the second innings. They put on 48 for the first wicket, and just a 25 in the first innings. when Bulbulia made his 88. Van Skalkwyk dismissed for 15. Second innings, he got a very good 27.
Here we go. Balls outside off stump. Leave. Those that are straight at you, you can work around the corner.
Yeah, plenty of time and to bat, and the South African batters would not be used to this. They mostly play limited overs cricket, 50 overs, 20 over cricket. So the first test was indeed a real test for them. They came through it with, wouldn't say flying colours perhaps, but they certainly did exceptionally well in both of their innings, getting over 300 in the first innings and then falling 21 runs short of the target they were set. They looked at some stage in that test match at 168 for 2 at tea on the final day that South Africa may in fact even be able to push through for a victory, but England struck back with Farhan Ahmed, really good with a fifer in that second innings.
Question gets asked, the umpire is unmoved. The lanky Moore gingerly walked back to his mark. Probably thought it was close enough to have another look at that, if we could. Now, slow-mo director.
Yeah, it really is good, all the support staff we have here behind this broadcast, brought to you by Pitch Vision and on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. And our team behind the scenes doing excellent work in this series so far.
I'm going to get an extra paycheck, James, at the end of the month.
I'm trying my best.
Nicely played. Every couple of runs. Just one down to fine leg. Yuri, yeah, he's at his second, and Bulbulia still to get off the mark. But we all know he takes his time. And England will know that he is a big wicket. If they get rid of Bulbulia earlier, they'll feel right. We can really get stuck into the South African middle order, because this is the mainstay. He's the man around which you'll build your innings. And rightfully so, because he's been fantastic.
Yeah, he's outstanding in both innings in Stellenbosch. 88 of 163 deliveries in the first innings, and then 114 at a much faster rate, 154 balls in the second innings.
Oh. Beaten. Bit of swing, bit of movement. It's a good delivery.
And that's what Moore is going to do. He's going to make you play, and he's going to get that steepling bounce from the height that he's coming in. He said to us he's 6'7", Harry Moore, using every bit of that 6'7" frame here.
Bulbulia looks as if he pulled his bat away, but there was a little bit of just a dabble.
Now he does just look like he's very calm at the crease, Mohamed Bulbulia. Like the way that he walks away to square leg and just settles himself, gets back into his stance, into his work. So England on the attack, as you would expect early on in the test match. 3 slips the gully, and then sort of banging it into the pitch, short of a length.
Oh, that's why they want you playing outside off stump and sparring there. That's what they want, and then they know they'll get the outside edge there by that length. Bit fuller, he'll drive it for 4. 2 without a loss.
Yeah, so good sedate start, looking solid at the moment at the crease, the South Africans. And Jeremy, were you a bit surprised that South Africa decided to bat, or on looks like a potentially, as you say, a difficult surface. So Benny Hansen had no hesitation in saying they wanted to have a bat.
No, I wasn't surprised at all. I walked out there earlier and I said, well, I looked at it and we know that the pitch is going to crumble a little bit, especially this end where Jack is bowling from, and you look at the patches out there that I know the pitch. South Africa's got to make the best of it. I think it's an excellent decision. Now they've got to do the hard work, get to 250. It'll be one heck of a score here. You can add 50 width to the total. So if South Africa gets to anywhere around 220 upwards, they'll be in a very commanding position in this test. They've picked 3 spinners, so they've justified that. They know it's going to crumble. They know that things will happen here. It's your first hour normally in Cape Town, hour or 2 until lunch. That is very, very, very the danger period.
Yep.
So with that new ball, that's when England want to strike. And if they do not cause much damage until lunchtime, South Africa will be in a good position. Not out of the woods yet, because England's also got 2 very good spinners, and we have played their spinners well. Ooh, that's the ball. That's the length you want to be. That's what causes batsmen. That's the area of uncertainty. That's the corridor of uncertainty, as we call the batsman. Not sure. But he drew him forward, and that was good.
Yeah, that is better from Eddie Jack. And Jack hasn't really made the batter play at anything. Hadn't made him play in that one. He did. Jorik van Schalkwyk, he might look as if he pulled the bat away, but he certainly had a bit of a nibble outside the off stump, moved away slightly from him, so a little bit of movement on offer. You do expect that early on in Cape Town.
Yeah, having played club cricket in this neck of the woods my whole career in club cricket, Avondale, knowing that early morning, so cricket used to start, we used to play 2 whole days on a Saturday, 10:30 start, and you play till about 6:30. You know that in Cape Town early doors, the wicket, there's always something in it.
Yeah.
And then, the first hour and a half gone, and the wicket's dry, it becomes a batsman's paradise. Problem with the square here is at Western Province Cricket Club at the Wally Wilson Oval is that a lot of cricket has been played on here. So the wicket doesn't get enough time to rest, and that's the issue. So yeah, good to have cricket here or whatever, but it's got to be used sparingly with the surface if you're going to have a plan in place that it's a wonderful setting, beautiful facilities, and just a wonderful place to watch cricket from.
Absolutely stunning. Mountains, the Table Mountain range off to our right hand side as we're looking from the northern end to the southern end. Schalkwyk's been nicely behind that one, just the one ball in the over that he had a bit of a nibble outside the off stump. And they just need to be patient, as you said, Jeremy. Early on, just make sure they leaving well, play what has to be played, and if the ball is there to be hit, then certainly.
Yeah, and they've shown that you know, it's now into the 4th over. Scores 2. They've shown it. They've shown that resolve. They've shown that really. That's what I'm saying. This is just typical, good old-fashioned cricket. We were always taught, stay in, get the shine off the ball. It becomes easier. Oh, that's an outside edge. It went out to drive at one that perhaps he should have left. And umpire not waiting on that to make a decision. And Van Schalkwyk gone. South Africa lose their first. The first attacking shot he tries to play, wicket.
Yeah, it's a big blow for South Africa. Jorik van Schalkwyk, he'd done well so far to resist that temptation. This one is outside the off stump, pitched up to him, goes for the drive and straight bat, but he gets the edge. It just moves away from him slightly. Umpire Stacey Lackey gives the decision. We heard the nick, I think, from here as well, through to wicketkeeper Thomas Roux, and that is Van Schalkwyk gone. He scored 2 of the 13 deliveries. South Africa are now 2 for the loss of 1.
Just be careful. I mean, anchoring, you're repeating everything I said.
Sorry.
Well, South Africa has lost their first wicket. They're 2 for 1. Jason Rolls in at number 3. And he'll have to have a role to play. Excuse the punt. But yeah, he's going to have a mighty role to play. First wicket down for South Africa. This is bound to happen.
So it was Bulbulia and Rouse who had 2 very good partnerships in that first youth test match. Rouse then coming in at number 4. No Adnan Lakhadin today at number 3.
Off the mark he is. First delivery. That's Bulbulia. He opens his account, or no? Is it?
No.
Yeah, it is Bulbulia. He's opened his account. Now, he knows what a role he has to play. These two also put in a good partnership, if I can remember in the previous test.
Yes, their first innings partnership 139. The second innings partnership 119 between these two batters. So really instrumental in getting South Africa to their 2 totals, 319 in the first innings and for that 295 in the second innings. And you feel they will be looking to these 2 again to make sure they set out their stall and bat as long as possible.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. I've got a book full of statistics here. So many matches doing on the T20 cricket. That one just bouncing from a length there, well left. There's excitement in this England camp. When they see that type of bounce.
The South Africans know that they're going to see that from Harry Moore. As we were saying earlier on, hits the wicket hard, does get that bounce, does try and get the batter to play as much as possible. And that's where Bulbulia has been good so far, leaving a lot of them on length more than necessarily on line.
Well played. Yeah, sleep bounce. That's, you were just talking about it, hammering the point about the length that they'll be bowling. They're not really giving anything in the half. And the first thought of shot that Yuri van Skalkwyk thought, there it comes, drivable length. It just moved a little bit away. He got there to it. But ball moving away, you're bound to get the outside edge. So it was a thick, healthy edge that got rid of him.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with that. It was the first time. Probably thought that he could do something with the ball.
That's the other thing that happens sometimes to batsmen. Not through fault of theirs. They know, right, they get a bit edgy because they're being bogged down and bound down. And, that's also comes from playing a lot of one-day cricket and where you've got to get on with it. Yeah, it's a bit more of a patient game. But I can understand players today want to be attacking. And it's a good resolve to have. I'm not saying players must. It's lovely to see an array of shots driven through the covers going for 4. But in this format, and I'm sure this is where these young boys will learn when they get to play test cricket, when this period comes and you have bowlers bowling at you and they're bowling well, is to just sit back, absorb the pressure, play what you have to, leave what you have to. Because later on in the day, your opportunity is going to come when bowlers are tired. So I think sometimes that transition, just to sit back and wait. You also don't want to get yourself in a situation where you're going to play boycott-like innings the whole day and not play a shot. I mean, that they played in the year 19 footsack. But nowadays, these guys, they batted 3, 4 and over.
Yeah, I'm not sure you will remember. You definitely will remember that first Indian tour out here, 1992-93
Yes.
season, where the average runs per over, I think, was about 2.2, 2.3.
Yeah, I was at Newlands sitting in those wooden suites that were very nice there under the railway stand before the new Newlands was built. Yeah, and I was bored to death for 5 days because it was such slow scoring. But be it as it may, that was probably poor test cricket. South Africa feeling their way back into international cricket.
And won that series, the 4-test series that was, I think, won it 1-0.
Yeah,
in
1-0, yeah.
yeah.
Was it the Wanderers also? I was it?
Yeah.
I spent the day at the Wanderers as well. That's where Dr. Bacher, fortunately, I got introduced by Dr. Bacher and Krish Makadish to one of the greatest statesmen we've ever had. I was introduced to Nelson Mandela at that
Absolutely.
test match.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Wow, what a moment.
Yeah. I'm sure such a privilege. I mean, what an incredible man.
Yep. Yeah, and I sat next to Nelson Mandela that day. The amazing part of him was he knew everybody's name that was in that box. He came, he said, "Where?" I said, "I'm at Free State Cricket, sir." He said, "Oh, you're the development manager. And you're doing a great job for cricket." Remember him saying that.
That's wonderful.
And gee whiz, I tell you what, I've never sweated so much, and I was as nervous as heck.
I'm sure, but I mean, incredible. I mean, a man, such a statesman, incredible man, and we were certainly a far richer country for him being our president at that time, and what a incredible humility he had.
Yeah, absolutely. He was well loved by everybody. Nicely played, straight to the man, square on the onside.
So we haven't seen too much zip this morning yet. It's just been the one delivery that just sort of moved away from Jack when he was bowling to Van Schalkwyk. Just played down, you said, just probably no too much foot movement. He was trying to play it with a straight bat, but it just moved away, took the edge. So South Africa will probably be encouraged by this.
Yeah, absolutely. The incredible thing about this tour of England, it really benefits South Africa. There were 3 one-days played. They sealed the third one here at the Wally Wilson. They were 1-1. South Africa got blown away in the first game and came back in the second and the third and won that series 2-1. Would have given them a heck of a lot of confidence. And last week they showed a lot of resolve to actually play out for a draw in a 4-day game. So all square, even, everything to play for here. Sure, and that's what England would probably want to do. I'm sure these boys also, what is wonderful touring, has after the test match they would have probably had a day off, recovery and all that, and gone up Table Mountain and taken around the peninsula. That will go. Nicely played. Run away. I'm not sure if it will carry to the boundary. Just gets stopped there. And they trotted 2 for 2. How wonderful to be an under-19 cricketer at this time of your career. The world is your oyster. You're touring a country that is beautiful. You're going to Camps Bay and Clifton. You get invited by the English ambassador, and you know, to South Africa or to Cape Town, and you just see, you meet wonderful people. You see greats of the game. That's the reward you get from playing cricket.
And it is fantastic for them, isn't it? They did say, we were chatting to the analyst for the team, Scott, a little bit earlier on, and he was saying it had 2 days off after that first test match. It was pretty warm conditions there in Stellenbosch, and they had a couple of days off, came back and just had a day's training and a little bit of a net for the batters yesterday. So had a bit of time off. They do head back to England straight after this test match on Friday. So end of their tour. It has been a really good one for them. Really great to have England under 19 out here.
Well, it's great for these boys. I managed to speak to 1 or 2 of them, especially to Farhan Ahmed. Find him to be quite a plausible young man. And yeah, they've been I'm sure enjoying every minute of South Africa, and especially Cape Town. What a better place to play cricket down here.
This time of the year, also absolutely perfect weather for playing cricket. Really not many chances of any weather interruptions. Beautiful Mediterranean climate that we have here in the Cape.
Best time of the year, James. February, March, and maybe parts of April. We've got it all to ourselves, and the holiday makers have gone home because they get a holiday in December.
That's right. So the locals can enjoy it now.
Locals are also back at work.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
I noticed that. Yeah, no, not that I
Only
noticed.
us,
the
we get a
traffic.
few days off too.
We do.
In between commentary.
But certainly everybody and I think and their dog and whoever else was on the road this morning. It was a busy commute in to the ground, but all good.
Little birdie tells me that there's, what's that little beach called between Gordon's Bay and...
and it's Strand.
No, Strand. There's what it's
yeah.
called, not Pearly Beach, what's it called?
I'm not sure.
Birdie tells me
Yeah.
that you like to frequent there tanning.
I'm more of a burner than a tanner. My fair skin, although the arms certainly have been exposed to the sun through plenty of time out on the cricket field over the years.
Well, you say they leave after this test match to go home. If I'm half of these guys, I wouldn't want to go back to London this time of the year. It's too cold. Well, they've been here in the sunshine and enjoyed the hospitality.
Yeah.
Well, the cricket's been good.
It has. I think.
After the over.
Yeah. Yeah, tall man, Harry Moore. He's hitting the deck hard, but South Africa, they've just lost the one wicket so far. I think Jorik van Schalkwyk won't be happy with the way in which he got out. But it was a probing line from Eddie Jack outside that off stump. But Bulbulia's seen through the first half hour.
And admirably, he has been. Nicely played. Clipped away. He'll turn for a second. And that's what it will be.
What I like about him, Jeremy, is that he just seems to have a lot of time, doesn't he? He seems to be able to, he picks the line, picks the length early, is able to leave well. That one into the pads, he makes sure that he capitalizes on that and played it into the gap. So he does look like a very good prospect, Mohamed Bulbulia.
Again, he gets into line. The right and cumbersome. Tight. He's got a tight defence, which is good. That's what you need when you're opening the batting in Test cricket. Nice and compact. Nothing fuzzy.
No, he's really, when he does commit to the shot, he commits to the shot. He plays very well down the ground in the V and onto the leg side.
Reminds me a lot about Hashim Amla, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right. Certainly, the way that he's just unflustered at the crease does remind one of Hashim Amla.
Get a single to end the over. It's 8 without loss. The Cape Fox will have a welcome rest, and in comes the lanky Eugene Molian. Looks like a real golfer today. Someone that's going to get off the tee. He's got his longs on. He's got that size 50 tackies. And he's not hatless. Good morning, Eugene.
Very good morning to you, Jeremy Fredericks and James King and the viewers. And yes, I have to look the part, as they say, but not for golf. I had to do all the other pleasantries that we're involved with here before the day's event gets going, but I'm glad to be here.
Good to have you here. If you look at that change room, that's the South African change room. They're all watching in anxiousness what this wicket's going to do. Toss was won by Benny Hansen, South African captain, and he elected to bat, which I think was the right decision.
No hesitation. Not even didn't even blink an eyelid when he said that. It just had that look about it that, we need to bat first. Yes, we need to get past the first hour, even as long as the first session. I think that first session for South African 9 is going to be very important. And they want to go into that lunch break a little bit with more wickets in hand. That's going to be the key.
Well, that's the first good positive move. If that is They certainly are. That's nicely played. They certainly would have discussed it as a staffing unit, the coaching staff with the captain. They would have been around here for a little bit of a warm-up maybe yesterday, see what the wicket looked like, see what the conditions were. And then you go back into your team room, you discuss tactics, and then you say, right, this is where we are at. Unless, if the conditions stay overhead as good as it was yesterday, we're going to bat. So he didn't come here with an overcloud day, cast day. So that was in his mind before he went to bed last night. He woke up, he saw the sun shining brightly, and that even made his mind up more. Get here, bat.
But you also look at this team sheet. They got 4 spinners. 4 spinners in their side, Jeremy. That's also another key indication.
Yeah, no. So as far as I'm concerned, we know that come day 2.5 here, we normally say that the wicket will take turn on the third day. I think with the footmarks, and especially the end to the southern end, I would say more towards Simonstown. Yeah. The end where Jacks is bowling 2 now and the batsman is facing. There's a massive patch there, that tells me that the pitch, and you see the cracks in there, that this pitch will deteriorate. So for South Africa, I'm saying they get themselves into a position today of 250 on the board, and they do not lose much wickets. You absorb the morning, absorb part of the afternoon, and the old adage in cricket is after tea, it's cash in time. And then South Africa could be. So South Africa want to bat the whole day, and maybe parts of tomorrow. Wow. That's a full delivery. Oh, I just thought it got through the gap, but not.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. And we're talking about 250. We're not even talking about 300, 350. 250 would be a very good first inning score on this pitch, I think, and then apply pressure with the ball, as you rightly said. How they're going to get there is what I'm interested and curious about as well. With Babulia, we know his game. With Rolls as well, we know at times he will take the attack to the bowlers a little bit as well, runs well between the wickets. But this man, Eddie Jack, is a big strapping lad, I tell you. Oh.
Yeah, he is a big lad. It's just bounced it in short. Batsman a little bit in an awkward position.
He wanted to leave and it looked like it nipped back off the seam a little bit, back at him. Because he was in position to leave this, Jeremy. Oh, there. Maybe just in an awkward position. Maybe I gave him more credit than he got there, but the line was perfect. I just felt that wicket of Van Schalkwyk. I'm very surprised that they didn't go fuller to him early on because he was caught on the crease. He was caught on the crease and didn't go forward at it. And the feet just didn't go anywhere. And that is what you get the Highveld boys. We're going to mention it again. But from your experience, and you've watched a lot more cricket than what I have from the best position other than the umpire, isn't it surprising that the English boys, the conditions they normally find themselves, haven't been fuller here in South Africa, especially in both these test matches so far?
And the wicket that James was on with me, the wicket they got early on of Van Schalkwyk is exactly, they went the shorter leg, and I don't have a problem them going the shorter leg. But then they said, right, here's a drivable ball. You went on the drive, got caught. Now I'm surprised that I haven't seen, I haven't seen another ball in that area again. Because I think that creates wicket-taking deliveries, and they haven't been there. They've all been that sort of length this morning. They are 2 tall lads.
Well, both teams got what they wanted.
Yep.
England, they wanted to bowl. South Africa, they wanted to bat. I just feel be not much, just a tad further forward, just up to it. I mean, yes, they are tall lads, both these opening bowlers, and just that length is just a little bit short. There's 3 slips waiting, a gully. Men that can
you
pouch.
tall guys, you were a tall bowler, you always thought, right, let's get to the throat here. Get to his throat. Nothing else. Oh, that will go away for 4. Yes, indeed. The outside edge. It was on the ground.
Brilliant work, boy. Brilliant work, boy.
And there's that length again. He's got his hands on the hips there. Teapot's out. Harry Moore's another good ball, but the length again, just a tad short. And what Babulia does well is just doesn't push at it. And that runs away. You don't see often. You remember when new batters come in, you get greeted with a barrage of short balls and say, hello, how are you? We don't see that too often anymore.
No, not much of that, especially now you can only bowl one and over. But I mean, in club cricket, we had quite a bit of it. Got in there and you knew just the old stare.
The old stare and the odd word being said.
Yeah. I never ever chirped back as a batsman. Never. I chirped yes when I was on the fielding side, plenty. But never ever when I was batting. I did it once to an Englishman who played for Milnerton here. He used to come out here every year. For some reason he just used to get me out every time. I mean, he was just a doubly-doubler bowler, man. Come on, yeah. And it used to annoy me. You see the quick soft but getting. And I got in one day, and I think I must have had about 42, and he bowled one, and I just creamed it through the covers. And I was down the wicket tapping, and I said, "It's a classy shot." Well, he walked back to his mark. Next ball, I tried to drive him again. He got through the gate and bowled me. He told me the F word, and he said, "Now you can have a F shower."
Oh, dear.
And I thought, goodness gracious me, yeah, that's for chirping back. That's what you get.
I tell you, Jeremy, we down there at Victoria as well. We had he's passed on now, Ashley Abrams. He was a man that bowled. I mean, you talk doubly. I mean, there was hardly a pace on it, and he bowled into the chukka breeze. Now you know about the chukka breeze, but he didn't hold back. And I, as a youngster, you look at this and you think, what am I seeing? He's bowling at snail's pace and he's chirping a batter, and I thought, oh, okay. And that was your introduction. People that backed themselves as the gentleman that got you out.
Yeah, I know.
Better length.
That's what they've got to be more consistently, which they haven't been. England.
Well, Jeremy, I've been involved with the shorter format of the game and T20. You've been involved with the SA20. It's so refreshing to come and sit here and know that you're going to watch a 4-day or start of a 4-day game. This is where these lads are going to know about the game, bowlers and batters. Vaughan is going to learn tactically about how to go about it. I mean, I'm just fascinated by this all.
No, me too. I really enjoyed it out in Stellenbosch. I was saying, really enjoyed the 3 one-dayers that we played and being involved, and now this, and just seeing that this is the next cream of South African cricket that's coming through. I'll tell you something. You've seen. You look at the T20 where the 100 Pretorias. You've seen the young Jordan Herman. There's just a couple of youngsters that have come through, but they all come from a base of this.
Yeah.
And I was saying, and Maxwell Jordan and I had a discussion yesterday at the cricket regarding where your base starts to play T20 cricket. It starts from here.
Yeah.
This is the base. And I'm so happy and delighted and over the moon because I know for years I've been moaning about us playing 4-day cricket and SA18 playing more, and this is just marvelous. It's like milk and honey to my lips.
And isn't it good that players like Brevis are actually understanding that? He himself said, listen, he needs to get back into the 4-day setup to learn his batting a little bit more, and that's good to see. And that he's realized that as well. And if it comes from the player, how much better is that?
Yeah, and look how well he's played. I mean, just look, he's we all knew little sensation coming through, but sometimes, your first season, you always cricketers used to say, first season, you come in, you're smashing everybody all over the park, you look $1 million. Season 2, that's when the guys start working you out. And then you come season, and then you go duck, and then you wonder, oh my goodness, where's the next run going to come from?
And guys have seen you.
Yep.
Have seen you. Now the footage is everywhere.
Absolutely. and then you got to go back and work at your game again. And then you realize there's a bowling change here from the northern end. Alexander Wade.
To me, I saw him play the warm-up game down at Bishops. He's a skiddier bowler. He's not as tall as the other men, so it's more a case of, call him like, remember Craig White that used to play for Yorkshire? I thought,
played for England a couple of times
right.
too, didn't he?
Played a while, played a good few.
Yeah, Craig White. Remember, medium pace seamer.
Yeah. He's almost in that type of mode as well. So, but what you find from him is he'll probably bowl that foolish length that England possibly need here and required to do here.
Yeah, that's exactly what is needed. And you've got to get it a bit fuller. Got to get the batsman driving. It's also interesting talking about yesterday in discussion. I bumped into Jimmy Cook, the cricket yesterday. I said to him, gee, you probably like to roll up Taunton and put it in your back pocket. He had a good laugh. He said, yeah. I said, gee, was about Jimmy. It was a small postage stamp there at Somerset. But he made a heck of a lot of runs in one season. He got over 2,000
in one season.
County runs in a season. I don't know whether the record's been broken, but I mean, him and Henry Fotheringham were just phenomenal for Transvaal back in the day. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully executed and handsomely driven.
He knows his game so well. He's got a perfect game plan set about it. He's got a stout defense. And then when an opportunity gets to drive it, and he drove this well. I like where he's looking here. He's hitting the ball back from whence it's come. Beautiful shot, straight bat. We can still see the maker's name. The 4 Joe's beautiful shot. Shot of the morning, for sure.
Keep working out here.
You just repeated everything I just said. Get in early. Jeremy, you must be. I mean, you got the like of Babule. You must like it.
Of
Opening
course.
batter.
Of course.
Ball, new ball, day one of a 4-day pitch.
Little breeze, nicely tucked away again. Bubulia. Think of a second. It's fielded. It's a fruitful over. See, he's done the hard work. That's what I like. He's got 17 or 33 balls. Nothing wrong with that. 4-day cricket. There's a lot of work to be done. We're into 45 minutes of the day's play. Ball has moved around a little bit. The English goes up, ball short. They did get success when they got the wicket. But the good thing is that South Africa, we all knew it's going to be a difficult period. So if they go unscathed, 1-2 wicket down by lunchtime, they would feel that we've done our job here.
And for me, what I like is somebody's prepared to knuckle down. I think in modern day cricketers, they go out there and they love to play the shot. They want to show intent. Yes, I get that. But there's a time and a place to do that as well. Here, Kookaburra, you know it's going to get soft. Then he can cash in later on as well. And it just makes for a good building of an innings, constructing an innings. He goes again. Gets behind it, rock solid. You're the captain there. Well, how do you go about it? Without giving away some of the tricks of the trades now, how would you go about Bulbulia to try and get into his space?
I would strangle him. He's not going to get a run. Have a field right around him, intimidate him a little bit. If he wins that fight, then obviously he just looks that's why I said he's so Hashim Amla type that nothing phases him. It's just this is his game plan. He's not going to play outside the game plan. He certainly worked out what works for him. That's missing leg stump.
But this is what I said about this, that in England's perspective, they're going to know or learn to know how to go about somebody that bats like him. Bullia, he's going to know to block out the noise, which there's plenty of. And I just like the look about him. I mean, this format suits him down to a T.
The other tactic that I will use against him is the short ball, but short ball probably where he's got to bob and weave out of the way and then see if he can hook.
Yeah, well, he pulled and hooked quite well there in Stellenbosch on a pitch that was a little bit slower, we have to say that as well. But he gets in such a good position to play that shot, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Now, you've got an opening batter that's got a stout defense. You've got an opening batter he can leave and he can pull. So he's just got a perfect sort of game plan, I feel.
Yeah, no, that's good. Then you got to use the strangling tactic. I mean, the innings that I saw, the first innings mainly, he looked to play straight and I was mightily impressed by what he did. And and if you can hook and pull, good as well. That only stands you in good stead in time to come as a batsman.
We saw the runs there, and he's averaging over 100. So That bodes well in this test series.
Yeah, what you got to do, also important, is now done well in South African conditions, is to see how you travel and how you do once you get to England, Australia, India, Bangladesh. Once you master that, to score runs outside South Africa, then he's going to become really world class.
Well, there we go, a little bit of chatter, that's what we like. It is 4-day cricket.
Just a friendly, how are you doing?
Yeah. Jason Rolls always smiles, no matter when he's seen. He's only grade 11, Jeremy. He's still got another 2 years at it.
Lovely. And these two have batted well, eh? They put up 100 partnership in the test match in Stellenbosch out for the third wicket, second wicket. It's nicely played. Lovely.
You know what this reminds me of? This is old school. This is like, okay, if you're outside my line, I'm going to leave you, and then when you come on straight to me, I'll clip you away. That's a perfect foil. 22 for 1. I think that's a good start. Could have done without the loss of that wicket, though. But I think, as I said earlier, Jurek van Schalkwyk's got this tendency, and this is where these old boys are going to find the game. Van Schalkwyk, Lachadien, got to move your feet. You got to be, as an opening batter, you got to find your feet. You can't just play from the crease.
Yeah, that's Lachadien's problem, the drive, and you need to work on that and become a little bit more compact there, because he's going to be found out every time. And every time I've watched him, it's been the booming drive that got him out. So, yeah, and you're going to play in conditions like the Wanderers and where the ball bounces a bit more, he's going to be even in more trouble. Good, talented player, but needs to work at that. Lots of work to do.
I had a chat this morning with potentially one of the people that works with him at the school, and he said that is something that they are looking at. And yes, he's got all the shots. He wants to sort of set the tone.
Yeah.
But the way he got out, in both ways he got out, in fact,
in the test
big
match,
slash outside, off stump, top edge, and getting bowled through the gate. Questions will be asked about that, but I think it's 10 out of 14 he got bowled. That's quite a high number.
No, that's very high. That's too high. For an opening batsman, for that to happen at a regular, that means that there's something wrong with your technique. So tell me, Eugene, where's Mr. Poole this morning? Has he gone AWOL?
I phoned him yesterday. I think I'm half his PA, I think. Because I phoned him up yesterday and I says, right, all good, all well said. He said, what for? He said, we test starts tomorrow. He said, no, I'm on Tuesday. I said, no, it's tomorrow. To which he then vigorously looked through the phone and says, oh, you're right, Eugene. I said, yes.
How can you be wrong when you're my PA too?
Oh, yes. And then, so some things just came up. I think it's a lot more quieter.
Edge gone! The drive eventually, the fuller delay does the trick for England. South Africa lose their second.
Some might say we've been calling it out for somebody to come and bowl a foolish length. I said it when he came on. Alexander Wade might be that person to bowl that full length because of the type of bowler he is, and that one was sharply taken. It has to be said there. Second slip, beautiful catch, beautiful bowling. Rolls trying to go after a drive, just manages to edge this, and it was a very, very good catch. That's Vaughan, Archie Vaughan there. Well, they bagged the second. And now in comes the captain, Benny Hansen. And a lot's going to be dependent on him as well. And a lot's going to depend early doors here on this innings for South Africa under 19.
Yeah, losing that second wicket in the first hour of play. We all knew that. Now it's got to be, they've got to settle. Got to make sure that they, Hansen has got a job on his hands. He's an accomplished batsman, he is indeed. Glad to see he's also taking the gloves, gave South Africa that extra option.
Yeah, again, we don't know what the chat is in the dressing room as well. I think he's ideal foil at 5. The reason why I say that is he does play spin well. He can sort of rotate it as well, but he's coming at 4 throughout this test series. That's what the powers that be want. In he stepped up to the plate. He needs runs. He needs to finish this test series very well for himself. And he wants to lead from the front as captain. That's what all captains do. I mean, we have had some very good South African captains. We look across since we got re-established into international cricket.
Yeah, I know.
Rice started it.
Yep. Hansie,
Hansie
Kepler,
Kepler, yeah.
Graham Smith, wonderful captain, Faf du Plessis.
Yeah. I mean, men that really, you just have to be there. They sort of know they're going to lead the team well, and that's what you want. This is what we need from Benny Hansen here, South African under 19.
Yeah. Someone just said this morning, we were having a chat and said, you know what, we're talking about the yesterday disappointment of the women's under 19 lost the World Cup there against India, and they really got bundled out of the water, and that our successes at World Cup. And I reminded someone, I said, but we have won 2 World Cups.
Yes.
Winning the Mace twice under Graham Smith, it's like winning that's the World Cup of Test cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. So it's just a few adjustments. We were in a fantastic position to have won 30 balls, 30 runs with 2 world-class set batsmen in, and we blew it out of the water. Oopsie, that one hit him. Nasty delivery, that is.
That hit the grill.
Yep.
That hit the grill, and now we're going to go to the normal protocols. And while that is happening, isn't it? I think we won the under 19 World Cup as well in New Zealand. I think.
Yeah, that was
Rory
when
Kleinveld there.
wasn't it? With Rabada was in that winning. Aidan Markram was the captain.
Aidan Markram, apologies.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So we did have success.
So I mean, our women's senior team got to World Cup twice.
Now, I wanted to point out, I know it's a very good discussion we're having here, but did you see where Benny Hansen was standing? Outside the crease again. And this is a discussion, a debate. We can talk long and hard about it. But on a pitch like this, where you're just not sure, you want to give yourself more time, isn't it maybe just go back, give you that extra half a yard maybe? You never know.
Yeah, the physiotherapist is making sure everything is okay. Glorious day. It is indeed. Yeah, and it seems like they're having a drink as well.
Yeah, so let them enjoy their drinks, and we'll join you in a few moments when play resumes with South African 19, 22 for 2.
Not me. I didn't buy any. I didn't buy it. Here we go, lads. 3 down now. I've got plenty of sweat. Right on that shine. Ready, boy! I got sweat. I got touch, and I said I can't be touched. And he goes, right. Give it a little shine. I'm not. Stop my throat. Well done, well done, well done. Here go now, lads. One up, one down, eh, lads. Come on. Big knee roll there, lads. Massive knee roll there. Come on, lads. I always know what happens after a short one.
These English boys would be very, very happy with procedures the first hour this morning.
That crease there, lads. Stuck in his crease, eh?
Yeah, and why not? They bagged a couple. They lost the toss. They felt it wasn't a bad idea to have a bowl first, and they're capitalizing on the conditions here. And solid. Absolutely solid after being hit on the grill. Captain Benny Hansen.
Has he got all the games here? I don't know when I'm available for the women's cricket.
Well, that concludes the over.
Yeah, and that's going to allow me a moment to get my breath back. And I will leave you with the fox.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And it's been an interesting first hour, Eugene, hasn't it? It's South Africa electing to bat first, and we'll be a little bit disappointed that they've lost the 2 wickets, you feel?
Yeah, they have. I'm not surprised by the nature of it. I think the length to Van Schalkwyk was always going to be the issue there, because he plays from the crease.
Yeah.
And then the wicket they just lost there now, Jason Rolls from Alexander Wade. I thought that he's a bowler that's going to bowl foolish lengths. And he did that, and he got the edge, carried nicely to the second slip. It was the captain himself, Archie Vaughan. So I think they're doing quite well, and I think they're a little bit on top here early doors. So South Africa 19 going to require a partnership between these two. Bullies looks solid, and then Benny Hansen just starting out as well. Bully averaging over 100. It's been magnificent.
Yeah. He has, hasn't he? He scored 202 runs in that match in Stellenbosch, and just displayed the kind of grit and determination that you need to get through the early overs and then make sure you cash in, and got those 3 figures in the second knock and 88 in the first. So he has been by far and away the outstanding batter for South Africa in the series so far.
Oh, that's not difficult at all. As now England going to go on the attack. I was quite surprised I didn't see that at the outset, so they're going to put in a short leg. It looks like it is Fonseca again that's going to go in there.
He's normally the man that goes in under the lid.
A little bit of chat as well, but the pitch looked quite interesting, didn't it?
It did, didn't it?
Some grass covering on this side, and on the southern end it looks a little bit bare. I was talking to Van Ahmed just as they were warming up, and he even said that when they played here for the Lions game, it sort of ripped from day one. So he's got that little bit of experience to say, okay, the ball's going to turn. I wonder how early Archie Vaughan's going to bring his trump card up here, and his trump card is Van Ahmed.
Well, yeah, it would be interesting to see, because he's gone in with 3 seamers and with 3 spinners, so it may not be too long. I mean, the other option he's got, if when Harry Moore's finished the spell, is to bring Eddie Jack back on.
No.
It's Moore now into the 7th over of his opening spell, and you just feel he's probably not got too many more overs in him. He's into his 7th over on the trot.
Oh, he should bowl more than that. Oh, day one, newborn hand. Might be spin city for a long time. You know, you're not going to have to bowl 20 overs in a day, maybe. I'll just go as long as I can. As long as there are no runs being scored. I mean, that will be my viewpoint anyway.
And they have been able to restrict, and you would expect that, restrict the scoring. Bulbulia has been good on for his 20. Van Skalkbeek out for 2, Rouse out for 1. Perhaps feel that Jason Rouse was getting a little bit frustrated out there, maybe 17 balls for that 1 run, and he is somebody who likes to feel bat on ball, isn't he?
I think there weren't too many balls for him to score off, and I think once you sort of find a ball or see a ball and you half recognize it and it's a scoring opportunity, and as you rightly said, they just love to show intent. He thought, he could get one away here, but he just found an edge, and it was good bowling from Wade.
Noticeable now that even with Moore, he seems to have his length is they're just pitching it up a little bit more, and that's something we didn't see in the first half hour. It looked very much as if England were continuing with that sort of back of a length deliveries.
It's very difficult, and I've bowled. I'm not saying I would be at the test level or so, but for tall men to really try and bowl that fuller length, you sometimes in that they'll just put it there instead of bowling it there. And when you bowl the ball, that was well bowled, and still it goes for run, and then you feel aggrieved, as Harry Moore does with his heads just going backwards as well. They come through for 2. But more often than not, you try and you know you want to go full, but then you sort of just float it up there, and then it doesn't come out. But sometimes when you really want to bowl the ball, and sometimes you drag it down a touch, and that's where the length gets a little bit shorter. It's not intentional, I would say, because you know you want to be fuller. I think these men know. The thing I said to Jeremy Fredericks was, in England, you know you got to bowl that full length because the ball will swing and shape.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised they haven't done that on this tour that often. When they have done, they got wickets. Bag full of wickets, in fact.
And we have seen both wickets that have fallen have been balls that are fuller outside the off stump. I mean, your point's well taken in terms of it being sort of your natural length from a tall man is not necessarily the one that's fuller. So you can put it into the pitch, it's going to come up into the body of the batter. But with the conditions as they are this morning, and just looking at the pitch, it looked a little bit damp underneath.
Yeah, it's just moisture. That's moisture in the surface, because that comes from the groundsman just obviously watering it. It's been hot, not been warm. It's been hot here in Cape Town. So when the covers come off, you just want to make sure that the moisture in the surface doesn't go away. So you will keep watering it just to make sure that it keeps binding together. Then it sits under the covers overnight, and then eventually they rip the covers off, and then you can see the color of it. It's that darker color which suggests there's moisture in the surface, and sort of your eyes light up. But then when you see bowling actually to the end that Wade is going to bowl, the bare patches, anything, maybe I should just knuckle down and get past the first hour, first session. I said first session, I still buy by that. It's very important, this first session. He's got that as well. He's got that in his locker. And the only reason there is he's going to see if he can sort of upset the rhythm of Bulbulia, which I think many people are struggling to do.
Yeah, and it was just chatting while I was off air to one of the England supporters that has come out. We just saw them in Stellenbosch and just chatting to him as well. And yeah, very much talking about sort of the lines and the lengths that the England bowlers have been bowling. And talking about Mohamed Bulbulia, so saying that, I mean, they've noticed as well, I mean, just watching the game in Stellenbosch and here now, that he just looks like that. He looks like a really good test type of opener, a man that doesn't get flustered, a man who's able to see it out, leaves well. So interesting, getting insights from somebody, people that have been, they watched the entire 4-day test there in Stellenbosch, looking at him again today, and just saying, what a good prospect they feel that he is, in just terms of how he approaches the game.
Yeah, his mannerisms, his game plan, it suits the longer format of the game. Not saying that he can't do a job in 50 over as well. Oh, that is well bowled, buddy. Also well played by Benny Hansen, and that's going to go to the boundary between Gully and third man, or third slip, I should say. Yeah, just Babulia, just the way he goes about, his mannerisms, I said, that's perfectly suited, and he's still going to develop, and he's going to find ways, just like the likes of Hashim Amla found ways to score quickly and score loads, and he was a success in the shorter format of the game. I think that was well played. Under control from Benny Hansen, racing away.
And so we're talking about, in terms of developing your technique, it was very interesting. I was watching one of the SA20 games, and they had A.B. de Villiers on the couch, I think it was, or they were chatting to him. And we'll get back to that now. And they were asking him, they were saying, how, if you're a youngster coming through, and talking about how the younger players are approaching the T20 cricket, and his point was that the 4-day game, the longer version of the game, getting your technique sorted out, being able to play the longer version of the game, making sure that is where your foundation lies, is what he was saying. So he says, as a player, that is the most important thing. Develop your game. Then the T20 stuff will come. The 50 over stuff will come.
Played off the back foot. I can't agree with you more. I think there are sort of 1%er. I think David Warner is one of them that got plucked from grade cricket in Australia and got shoved into the KFC T20 series against South Africa and hit us to all parts. I mean, there are those 1% of that, but he also went and developed his game and learned about it. And I think it doesn't always happen like that.
No.
But what always happens is this format here, where players are allowed to bat at their pace, to find out what their strengths are and weaknesses are. Bowlers are allowed to bowl, run in, and work batters out. We don't see that. We don't see that often enough because of the T20. Yeah, they do come up with plans, but there's not that, 3-4 overs. We've got to give him the working over, and then they get out. That is why it's called Test cricket. That's why for me, and I think Jeremy and yourself, we sit and we watch them. A barrage. I mean, Alan Donald and Michael Atherton.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, coming around the wicket there, and simply a barrage of balls being at him all the time. Andrew Flintoff and Jacques Callis come to mind in Birmingham, where Callis couldn't see the ball coming out to the side screen there at Warwickshire. I mean, there's a whole host of it. That's what you want. That is what cricket's about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and developing your game there, understanding your game better, and being able to then work on the areas that really work on your strengths, obviously, as well as your weaknesses.
Well, as you called it, the Cape Fox, it is Mr. Jack that's come on after Harry Moore, so he has done 7 overs. And I saw Jack bowl earlier, just to come in about the development.
Yeah.
I sat on top there, and it just looked like a few of the balls, maybe it was running into this is not a stiff breeze, whatever. No. We know the breeze here in Cape Town, but it just looked like he was just floating some out there. And then the minute he started bowling it, he got something out of it as well, out of the pitch, out of the ball. He should just go back to those things. He's strong, boy. I know a few bowlers would have loved to have had his physique. Oh, but Babulia, he's just going about his business. Again, presenting the full face of the bat. Glorious shot once again.
Delight to watch this young man go about his work. Just unflustered, unhurried. And there he's got, let's have a look at this. He's in behind it. And it's no more than a push, but the timing is absolutely exquisite.
Before the test series, he came down. He spent time here. He said he wants to know how the pitch is playing in Cape Town. Hails from the Potch area. There's it again. There it is again.
Get out more. Get
Yeah, I
out.
just love the way that he leans forward, head over. His eyes are really in the right position when he's playing the shot.
Look at that shot. I mean,
Yeah.
if you could, look at that shot and the way Van Schalkwyk got out.
Yeah.
And I know, yes, Van Schalkwyk, the ball was new, was shaping a little bit away. But in terms of the feet movement, just going towards it, waiting for the ball to come to him, playing it under his eyes. Oh, that is just textbook stuff.
Yeah, really is great to watch. And you spoke about the fact that he came down earlier on, he worked on it, he's really wanted to get to understand the conditions here.
Get past that, James.
Yeah.
Get past that. That is what Babulia is saying right there.
Yeah.
And you need a bit of luck. I mean, as an opening batter, you can say what you want. You need a little bit of luck, a little bit of fortune to go your way. You will play and miss it a few. Yeah, that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Let's not kid ourselves. But when it's there, he gets in line. There it is.
Yeah.
That is what is, the front foot didn't move anywhere past that first bit. So I think that is the key there. Umpire Shedzi just having a word there with, it looks like Harry Moore, and I think it's got to do with how they shine that ball.
Okay.
So there's got to be,
Mr. Mike,
you can't use certain aspects of.
Yeah, but we're white. Nothing else sunk too much.
Yeah.
He says there he used the top of his head, which he feels, I don't know what substance could be on there. We don't know.
No,
We're just
we don't
assuming. But there was definitely something said about how they shine that ball there.
Yeah.
Oh, another one that he's played beautifully through that offside.
Got it, send it through.
So what an over. I mean, they've taken 10 off the over so far, and he's just played some beautiful shots, Bulbulia. And you're talking about that, you make your own luck, don't you, in this type of cricket. I mean, he's getting in behind it, he's playing it really well. And his eyes, like you say, his head's still when he plays the ball, and that's just a sign of a player that knows what his game is, that he's got the technique. He knows what his technique is. He sets himself up well. I like his stance. He's sort of straight in. He's got that really got a simple technique by the looks of things, and it works for him.
And then when he does get a good ball and he finds the edge, he doesn't push at it.
No.
And that just went straight down. A very eventful over. Going from the way the batsman played it, the run scored, and as well the umpire Shedzi having a word there with Harry Moore.
Yes, look at this again. And it's, again, there, soft hands, and it does go off the edge, but that man is quite short in there at gully, and it doesn't carry to him. So, yes, umpire Shedzi just walking back, shaking his head a little bit. It did look like he was sort of pointing, say, to the head or maybe to the face. He's maybe concerned that there's some suntan lotion or something on there. I don't know if that. If
I'm
it's
not
that
saying anything.
No, me neither.
I'm just saying
But,
he was not happy with the way
No.
the ball was shined. So what we don't want to do is
No,
get
no.
ourselves into trouble.
Not at
all
all.
we can say is that, umpire Shedzi did have a word, and still looking from where I'm at, Harry Moore still gesturing there to Wade as well. So there must have been something said about that, but rather find out earlier
Yeah.
rather than later in the piece.
Yeah, he got a long run up, Alex Wade. He does run in from quite far back. I mean, he has got a bit of pace to him. He's got looks like a skiddy bowler.
Yeah, it's definitely a skiddy, but
he's-
he's a bit of a trotter though,
Yeah,
running in.
he is.
He's not a galloper.
No,
He sort of
no.
just trots in on
Yeah.
the ball, like just pouncing. You know, when you're on the
Yes.
ball, your foot,
Yeah,
you can
that's
see
right.
when he runs in. He does spray the back foot out, so he's bowling across himself a little bit because that front foot does go a long way across as well. It's definitely in that Craig White mode.
Yeah, you mentioned that before when we saw him in the one-day internationals, and in that practice game against Western Province Academy team. So it's been a great tour from the England under-19.
Oh, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed watching them. I think it's good for our boys, South African under 19, to get this opposition as well.
Yeah, and saw Benny Hansen as well in the previous over, just also playing with soft hands, which I think was, is really good on this surface as well. They're ideally not wanting to go at it hard, especially if they're playing at it outside the off stump, just guiding it down. He guided it into the gap, and got through. I think he did get the boundary in the previous over. Might have gone for two, but I think they've learnt something from that first test, definitely.
No, I think that is wishful thinking. That is wishful thinking, because if the ball got to the keeper, it just brushed the pad.
Yes.
It didn't hit it flush.
No, it hardly looked like there was any deviation at all there. We'll see this again.
In fact, looking at that again, it hit his back leg.
Yes. Just brushed it, didn't it? There, just under the pocket. He was well outside the line, and I don't think that was going on to hit the stumps.
Oh, well, no shot play, so you can be hit outside
I know
the
you
line.
can,
But I don't think this was hitting the stumps whatsoever. It did hit his back leg.
Yeah.
Not the worst appeal. Oh, but how's that for the
that's
shot?
Lovely.
Off the back foot. How are the hands? He does play hockey, the youngster. And that just shows how good his hands are. Glorious shot through the offside.
Oh, he set himself up really well there, didn't he, Hansen? He looks good, doesn't he, off the back foot? He plays that beautifully. It was that straight bat as well. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see the oblique bat. You want to see them slashing at it. That was a glorious cricket shot.
Still keeping the slips in, Vaughan. I think that's a good idea. Well, I have to say, this is a lot more pleasant. The little breeze that we do get in our face. It wasn't like Stellenbosch, we were holding on for dear life at times. And those are the most runs scored. That is before this test match. Babulia, 202, and then the next best, Jason Rolls, 141. The man not playing today, Jack Holm, he was impressive with both bat and ball. He's up there, 123. Thomas Rue, the keeper, he had a good test match as well. And then Van Arbet with bat and ball, certainly putting his name up there for player of the series. That will be announced at the end of this test match. So Babulia, unsurprisingly, top of the pops.
Yeah, 31 not out as well now. And that's a total of 44 for 2. And South Africa will be looking at him again to anchor this innings. With him, the captain, Benny Hansen. He's also into double figures now.
Anchor, double anchor, turn the engines off.
That's right.
They just want the ship to just be chilling on the calm waters. That's what they want from Babulia. Just don't let our hearts flutter here. Just do what you're doing there, sir.
Yeah, as you say, just do what Mohamed Babulia does. And there, we've seen that. And he's doing it again right now.
Well, there's a whole host of cricket happening this week.
Yeah.
The excitement grows as the two Western Cape teams have to go to Eastern Cape.
No, they go, yes, to the
game.
Eastern Cape.
Is that the qualifier?
That's right, the first qualifier.
That's Babulia's dad there. He's always a nervous. I mean, the hands never stop playing, fiddling with his hands.
I think it's worse to be sitting on the sideline than being out there in the middle.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I think that's the only piece of the puzzle that Jeremy Frederick wanted to see from this kid. Babulia, and there he saw it. Yeah, a whole host. The two Cape teams going down to Eastern Cape.
That's right.
At Kabeja for their qualifier.
St George's Park, and people in the Eastern Cape will tell you that that's the real home of cricket in South Africa.
James, don't start. Do not start with me, James. James, don't start.
Yeah, so hopefully there will be plenty of pink for the Royals and blue for my Cape Town there.
Well, the winner goes on to the final at Wanderers. For the loser, they get another chance.
Yes, they do, and that will be at Centurion on Thursday.
That follows, obviously, the eliminator, where the team from Johannesburg,
Yeah,
the Super Kings, plays the team from Eastern Province.
that's right, from Kaberga.
From Kaberga.
Yeah,
That game happening in Pretoria.
and that is going to be very interesting, the outcome of that. You do expect there'll be a more yellow there in in the Centurion, sorry, not Kaberga, in Centurion. The Orange Army will no doubt have some of their support.
No.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking there'll be rain as well.
Yeah,
These
it
are
may
high
well be.
felt.
It is the high felt.
With all due respect.
Well, they do also say that the more it blows here, the more the southeaster blows here in the Cape, the more rain they get up there on the high felt. So
Is that right?
they do indeed say that. So I think last week there was a fair amount of rain, and we know there was
there's a
some
fair amount
serious
of
wind here. So yeah, oh dear. It's now the Cape Doctor blows, then they get the rain up north.
Here he goes again. Well, what's your taking on this run rate? Because it's almost 3 and over, which I think
Yeah.
that is very satisfactory for South Africa. We knew it was going to be tough. We knew the conditions might be a little bit tricky. Yes, they lost 2 wickets, and if they can get past the next 35 minutes or so, they can certainly say it's been a good session for them.
Yeah, and I would agree with you here. I think Hansen Meyer playing this again with soft hands, and just does square him up a little bit, but he's not going at the ball hard, and that's helped him in that situation. Yeah, I think they'd be happy with the run rate. I think you're right. If they go into lunch 2 down, South Africa, then they'll feel that the decision to bat first certainly justified, and they would have known it was going to be tricky early on. 2 wickets that fell. Just feel that South Africa perhaps they'd be looking at that and saying maybe we went at it a bit too hard when they did play at the ball. And England have looked more threatening when they've been bowling that ball a little bit fuller to the South Africans.
Yeah, they have. But it is just, you have to execute it well in terms of your batting. We saw, as we go again, Van Schalkwyk no feet, and then Rolls just looking for a scoring opportunity, and he thought, he can get one here through the covers. There's a gaping gap there. Okay, one of the slips have been done away with. He's filled that gap there in the covers. So just the 2 slips and the gully.
He's still sticking there with that man almost, I'd say, in a third slip position. That's just sitting or standing a lot closer to the batter, just trying to make sure that if he does play with soft hands or maybe a little bit harder, that it's gonna carry to him. That's Ben Mays.
Well, we did see the wicket of Rolls. Archie Vaughan did take a good catch, but it was around ankle high, and he had a big drive at it.
Yeah.
Suggests there's probably not as much carry bowling up the way or running away from us here.
And left well again by Bulbulia. He's bowling into the wind. Whatever wind there is coming from the southeast.
This is a breeze. This is
It's a breeze.
James.
Yeah. No, it is a
James,
breeze.
Come 3 o'clock, that will be the wind.
It will be. At the moment, it's what I normally call it a light zephyr.
Zite,
The moment,
a light
like
zephyr
at
indeed,
the moment,
sir.
yeah.
Light
So,
zephyr.
Probably about what do we say, 3 or 4 on the Beaufort scale, maybe.
Well, I'm not sure what that is, but anyway,
That's
I'll
the-
go with it.
It's that's the wind scale. So it
Is that the thing
goes-
that goes around?
no, it's just a measurement that sort of goes from being non-existent wind to blowing you completely off your feet wind. So it goes from 1 to 10, the Beaufort scale, and works sort of on a basis, in my understanding, of a basis of saying this is sort of how it feels in the wind. So gale force and as I say, blowing you off your feet wind is a 10 on the Beaufort scale.
I only measure it by which type of club I'm going to use.
Ah, there we
Is it
go.
a 1, 2,
Yeah.
or 3 club win.
Well, there we go. So that's another good way of looking at it.
This is only just, I mean, I can force it up there with the club still.
Yeah.
maybe a half a club. Oh, there he goes again. Just not executed that well, but they are certainly playing to the Babulia tune here. But
Yeah, and he really. We look at this Rouse dismissal again, Eugene, and as you say, across him, he's looks at it's pitched up. He's thinking that's going to go through the covers. I'm going to play this one for 4.
eyes lit up there.
Yeah,
He's a positive man, even when
He
we
is.
spoke to him after that first innings, and he got out at 90, I think
Yeah.
it was, and he said he would have done the same thing. Here's an edge, and Wade strikes yet again, and it is the man that we thought going to stick together, and it's Babulia who's got to go back to the sheds. 32 of 54 deliveries, and the patience of Wade has paid off there. And I just had a feeling when I saw him in this team that he could be a difference here as well, and he's certainly proving that.
yes, he is. Look at this one again. Very good delivery in that corridor of uncertainty for Babulia, and he has to play it that one. He just gets the outside edge and carries easily enough to Thomas Roux behind the stumps. That's a big blow for South Africa.
That's a massive blow. So now this session just edges the way to England, having bagged 3 sticks in that first session. And Alexander Wade, he didn't play the first test. He's come back here. He's busy with his 5th over. He's got 2 for 14.
Yeah, it's been really good from him. That one to angle across Rouse. This one just in that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump, and he has to play at it. 45 for 3 now, South Africa.
Yep. So all of them to do. But yeah, my time has come here, and to take us through to the lunch break, it will still be the Cape Fox. And with him, the other wildlife, the rhino, Jeremy Fredericks, is going to take charge, and certainly will hope to see South Africa under 19 get to the lunch break unscathed, or can England still bag a few wickets?
Thank you very much, Eugene, and welcome to the Rhino, Jeremy Fredericks. Jeremy, that's a huge blow for South Africa. Mohamed Bulbulia looked and was batting incredibly well there, the young man.
Massive blow. Massive, massive blow. Because I think South Africa built the innings around him. Now the captain will have to step up the plate, and they let's just make sure. Oh, goodness me.
Whoa.
Suddenly there's demons. Where they come from?
I have no idea. That one was like a spitting cobra off the pitch. That one. My goodness, hit something there. Benny Hansen's probably lucky not to get anything on that one. Just spat up at him just off a length.
Have a look at that again. Whoa.
Whoa.
My goodness.
Yeah, and it was by no means was it a short delivery. He's bowling in that channel outside the off stump. What a... Yeah, that'll be putting doubt into the batter's mind. Oof. Yeah, loses his line there. So keeping now the 3 slips in place, Jeremy, for Benny Hansen. England looking for another breakthrough now. The South African captain and Daniel Bosman, they're going to want to make sure they take this through the next half an hour to the lunch break. Hansen, you feel, has got well, he would anyway have had a huge role to play in this South African innings.
Yeah, he has got. He's got to play a captain's knock now. He's got to get a big one. No shot offered there. An appeal for LBW.
Whoa.
Umpire's unmoved. Must have just hit him outside the line. If anything.
Yeah. And it was a huge appeal. Not sure if that one actually may have just kept low after it hit the pad. Let's have a look at this now. Looking at it from the back end, though.
Yeah, hit him outside the line. And it wasn't going on to hit the wicket. The law says clearly if the ball was going on, no shot offered, on to hit the wicket, it'll be out. And that one hit him outside the line and was carrying on. So, good shot, but to no avail.
And that
Nicely
is
driven.
That is a glorious shot from Hansen. Over pitch this time, maybe searching too much for the wicket ball. Eddie Jack, and he's able to play that beautifully through the covers for 4.
The good thing about that, look at the balance. The balance are good. The hands to the ball, foot to the ball, and the important part is the head was still.
Yeah.
And that's what made the stroke even more so elegant.
Yeah. And he'll be setting out his stall here, Benny Hansen. That was indeed a glorious shot. Too short on that occasion from Jack. England have looked threatening when they've been pitching the ball up. A little bit in it still for them in the pitch, and as you're saying, we know that's the case early doors. First morning of a test match, pitches here in the Cape. Not sure what, I think he's just trying to cool his gloves down there, Benny Hansen.
Just making, that's the right thing to do. Bowler can't just run up and bowl to you. You get there when you're ready.
Ready? No.
He plays that again very well. Just making sure that if it does get the edge, it's going to go down, not playing with hard hands. And Bulbullia's wicket, a big one for England there, Jeremy, and he was playing so well, the young man. Just that one that was in that region where he felt he had to play at it, outside the off stump.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and it is a big blow, and England will be happy because they know what Bulbullia is capable of. I mean, he scored quite a bit of runs in both the test matches. So, but now it's chance for other batsmen in the South African team to actually put up their hand, and hopefully it's Benny Hansen's day today.
Yeah,
he's looking good. He's looking comfortable with the wicket. Daniel Bosman in with him. He's opened his account. And Wade has been the most threatening bowler of the lot this morning.
He has been impressed with Alex Wade. He's a bit of a skiddy bowler, but he also has the ability to put that short one in. He's bowled a couple of pretty good bounces to the South African batters, but it's really been his length and that has been good. Fuller again, and he does that, and again Bosman now, first delivery, plays it outside the off stump and could have got himself into trouble there. 49 for 3. Just seems to lope in, doesn't he, and then he pitches it up again short of a length. It keeps it a little bit low. So we've seen that one from the other end. It's just hit something on the pitch from Eddie Jack. And this one, this time just not really getting up at all. Maybe fortunate for Bosman as he missed that one outside the off stump.
Again, he's beaten outside that off stump. Good delivery. He's been bowling well. The thing is just that he's made such a good adjustment bowling to left-handed batsmen now, and he's certainly had him at sea. Be a nervous Bosman because he still needs to open his account.
He will, and he is also a youngster that likes to feel bat on ball. Did see him play in the one-day games. Didn't play in the first test match. One of the 5 changes that South Africa has made coming into this second test.
That was beautifully played. Meet or right or left of the fielder would have gone for 4.
Yeah, lovely full face of the blade onto that from Daniel Bosman. And we did see him in the one-day internationals. What was quite interesting is the tactics that England followed to him in that one-day international, particularly the game here. They did tempt him with a couple of short deliveries, He was caught on the long leg boundaries. I don't know whether Wade might try something like that here. Not at the moment. He's nicely in behind that. He'll feel happier now that he's got the bat on ball. Those 2 deliveries.
There's a period that South Africa just needs to knuckle down. They have to go to lunch unscathed now from here on in. And, hard work was done by Bulbulia. Pity, you would have just wanted to see 2 wickets down. I think that's the disadvantage South Africa has. And this session with England would feel it's theirs, having taken those 3 wickets. Had 2 just fallen, would have called it an even keel.
Oh, he's off the mark with that one down. 2 fine leg, and it goes to the boundary for 4. It is fine, just straying down the leg side. Played it very nicely.
Yes, he did indeed, and that's the 50 up for South Africa. 3 wickets down. Bosman getting off the mark, and probably feel much more relieved now as well. It was just a delivery that was far too straight. All he could do was just get bat on it, and we always knew there it would go for 4.
So 50 coming up after 19 overs and 5 balls. So South Africa batting at just over 2.5 to the over, 2.7 runs to the over. Last ball of Wade's over as he comes in now. Yeah, so struggled a bit the first 2 deliveries of the over, Daniel Bosman, but he's off the mark with a boundary and gets in nicely behind the last delivery. So, as you say, Jeremy, South Africa now just want to make sure they get through to lunch without any further loss. England looks like there is going to be potentially another change of bowling for England. Looks like the youngster Farhan Ahmed is going to replace Eddie Jack from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, he's been a handful this whole tour with the English Lions. With it's only 6. I think England's got a star in the making here with this young man. He's one of the guys that have impressed me, and he certainly has been quite good.
Yes, what a prospect he is for England, as you say. Hails from Nottinghamshire. His brother Rayhan Ahmed, who has already played for England, and the leg break bowler, and the youngster here, he bowls his off breaks, and he had great success in that first youth test match in Stellenbosch. Took 5 wickets in the second innings.
Yes, Wizzy.
Just didn't manage to get England over the line there. South Africa ending 9 down. But he was looking at this wicket this morning, and we chatted to him a little bit. He was looking at this wicket and licking his lips, feeling that it was going to give him, even on the first day, some opportunity to get some purchase off the surface. So it's going to be interesting to see if he is able to do that.
Well, he would be licking his lips. He was here with the young Lions. Number 1, they played all their matches here, and then comes with the England under-19 team, played here 3 ODIs that they played here. Nicely bowled, nicely played. So I'd also be licking my lips if I was him.
Yes, Wizzy.
Yes, certainly you feel that the surface, and even perhaps on this first day, say if it seems it'll spin, this does have some bare patches on it. And also this end that he's bowling to, a little bit more grass on it down to this end. So it's going to be interesting to see if he is able to get movement, and he'll be fancying his chances, I would think, against the left-handed Daniel Bosman. He's got a man out on the deep point boundary for the left-hander.
Done. Yeah, Wizzy.
And a man out at that sort of forward square, not quite at a deep mid-wicket. Short leg, there's a slip, he's quite deep. Very deep, the slip.
Oh!
Good start.
And he's been in nicely behind those 2. He's bowling in good areas. It's Farhan Ahmed.
That's always a good thing for a spinner, is to, as soon as possible when you get onto bowl, is to settle into a good rhythm.
Down. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
just a little bit
yes.
short of that time. Bosman goes back and
Yes,
plays it to
Brizzy.
Fonseca at short leg. So
Yeah, a little
it
bit.
is very much a rhythm thing, isn't it? Spin bowling. It's very much around getting into your work as quickly as you can, making sure that you're hitting the right areas. And
Normally the job of a spinner would be on day one, when you are called upon to bowl, you're there just to keep things tight.
Down.
Because the ball's not taking that much spin on the first day. It's normally seamers in the morning, and then when you bring your spinners on before lunch, they just got to, they go with 2 and over. They'd have done a job in the first. It's the second innings where they really come into play on a deteriorating wicket, where there's foot marks, there's a bit of cracks, and then they really get into their job, because once they get it in the right foot marks, the ball starts to spin, and the ball then can do all sorts of things. But now, with the wicket still firm and hard, their job is just containment.
and going to be looking to Tazim Ali. He hands his cap to umpire Stacey Lackey, and he's going to be bowling his leg breaks now from the northern end of the ground into the wind that's coming across the ground from the southeast.
James, this is the end that bothers me in terms of where the spinners are. I saw those bad patches there down the straight. So this bothers me with a leg spinner bowling, and it's just a matter, I don't know how hard that area has been rolled. When does it deteriorate? So we could be in here for fun and games.
Yes, we could be, and if anybody is going to get it to turn, a leg break bowler with the revs he puts on this ball, could be that he might even find some purchase off the surface on day one. Might be a little bit slower, might not be definitely as much as you will find later on in the piece. But let's have a look and see what he's going to be able to do. England feeling that this is going to be a good line of attack. The Pacers have taken the first 3 wickets, and good work from Alex Wade, particularly who bowled from this end. But now, a testing period before the lunch break for the 2 South African batters.
12 or so minutes to go before lunch. So these two has got a job to make sure that they stay and keep their wickets intact. It's going to be important for South Africa's campaign.
Finding interesting how Hansen sets himself up for the spinners. He really crouches a lot lower. Yes, it's interesting. Saw him in the first Test match as well, when he in the second innings he was sort of leaving the ball, putting his on the back foot, sort of putting his leg, and you saw that when he was defending, I think in the previous over to the paceman, just brings his back foot around when he plays or leaves off the back foot outside the off stump. But this is interesting to see how he's sort of approaching the spinner. He's obviously developed this technique for himself.
That was Fuller. That'll go for 4, won't it?
It does look like it's going to go for 4, and that will be buys. So he tried to sweep, and Thomas Roux behind the wicket just maybe was a little bit unsighted, but didn't manage to take it. So it will be 4 buys, and South Africa will take those runs, whichever way they come. And that was probably the right choice of shot from Hansen, down the leg side. No real turn on offer. It's not going to turn from outside the leg stump on a full toss.
To cut that well left. Just he's a stylish batsman. He's attacking, and right thing to want to do. If it was a little bit wider, he would have gone on the cut then, but just saw that it was probably too close to the body, the ball turning, and did the wise thing. Always a good thing when you see batsmen's got a little bit extra time to play, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very good. And as you say, just the way he set himself up here, he's clearly working. He's worked out his plan to the spin bowlers. He knows that Ali, in the main, is just going to be bowling it reasonably straight, which is that one as well, and he gets really well forward to that and just smothers the spin very well, does Hansen. And they've probably been, I would be thinking that they would have done some work on the analysis. They've got the videos, they've got that to have a look at, being able to understand when Ali is going to be bowling the standard leg break, when he's going to be bowling the googly. He does seem to, from what I've been just observing, is he seems to toss it up a bit more when he bowls the googly. So South Africa would have done some homework on that, having seen him now for the 3 one-day internationals and the first test. So trying to work on their plans, no doubt, to both of these spin bowlers. So it's Bosman again on strike now to Farhan Ahmed.
Seemed to be a little bit of purchase.
Yes, Wizzy, yes, Wizzy.
Yeah, he does get some really good revs on the ball, Farhan Ahmed.
Don't let that hit his pad here, Wiz.
Interesting action that he's got, but I just like the way he sort of sets himself up and comes through the crease.
Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz.
Does have, he's perhaps, I mean, he'll develop it as he gets into his work later in his career as well, as he develops, but he does have that, does pivot around that front foot, perhaps not as much as he might do later on in his career, but he's got the makings of that already. And they've got Sakleen Mushtaq here as their bowling coach, and who better to have there for the England under-19 team.
Beaten. Yeah, that's...
You sure he didn't lift his foot?
Looked like turn and bounce there for Ahmed outside the off stump.
Have a look at this again. Good action, yeah. There was a bit of bounce there as well. A little bit of turn, then the appeal. But really was a good delivery.
Yes, Casey, yes,
Fuller this time. I like the fact that they got Fonseca under the helmet there at that silly mid-off position. Just means that Bosman can't just lunge forward the ball. He's got to just smother the spin like he did there.
No.
He plays that well. Gets his head over the ball. So that plays it under his eyes.
Yes, Wiz. Here we go, Wiz.
Fielded by Ali at short third. This will be a test for Bosman here up until the lunch break. About 8 minutes to go.
Wizzy,
He plays it again. Once again, does well to come forward. It's a good stride in. Head over the ball. He's actually done well in that over. There's a maiden, but he's negotiated it well. Daniel Bosman. He has, say, one of 5 changes to the South African team from the team that played in that first test match. It is Daniel Bosman, Paul James, Bandile Mbata, Sandiso Yeni and Nathan Rousseau. And we just look at the most wickets there. It is Farhan Ahmed with 9 wickets at an economy of 3.2 with that best of 5 for 103, which he took in the second innings of that match in Stellenbosch. Jeremy, no Ray Daniels for South Africa today in this test, which Ali's away. It's very nicely swept by Hansen. Down to, I think that's Moore on the deep. No, it isn't Moore. It's Ben Dawkins down there on the deep backward square boundary. It's a good shot from Hansen. But those, just saying, Reed Daniels feel probably the premier bowler for South Africa. I know they have on with Ngobani Mokoena, who also bowled exceptionally well in that first test.
I think a bit of a rest for the young man, because he's done a heck of a lot of bowling in that test match, Stellenbosch. Remember, these are young, developing youngsters. And I like the feel and the look of Mbata. Impressed me as well in the one-dayers here. And so did Mokoena. So, you know, it's just to make sure that you keep these boys in certain condition, keep them grounded. And it's good that others get opportunities as well.
Yeah.
So you don't just become dependent on one bowler, and if he breaks down. So you also want to keep your bowlers fresh for as long as possible, because you're going to need them around. And these kids are going to still play a lot more cricket.
Yeah, you're right. There was a very heavy workload on the two premier bowlers for South Africa in that test match. And in the first innings, Jeremy, as you say, 25 overs for Raik Daniels, 24.1 I think it was for Ngobani Mokoena. The second innings, Benny Hansen did rely more on his spinners, Rouse and Mason. Oh, I got him! Okay, go for it.
Well. Sorry, James and I have roles here. I'm anchor mainly, he anchors as well. So both in unison set, wicket falling. And that's South Africa now. I'm afraid, James, they're in all sorts of trouble at 61 for 4.
Yeah, Daniel Bosman, he has to go. This is a very good delivery from Ali. It's the standard leg break. Let's have a look at this and see how much purchase he does get on this. Oh no, it's the one that goes straight on with the arm and knocks back the off stump. Just plays down the wrong line. Daniel Bosman, he's playing for the spin and there is no spin. And that is an excellent wicket for England. You have to say, Bosman, 4 of 20 deliveries was, and he has to go, and it is that young man Bandile Mbata that is going to be coming in at number 6 to join his captain Benny Hansen. So South Africa, as you say, all sorts of strife now.
Yeah, he didn't read the line at all.
No.
I mean, let's have a look at this. Now, this is just a straightforward delivery that Ali bowls. He's flighted, and look where he's gone. He's played the wrong line and totally not negated what was there. And had he got more outside line, he would have covered that length. Oh no, Bandile Mbata, he's the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
Just so cumbersome. I like the look and feel of him, but South Africa, oh, I'm afraid this session totally belongs to England here. And South Africa now in all sorts of trouble. We said that they'd have to weather the storm. Still believe it's a good toss to win. Still believe it's the right decision. It's just you lost the wickets of Bulbulia, and they lost the wickets of Van Schalkwyk, who just played a loose shot outside off stump. And then Rolls, he was caught by Vaughan, bowled by Wade, also a bit of a loose stroke. So it's not that there were any demons whatsoever. I think 1 or 2 of the South African batsmen just got themselves out.
Yeah, certainly. Look at those first 2 wickets to fall. You probably would say that the only one that was really out of a very good delivery was Mohamed Bulbulia, who had to play at 1. Mbata now has a job to do with his captain, as we are about 3 minutes before the lunch break. England will be cock-a-hoop, 61 for 4 South Africa. As you said, Jeremy, electing to bat first, and we haven't really seen, particularly from the Pacers, we haven't seen any significant movement through the air, nothing much off the pitch either. And it was just, they were bowling in the right areas and to Rouse and to Van Schalkwyk, and they played into their hands by just going at those balls hard outside the off stump. And now Bosman just playing down the wrong line. South Africa,
One from Taz here, boys.
they're going to need to consolidate and make sure they don't have any further damage in the last over we're going to have before the lunch break.
Well, it's partnerships that are needed now. At least that's what South Africa would need after lunch. And Benny Hansen, the captain, he's still there. He's looking good. But he needs someone to consolidate and stay in with him. England have looked threatening, and they've been threatening.
Oh, here we go.
And Archie Vaughan at the toss with Eugene Molian. He did say that it perhaps wouldn't be such a bad surface to bowl on. South Africa, they don't want to be batting last on this particular pitch. That's probably why they did also decide to bat first.
Oh, who's there?
Get the best of the conditions. They've been rocked back now by England. And now, you say, need to build a partnership. Mbata, Hansen, still batting to come for South Africa. But you just feel the job these two have to do now, very important for South Africa.
That
is important. They can play a massive part. South Africa, and especially Hansen. Someone has to get 100.
Yeah.
It's going to be that sort of day where someone's going to work. The point of the matter is that these kids must just learn to play, to do the right thing. You mustn't always just see demons all the time. You've got to play on any condition. You've got to know what it is. South Africa would have done their homework.
Oh.
They went about their business quite admirably this morning. We know that Bulbulia plays a massive part in how they stabilise their innings. But now, when that situation arises that he gets himself out, he got to a good 30 and then had to depart, unfortunately. But now it's up to the rest of this batting order. Still feel South Africa can get, if they bat properly, they can get to a good score.
Yes, you do feel on this surface, as you say, get yourself in. And now the ball is getting that little bit older. Just get yourself in 25 overs. We'll have had in the morning session. We've seen off the new ball. Spinners are on now, operating. Maybe a burst from a paceman after lunch. The last ball now before lunch.
Absorbing the pressure. Now you've got to sustain, absorb. Well, South Africa now, 61 for 4, and off they trotter to lunch, and England will be in the happier position of the two.
Most certainly they will, as the end of the first 2 hours, the first session of this second test between South Africa under-19 and England under-19 comes to an end. It is 61 for 4. Stand out for England, Alexander Wade, 2 for 18. Tazim Ali just getting the 1 wicket before the break. Eddie Jack, the first wicket to fall for South Africa. Mohamed Bulbulia again batting well, but unfortunately he's getting a good delivery from Alex Wade. And so we'll be joining you in about 40 minutes time for the second session of this game. And will be South Africa at 61 for 4 coming out to bat after the lunch break with Benny Hansen and Bandila Mbata. From us for the moment, it's goodbye.
It is Newlands, but it's the Wally Wilson Oval at the Western Province Cricket Club down here at Newlands, Rondebosch. Right, it's been an exciting day, and first of all, let's get through the commercial call of it. Sazonke Tourists and event calling all schools and sports clubs. Are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sazonke Tourism and Event Services brings you unforgettable school tours to Southern Africa. Picture this: rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. We'll handle everything: accommodation, your transport, the custom itineraries, so you can all just focus on your sport. So visit www.sezonketours.com and let Southern Africa be your team's next big adventure. There we go, Sazonke. That is the host sponsor of this broadcast, brought to you proudly by Pitch Vision.
I'm glad they didn't say the off-the-field stuff that they could put together for you as well. I'm sure all of that is included, Jeremy.
Where are you going to with this?
No, just about the golf. We just had a good conversation about golf.
Okay.
Spit rides and all those type of things. Who knows what they can put together for you?
Well, that's got to happen, doesn't it? When you're on a tour, there's got to be a
There's
got to be a South African braaivleis. If you're not going to have a South African braaivleis, then it's not normal. Well, it's back to the braaivleis. Here, it's been a daunting morning for South Africa as Ali now continues to Hansen, not, I beg your pardon, Mbata. I really liked what I saw in the one day about this youngster. Hopefully, South Africa now needs a partnership that is going to be of quite of utmost importance. They can't lose a wicket now in the next hour. They got to knuckle down and make sure they get themselves out of this little bit of a hole they're in at the moment at 61 for 4.
Well, we knew when the toss was made that first session was going to be very, very important, and so it proved. England have bagged 4 wickets. South Africa moved to 61. If it was 61 for 2, we would say, okay, even Stevens. 4 down, just tilted the scales here to England a little bit. It's through him again. It's gone through him again, and that has gone for runs, as indicated by umpire Stacey Lakay. And this is the end that you said, Jeremy. That's going to be the business end if you're a spinner.
Yeah, indeed I did.
Oh, what's just going on? Might have been the googly and the peel as an afterthought. Very deep in the crease. And this is something that was noticed, especially when you stand sideways or side on, that the South African batters, their mode is to go very deep in the crease. Maybe that way try and play the ball as late as possible.
Yeah, that would be a tactic which, but you got to try and neutralize the spin here. It's going to be very, very important. It's not that it's been spinning much. I mean, it's day one. As I said, normally spinners are brought on for containment, but this is the end that we stood on earlier, and we saw that cracks there, and it just looked ominous to me. So I think all the trouble in terms of batsmen is going to happen from this end bowling towards the Simonstown end, from Cape Town down to Simonstown. I know we call it the northern end and the southern end, but just to give you an idea, if you know Cape Town, can't call it the Calvin Grove end. So I can call it the Cape Town end, and I can call that side the Wynberg end, because Wynberg is in that direction.
Just stick to the normal train stations, the train stops. You'll be good to go.
Yes, yeah, we're good to go.
But the difference is things are happening a little bit quicker for the spinners because of the pace of the surface here. It's a little bit quicker than what it was at Stellenbosch. We made mention about that as well before. So the spinners are going to like that as well, so they can sort of vary their pace, and it's going to be the seam. And it's Harry Moore, and he was very, very dangerous. He was asking a lot of questions. The tall man running in there from the so-called Wynberg end, as you said it, you've dubbed it, and he keeps asking the questions. But a lot's going to depend on this man, Benny Hansen, the captain, winning the toss. He said, we'll have a bat.
Yeah, because I know probably the ends have names here. But for people who are listening around the country, around the world, and have been to Newlands, know the Wynberg Inn, and they know the Calvin Grove, so you can call that the Cape Town Inn.
Yeah.
So he's steaming in from the Wynberg Inn now again, and good delivery, well played by Hansen. He looks nice and compact, eh? Handsome. I'm impressed, and he has some lost shots. He's got good hands through the ball.
Well, what hockey player doesn't? I mean, John Rhodes had good hands. He played hockey. There's a number of them as well. But yeah, he definitely has shaped up well. Elevated to that number 4 position. Of course, the likes of Lachadin's not playing, so Rolls moves up 1.
Yeah, with the 4 spinners, I just wanted to ask you. Whoa, that one! Whoa, that was a delivery. Indeed. Just that one spat like a cobra. My goodness.
Well, they say get your hands nice and high. The higher the hands got, the ball seemed to follow it.
Yeah.
Just got to watch that, Benny Hansen, and that. We did see this sort of steepling bounce running from the Wynberg end here. Very excited in the slip cordon.
Now, the question I wanted to ask you, we're talking, I know Lachadi not playing, we've all discussed that he does have a problem outside that off stump, that booming drives that he likes to play, and he's really got to tighten up on that defense of his game. He's good square of the wicket, he likes to cut, he likes to, work it around. But if he really wants to make it to the other level, he needs to work on a few technical problems that he has. So that's one. Now, him not playing today, 4 spinners picked for South Africa. Would you reckon they're batsmen short, or would you say the team is well balanced?
Well, I'll come to that, as Benny Hansen looks like he's doing a bit of gardening there. I don't know what is stuck in there. Maybe it's a spike that got stuck, and he's trying to get it out. Umpire shares, he just goes over.
Well, I hope someone didn't bury a spike there last night.
Well, I don't know if it is a spike now, because it just looks like they're just prodding it down. Well, you don't want to give bowlers another target to be aiming at, I tell you. Well, coming back to your question there, you got Mbata here. He's coming in at 6. Next man in will probably be Chad Mason. And he showed that he's very much capable with the bat. Then you have, let's just go back to the sheet here. You'll have the likes of McQuena as well. He's going to come in at 9. You got Paul James, apologies, that's the one I'm missing. He's probably going to come in next. So he's going to come in at 7. Then you got Chad Mason, and then you got McQuena. Are their batters short? They shouldn't be. With the likes of McQuena coming in at 9.
Okay.
I would say.
So you're happy with this balance?
I'm happy with the balance.
Okay.
I'm very happy with the balance. And the reason why I say that, you're covering your bases of your seamers, as Paul James can also come in and bowl seamers for you. And then you're covering, every little bit of, if there's any turn, you've got 4 spinners to turn to. So I think South Africa has gone that route in looking at the spin options more.
Nicely stopped there in the slip cordon. Yeah, no, I'm glad I got that answer for you, because that's the last thing you want covered, especially in a test match. Yeah, you want your bases covered with your spin department, and as you said, there are 4 spinners here.
The other thing is, you've seen a lot more cricket that comes from the commentary box, and how often don't we see that sometimes you put too many batters in, and then it's almost like, over to you. The batters need to learn to take responsibility as well and say, listen, I'm in there to do a job. That's why I'm picked. That's what I'm here for. And you can't just say, okay, we're going to turn to the likes of McQueen or Yanni.
Well, we've had the odd ball that was spitting, the odd ball that kept low, but by and large this morning, it hasn't been, how can I say, that full of demons that it should be worrying. It's more a case of batsmen that need to adapt, and you play the conditions then.
It's day one. It's day one of a 4-day. You know the ball's going to move around. You know there's going to be slip cordon waiting for you as well. You also need a little bit of fortune to go your way. However, where you get into trouble as batters is to say, listen, we've got a lot. And then you sort of lose that ounce of responsibility. And I think from that point of view, these youngsters will learn that once you're in and you get a start. Babulia, he got a start, but he got a good delivery, gone for 32. Hansen, he's got a start as well, 18. Other men coming in here. Other men still waiting. James, Chad Mason. They've got a job to do.
Nicely played again, but well fielded. South Africa are just not getting the ball through the gaps that they want to. But it's now a matter of just time of survival, trying to get yourself in, saying to yourself, listen, you've got to bat for long periods.
Yeah, if the tide's against you, the tide's against you. Just got to ride it at times.
No, we spoke earlier. I spoke about it with, I think, you or James, about absorbing pressure.
Yeah.
Got to absorb pressure. Saying, right, this is, these guys are bowling well. There's nothing wrong for half an hour or 40 minutes to just respect the bowler. At the end of the day, they do get tired, and you're going to get a loose delivery that you can dispatch to the boundary or take runs. Look for singles, look to rotate the strike, look to run hard. It doesn't have to be every ball's got to go to the boundary.
Well,
and if you do absorb the pressure for times, and I'm sure that's what they be discussed in their team meetings, that there are times that it's going to go tough. Nobody said life's easy.
no. Well, we do know of a certain gentleman that has joined us here that loves this format, maybe more than you. He doesn't like the big bash and the T20 hustle and bustle. He loves the red format where bowlers got to work each other out. He's never bowled a bad ball in his life, that guy, he tells me. Spoke quick though, I'm led to believe. Maybe you've seen more of him.
Yeah, I've seen him when he started playing in his career.
Has he calmed down now?
I think so. He seems to be very relaxed sitting here next to James King. But he was fiery when he was younger. Yeah, he still had a mallet. I remember. Do you know that his first game for Western Province, I got a lift from him from Wynberg. I was at school at St. Augustine's and they played at Alphendale against Transvaal and he gave me a lift from Wynberg.
Really?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And I went to watch them play. I played for Victoria. I played under 13 for Victoria. You know, my coach was there at Victoria. He's not with us anymore. But Mr. Winty Engeldu, he coached me. My first cricket coach ever was at cricket. So yeah. And Vincent played a long time for Victoria.
The mullet, we used to call it the mullet and the broom. The moustache was the broom and the mullet was at the back. And look at him now, short back and sides. Who would have thought?
Well, he's older now. I mean, goodness, he's a senior citizen of this country.
Well, he's still very involved and good to have Vinny come and watch the next best. I mean, this is what you want. I mean, he's seen it all, and so there's plenty around as well, Jeremy, that have been there and been involved with the system and knows what it will take to get the next crop up to Protea level.
Yeah, it's called passion too. You know, the game has given us so much, and the nice thing is to give back to what you've received. And cricket has been good, I think, to a lot of us. I mean, especially to me, I can't complain. It's been a long, illustrious and wonderful
100%.
surgeon as far as I'm concerned in cricket, and I still love the game. And I just love watching these youngsters and seeing how they're battling it through, grinding it through. Because I know in the next 4 to 5 years, some of them will be in the national team and they'll be superstars. That's the beauty. They'll be superstars.
Well, Jeremy, it's been a sort of slow start after lunch. We saw Benny Hansen do a little bit of gardening. Now we're going to see the groundsman come on, and now Moore, he's not happy with his footing shares. He says, listen, can you do some belting on here, please? He's got the old mallet out. It's almost like somebody came at lunchtime and did something to the pitch.
Well, I just hope it holds. That's my concern, that it's going to hold for the 4 days. If these are the after lunch on day one, you're seeing foot marks for the bowlers. He's on the other end now where Benny Hansen earlier spoke about. So that needs to be filled up.
Well, they're looking like they're pulling something out of there.
The nail gone in there? Sasonke Tourism and Event Services. Your destination management specialists. They are the broadcast sponsors for this tournament. They've been for this series as well. I'm just also going to read you a message regarding Sasonke and what they mean to cricket. And
While you're doing that, I've never seen this before, where you get the old mallet out and you're sort of belting it on a length.
yeah, so we're calling all school sports clubs, and you're ready for the ultimate sports adventure. Hire Sasonke and they'll take complete control. Picture this: rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. Wonderful. Cool. So we'll handle everything: accommodation, transport and custom itineraries, so you can focus on the sport. So you can go to www.sazonketours.com and let Southern Africa be your team's next big adventure. Here we go. Mwah. That will go for 4. Nicely ridden off the bounce by Hansen, and he kept it on the carpet.
That was nicely played. Good bounce again. It's there again for all to see. But he got his hands nice and high and just guided this pass. The man at gully. He had no price, and once it beats them, it's gone for 4. Probably the moisture in the outfield is also gone, dissipated. So the ball will run a little bit quicker to the boundary. The other worrying aspect for me is this over rate. I know Benny Hansen got hit, and they've been doing a bit of gardening on the pitch as well.
I think they've got enough spinners in the England team to actually make up the time, so not too concerned about that. These youngsters, they do tend to bowl a lot of overs, and they can bowl them quickly too if they have to. I'm sure the umpires will have a word, and then normally the match referee, who is Cliffy Isaacs, would sit there, and for every bit of time, because you've got to be fair in your match referee, to make sure that the time that actually play stopped
It's recorded, yeah?
is recorded. So if 3 minutes is taken up, it gets given back to the fielding side, which is important. And they make sure that they make up the time in that regard. Oh, it's a nasty one. There we go.
That was a much better, shorter delivery.
Fire in Babylon.
That's what it is.
Yeah, the great West Indians of the 80s. Roberts, Holding, Marshall,
Ooh. Not
Garner, Joel. Oh, what a team that was. My goodness. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Benny Hansen. Got the treatment it deserved.
The width was on offer. And again, you can see the hands of the man going through the ball there. Beautifully put away. Oh.
Like poetry in motion, this. I love this. Short delivery. Gave him a snorter of a delivery, which he had to duck under. And then suddenly he just gets one where you can free the arms and gracefully caress it on this luscious green turf here at the Wally Wilson Oval. Oh, beautiful to watch.
You mentioned about that team. Well, I mean, what would have been like facing Whispering Death? Seeing him, he probably would have been running in from the boundary here where this boundary rope is, but he was something to behold, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, we've worked many years with him as a broadcaster, Super Sport. Long, lanky man, and the stories that that one could listen to late into the night in terms of their team and what they went through.
Well, who was the English captain that sort of said something in the...
Tony Gregg said, yeah, Tony Gregg was the one said, we're going to make them grovel. And grovel England did indeed with that battery of pace.
Why would you do that?
It was
Just poke the bear.
Yeah, you poked the bear. Awaken the devil. You know, we talk about politics and cricket and all that, and you know, every country in the world has its politics, and I'm always a believer it's how you manage your politics. So the West Indian country had the wonderful thing is that the different islands and where guys were selected and where they came from was very important to them. Because if you remember the one test match that we went to play there in Barbados, they didn't pick, what was his name? Keith?
Yeah, it was.
Arthurton.
Arthurton.
Yes, Arthurton.
And the ground was empty for 4 or 5 days. No one came to watch. So that just showed. And even prior to that, it was Clive Lloyd who managed to get all those different islanders working in one direction. And then he got a fitness coach, which was there for many, many years. I don't know, can't remember his name anymore. I don't know if it was Barker or somebody. They got the fitness guy. He got that West Indies team fit. Because after what happened to them in Australia and Lilly and Thompson just bouncing the living daylights out of them, they got hammered in Australia, and afterwards it was no more, we're going to take this, and got them extremely fit. And then he had this quartet of quick bowlers. And for 80s, 90s, and always part of 2000, for almost 3 decades, they with that brutal force and that togetherness. Now you just get the sense where West Indies cricket is now, it's struggling, it's battling. There's not that same type of unity that there was. Yeah, and that to me is part of the problem. I think that they're not up there in world cricket, and it's important to get them back there because the world needs them.
Well, the type of brand that they're playing. I mean, that's where the term calypso cricket comes from. It's always good seeing them. I always remember when we were reinstated into international cricket and we heard that tours and West Indies were going to come here. There was a tri-series, I think, with Pakistani as well. And as a youngster going to Newlands, I always thought the grounds would be far too small for these West Indian blokes as they come in and bash the ball to all parts. They really had a great following. Just like you, Jeremy. I mean, you bring the crowds in. Maybe more so than people realize, eh? And I certainly enjoy listening to you.
Thank you very much.
Better now than when it was on the same field as you. Beats the edge once again.
Yeah, I'm never gonna live that down, eh? Suppose it will go with me to the grave.
But I'll have
that you have a go every time when you were a youngster playing, and I told you what to do on the cricket field. And but I had to be hard and firm.
No, but I mean, it was very enjoyable. I mean, the team coming in at the dressing room and just having a chat at the end of day's play. That's what you wanted. It wasn't just about, yeah, get your bags and time to go home.
Yeah.
And I think that's part and parcel. I think that where cricket has also changed with some of the club cricketers around, and you don't get that anymore or as much.
No, you're right. You're right. We just try and give, and the important thing is that one's just got to give back to the game what you get out of the game.
He's the fitness guy.
Yes, that's the name of the guy. Thank you. Ever was it Liabona? Thank you. Yeah, reminding me. I remember it was the guy Dennis Waite. He was a mean man. He made those West Indians so fit. My goodness, they were like racing horses. You could have sent them to Dubai or brought them here to run in the Met. That's how fit they were. Wow, athletes personified. My goodness.
Glad Ezra's not here to hear that Met comment, Nate, from you. Oh, that one kept low.
Ezra wasn't fitness personified. That's for sure.
Oh my word.
He's not here, so I can have a go.
He's not here, folks.
Is he coming tomorrow?
Oh dear. Oh, Ez, I do apologize. I'll fill you in what the rhino said about you.
Yeah, you can't wait, eh?
Oh, every little chance to push you under the bus. Oh no.
Well, even James is throwing his 2 cents worth. He says just record it at the Fox. Nicely tucked again. Another single.
Well, let's look at this game here from an England perspective. Just briefly here, Rhino, they've got a good start there. They've got the 4 wickets in that first session, and what we see here is a little bit maybe searching for that fifth wicket, because it's come, let's say, reasonably easy for them. And now we can see them searching, and maybe they should just go back to their patience. And that's a word he used countless times as well in that first test.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the situation, I'm still saying that South Africa should have only been 2 wickets down. It happened. I thought they lost 2 wickets too many.
Yeah.
I thought the 2 of the 4 that fell could have been avoided by just leaving the ball. I'd say Bulbulia got a good nut. He followed it, he got out. Oh my goodness. Wide outside off stump, and he has another poke at it, and South Africa lose their 5th as Mbata departs for 4.
Is that another ball that could have been left, Jeremy? Just as you said,
Yeah, commentator's curse, isn't it?
we just came back after lunch. You're allowed to just let the ball go. And Moore says, oh, I do have the patience. I'll just throw this outside that off stump, back of a length. And these Englishmen, they don't drop much. And this one was safely pouched. I mean, look how wide this ball was from Harry Moore. And he's got reward finally.
Should have just left it. I mean, there was no position to even play that ball. It was always going to go away from the body. And when you're making space to play away from the body, there's no power behind the ball. It can never be. When you're moving towards the ball, that is where all the weight gets transferred and the power behind. But when you're playing away from the body, you're bound to get the outside edge.
And there's a tendency that the ball will go in the air, just like it did there. Well, the two men from Wynberg. Paul James, Benjamin Hansen. South Africa under 19 need the 2 of you to stay there and get a big partnership.
Yeah, heroics is needed now from these 2. They'll know each other. They would play together in the Wynberg first team. And if ever they need to make Wynberg boys high proud, cometh the man, cometh the hour today.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. I believe somebody was listening to you, Mr. Fredericks. The man we thought might be doing some throwdowns, he wasn't doing any throwdowns.
Yeah, he sent the message. He was watching. Well. I don't know why he's watching. Is it supposed to work?
That's why I said throwdowns. Should be throwdowns there.
Throwdowns with the one hand and the earphone in the other. Hello, Ezra. Hope you're having a good day, mate.
Not sure the tactics here now. Now then, Paul James, he's another one that is an attacking player normally. This was that final wicket of Bandile and Bata. And when I watch that back foot here, Jeremy, does that back foot move across? That back foot stays where it is. And if he could have just got that back foot to get more in line with where that delivery was, he would have played more with a straighter bat rather than that oblique bat that got the edge there. And that is one issue that I do pick up from Bata, especially also to the spinner. That reluctance to, if he does recognize a short, that back foot doesn't seem to move again. So give yourself a chance. It could just be an inch or 2, and that's all you need to allow you to get into a good position. England well and truly on top.
Hello.
New man on strike. How will he play this? He loves to sweep, but they brought the man up, so they're encouraging him to do that.
I don't know what's going on. After that message from Ezra, it just seems as if my throat has gone into spasms.
I hope it's just that's just okay. Hope it's not Ezra trying to tell
To
you to
pull-
get off air.
To pull a guru on me. Well, we'll get to that story later when Eugene and I are back on again. Because, I'll probably have to depart after this over to give place for the fox. But we'll speak about the guru because we can speak about the guru at length.
A man that was always present. Oh, hard hands.
Yeah.
Hard hands from young Paul James. Jeremy, this game is moving forward at an alarming rate. 75 for 5.
Rapidly forward. It's better. Getting a big lunge forward. Short lack in position. There's a slip in. Been attacking.
Just got to watch that back foot, Ali. He's very close to that return crease here. And you're not allowed to touch that line whatsoever.
And there we go again. The wind has just picked up the southeaster. And everything's moving with the southeaster. Yeah, there we've got it. 75 for 5. Hansen on 28, not out. He's fighting along. James is still to open his account. And James King will join Eugene Molian now for the next half an hour.
Thanks to Jeremy Fredericks once again. Always good to have him with the stories. And it's not just stories, it's sort of experiences as well along the way. It's good to have him and his insight. Always passionate about the game. More so this format than any other. Just like Vincent Barnes, and the Cape Fox has slithered. Crawled his way back into the seat here.
Oh, and that's just in time to see that lovely shot from Benny Hansen out into the offside.
Well, work to be done here, Cape Fox. Work to be done.
A lot of work to be done. And you were saying the two Weinberg Boys High pupils, or former pupils, that are at the crease, need to do something here for the South African under-19 team. 77 for 5. Eugene, it hasn't been the best of batting performances from South Africa.
Well, I'm with the Rhino on this one, and I'm sure I'm with you as well. Maybe 3 of those wickets, you could say, probably shouldn't have played it. Just give yourself a chance. But they would say maybe it's the execution that wasn't great. However, let's put them in a little bit of a hole here, South African under-19s, after winning the toss and without hesitation saying they're going to have a bat. And England wasn't sure what they were going to do.
Yeah.
And they were happy to bowl.
And you can understand why. I mean, the surface, when we looked at it earlier on, you would have said there's definitely going to be something in it for the bowlers early on. Got to exploit the conditions, as we know we normally have to do here in the Cape. And they certainly have done well at that, but aided by some injudicious shot making.
Sorry, what's that word again?
Injudicious.
Oh, the fox. Another word I'm adding to the foxulator, I'm going to call it, where you just come up with names or words and I'm filling it in, and then I'm going to put it down and get the definition of it.
There we go.
Paucity was the other one.
Paucity, yes. There was a paucity of runs that we had on offer in the other day when we were commentating together. And that could be perhaps not the word you'd use, or certainly use it when you're looking at a faster scoring game.
Well, there's certainly a paucity of runs here because they're not coming.
They're not, no.
It's just wickets here.
Yes, it is just wickets, and those are flowing for England at the moment. 5 wickets that they have of this South African batting lineup, and it has been just the 2 batters.
Well, a lot going to depend on Benny Hansen here. Paul James, he's got to just be there. There's still a lot of left in the day. A whole host of overs still left in the day.
And I'm saying, just has been the two batters, Hansen and Bulbulia. In fact, the only two that have got into double figures for South Africa so far.
Well, looks like if you get to double figures, you get into the 30s.
Yes.
Then once you're into 30s, you need to just knuckle it down and get to 40.
There's a paucity of rhinos in the wild.
Yes, that is certainly the case. There is certainly a paucity of rhinos in the wild, that is for sure. And there is no paucity of Cape foxes, though, in the wild, as far as we know. Not an endangered species. No. Oh, it's beautifully played. Just lent on that. It didn't hit it too hard, which was, I think, the key. Paul James, he's off the mark with that brace.
Well, I'm left with the wildlife here, folks. I'm outnumbered, so I do apologize about that.
But there's two that are endemic to South Africa. And
well, you seem to be endemic in England as well, seeing that where your foxes are lying there, Cape Fox.
Plenty of foxes in England, but that's a different type of fox.
Yes.
Most certainly. And regarded by quite a few as being sometimes a bit of a pest, in fact, but we won't worry about that at the moment. So,
This is actually the commentary area. Okay.
yeah, so the spin of Tazimali to continue. He's got the 1 wicket so far. It's been very economical. Just 8 off his 6 overs.
Once you get a leg spin and his tail is up and he gets confidence, that's when he is probably at his best. I just want to stay away, as I said in the previous over, away from that return crease line there. His back foot is very close to it.
So we're seeing Hansen, that crouching style is bad, and that's shorter this time, played nicely into the leg side.
Yeah, notice that. It's like a crouching tiger.
He is like a crouching tiger, yeah. I think what the other words were for that is crouching tiger and something dragon. I can't quite remember. But anyway,
Let's just before my time.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to you and
crouching tiger. I think
the rhino.
something to do with Bruce Lee or something.
That I can tell you.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
Anyway. Yeah. So look, I think this is about the first time Paul James is going to have a bit of a look at Tazimali.
I had one the previous over.
Okay.
I thought he was going to sweep. They brought the sweeper up on the leg side. Bowls it very quick. Now, he probably needed to do that at Stellenbosch.
Yeah.
Here on this surface, he probably needs to take some of the pace a little bit off it to allow it to do what it needs to do, and in this case, turn.
Yeah, the surface looks like it's one that is going to grip and going to grip more and more as the game goes on. And what's good here from England is they are attacking.
Oh, why not?
And they
5
should be
wickets
attacking.
down.
Yeah. But you didn't see enough of this, I didn't think, at Stellenbosch necessarily from England. And they've clearly learnt from that situation and from that test when they didn't get over the line. Just didn't get over the line.
Wickets is a funny thing, James.
Yeah.
Wickets is a funny thing. It gives you all sorts of confidence. All of a sudden, you see a different picture out there. You see a different game. You apply different pressure. I mean, we saw young Jack in the one-day game, and after bowling 2 overs and running around in the heat there, he pulled up with cramp. Not here today. Well, that is hit hard by Paul James, and that will go to the boundary. Recognize it, and then he puts it away smartly. Good batting.
Yeah, I think he picked length early there on that one and was able to get into position. Even if he's playing potentially, he actually is playing with the spin. That looked like it might have been the googly from Tazim Ali.
You're looking at the googling. I'm looking at his back foot there. And it is a difficult one for the umpires because they will be obviously looking at the front line, the crease line, the popping crease.
Now that one, he does come different angle. He came a lot closer to the stumps with that delivery. But as you say, it is difficult for an umpire at the back foot no ball. And certainly with technology these days at the senior level or highest level, when you have got the television and you have got the DRS system, a third umpire, it's so much easier for the umpires.
There's a few bowlers on the circuit, international and domestic here. They would have loved the old no ball rule. You just got to get your back foot behind where the line is, where the stumps are, and not worried about the front foot.
Yes.
I think umpires probably enjoyed that as well because it was the back foot that landed first. And then the laws obviously get changed because, I mean, how many times you've seen men stepping over the mark? I mean, I think they should bring the free hit in at test match, shouldn't they?
Well, that is something that they may well be thinking of. A lot of people have, from a traditionalist point of view, would turn in their graves, I think.
Yeah, but that's me as well. I think we just stick the game to its purest form. And that is why I love this format as Alexander Wade comes back in the attack. Change of ends. He's bowling now from the Rhino Weinberg end here.
Ooh. My goodness, that was a very good Yorker. And Benny Hansen's buried the ball in the pitch. Oh, so it's...
Don't see that delivery even that often in cricket now. I mean, we spoke about it last night in the game that we did and covered. Where the youngsters just came in and bowled a Yorker straight up with a brand spanking new ball. It was so...
But isn't he? Searching to go fuller. He's looking... I don't think there's any movement necessarily on offer for him.
Well, I'm going to put something out there now, James King. Would you say when he was bowling from our end here, the northern end, and he was running in, would that be uphill?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it would be uphill.
So
from
now
here.
with him coming on the other end, it's coming downhill, and sometimes you can just miss your length that way. Because it's a different feel. And now he's just trying to find that feel back again. So maybe because it's sloping a little bit downwards, he's got the wind on his back. So all those things now he's got to sort of make adjustments for. Oh. He's made some adjustment there.
Yes, but that's a snorter, that one. It's just almost off the length. We saw that from, I think it was Jack earlier on when he was bowling on this end. That just, it's a certain patch on the wicket that it just leaps up off a length.
Yeah. On that occasion, I think that one was a lot shorter. The ones that Jack and even Harry Moore got was a lot fuller, and then it was steepling bounce.
Yeah.
I mean, you must see the size of these boys. I mean, I looked up to Harry Moore.
Yeah.
Like literally looked up to him. I think Jack, I can also do that, but I don't want him to be running at me with a rugby ball.
No, certainly, and he's not the only one in this England team. Alex Green as well, big young lad, only 17 years old, but certainly strong young men. It's a fast bowling stakes for England in this under-19 team are very good. They really do have some strong, tall young men. Hit the deck quite hard. Alexander Wade, he's a different prospect.
There's bat there.
Yeah, heard two noises there. That's why it wasn't even more concerted appeal, you feel?
Well, over comes to an end. 35 gone. 86 for 5. What sort of total? I know we're 5 down. I mean, Ryan and myself are sort of looking at 250 without even talking about how quickly or how slowly they're going to get there. It's all about getting a decent total on the board in your first innings.
Yeah.
That is important. And how they're going to get there, they've got some way to go.
And I think it's going to be now around setting themselves small targets. Just keep going, make sure that they are keeping, if they can, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Keep trying to go at 2 or 3 and over. And just So look at it after.
That's good running.
Yeah, it is very
That's
good running.
But both these men, and in fact I say both these men, I think all of South Africa's men that has faced up to spinners has been very deep in their crease.
Yeah.
It's almost like their front foot has just been on the popping crease, and maybe that is a plan for them. As I spoke to Ryan about, they want to try and give them more time to read the turn of the surface and more time to play at it. Let's see where young James goes. He's not really a bit crease a lot.
But he has got that, it's more like his front foot is actually on the popping crease, so he is standing a little bit deeper in his crease. He's got a much narrower stance than Hansen.
That's not difficult.
No, it's not difficult.
No, not a convincing appeal.
No.
And that's saying much, because England do know how to appeal. Nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
Also say that you're allowed to appeal.
But they did get the choir going, didn't they, in the last Test match?
Oh, that last what?
Yeah.
15 or so minutes.
Yeah.
How exciting was that?
Yeah, it's nicely played there by Paul James. Doesn't get any reward. It's Ben Dawkins at mid-wicket. Quicker, shorter, played well. Back foot. So yes, they'll be setting small targets for themselves, won't they? They'll be looking at it. Drinks now. Yeah.
Got to get
to drinks. That's the next target.
And then after that, just take it every 5 overs.
Yeah.
Until you work your way up to the tea break. And it's important to know where you are. Because I think, as Ryan alluded to, because of that over, right, they're going to try and bowl as many overs with spin. So they'll rotate the seamers for a few more overs.
Yeah, just to see if maybe Wade can get back into the work that he did so well earlier on in the piece. And
those two men sitting there, they've been with us throughout. And I ran into them yesterday at a place called Henny's in Paarl.
Oh, okay.
Where they had their breakfast. And
very nice.
They were alluded to how nice it was to sit in watching the main road on a Sunday morning in Paarl. And then they ventured out to Newlands to watch the SA20 yesterday. They enjoyed every moment of it.
And
they come from a town up north, from Yorkshire.
Yes.
Where there's a different breed up there.
Yeah,
they are
very
tough.
Definitely a different breed. They are tough. They are. There we go. Yeah. Truman. Yeah. Jeffrey Boycott. Freddie Truman. And more lately also Archie Vaughan's dad, Michael Vaughan.
Well, nobody holds back like. He doesn't hold back.
No, he doesn't hold back,
Boycott.
Michael Vaughan.
Oh, Boycott either.
No, he didn't hold back. No, they don't. As you say, they breed them tough up there.
Well, that is absolutely smoked. He went up and over. And it's 1 bounce for.
Yeah, very good from Benjamin Hansen. 37 now, the captain. Of 69 deliveries. And so much depends on his young shoulders here for the SA Under-19 team.
I'm just glad nobody told the English team that in Cape Town you actually have to walk left arm around the ground. Stellenbosch you walk right this way. Cape Town you have to walk anti-clockwise. We will let them know after day 4 if we get there.
We'll certainly have to let them know. It's not quite like having a situation where the water goes clockwise in the northern hemisphere down the plug and anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Correct.
Supposedly.
Again, double sound there, as our monitor seemed to have sort of just given up on us a little bit.
Oh, back again. Yeah. Yes. So you were saying those 2 gentlemen there. It's lovely to come out here as a cricket tourist.
Last time they took Last time they stayed in Stellenbosch, they stayed in a B&B, and they took the patio,
That's right.
the patio softies with them.
Yeah, and had
Just parked
those.
them out and
they-
said, listen, we're going to park on this here.
Yeah.
They were listening to the commentary.
And they were lounging on the stands there at Stellenbosch.
I tell you what, they were quick to phone MCC, I tell you. The numbers on quick dial there.
They were. They had us all. We were searching for the record books, googling a bit crazily, and they just made a phone call.
Listen, you got to know. When you know, you got to know.
It's not what you know; it's who you know.
No, they know plenty.
Yeah.
Plenty. I had a nice chat with him, and he said that the gentleman there, I think he was sitting to the right of the screen, and he was telling me about cricket in America.
Okay.
And he referred to Dallas.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good running between these two. And he alluded to how many cricket teams.
Yeah.
Teams.
Yes.
Not clubs per se. Teams there were in Dallas alone. What do you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it depends on anyone thinking of how many people of the Indian diaspora in Dallas. About 200-300, something around there.
247.
Well, there we go. That's very good. I guess
was
it would be a high number.
Absolutely amazed.
Yeah, that's
I went
fantastic.
10. And he says, I think he mentioned another town, and that was even higher.
Right.
It just shows that there are cricket blossoming over there in the States.
Well, it's really good to see. I mean, the Major League cricket that's there, and the previous T20 World Cup was also played in the USA as well as in the Caribbean. And so, yes, so cricket is starting to become more of a recognized sport in America.
Well, the United States of America, the under-19 team, not so long ago won the Cricket South Africa Cubs Week.
Yeah.
Beating the team from Superstars here from Western Province, Boland and Southwestern districts. And I must say they beat them quite convincingly. Some really good spinners there that we saw. Good batters as well.
And very impressed with the USA under-19 women's team. They were out here prior to the World Cup, played 3 warm-up games against South Africa. And the opening batter there, Disha Dingra, very good opening batter, did very well in the one game, and which they actually defeated South Africa and did well in the World Cup as well. Had some good results in that World Cup.
The game is growing, Jeremy.
It is.
The game is growing. What needs to grow here is the score for South Africa under 19s.
So
Crouching Tiger, back at it.
I
think he hit that 3 times.
I think he did. It looked like it. He hit it down onto his pad and hit it back up and seemed to hit his bat again. I'm not quite sure. Just thankfully not playing it onto the stumps. But yeah, it did. Oh, came off the pads of Thomas Rue, the wicket keeper.
Oh, was it pad first? Was it pad first?
Oof. Certainly seemed to come off the bat as well, didn't it?
Well, that's
Eugene?
why I asked the question.
Yeah.
And they are still there.
And
that is the type of appeal that England can sort of conjure up. But the only thing we need to look, did it wrap the pad first?
Yeah. In the opinion of umpire Stacey Lackey, that was not out. And that is the decision that stands. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for Benny Hansen. No, we would have probably had then, it would have been probably TV umpire to director. See, this one though, the delivery afterward just spat up. That's the one that we looked at there, and that, It could have gone either way, you feel?
I think the only question there is, was it bat first?
Yeah, I think
That
so.
is the only thing. That's why I said immediately when I saw the appeal, I said, was it bat first or was it bat first? That's the only thing
Yeah.
that saved Benny Hansen one fields.
So the umpire has the best view of that from 20 yards away.
Oh, there we go. Now then,
That-
pressure, pressure, pressure.
Uh,
Few dot balls, a leg spinner with his tail up for sure.
yes, he certainly does have that at the moment. He's making that ball talk is Tazim Ali. South Africa doing well to stay in the contest at the moment, highly dependent on their captain Benny Hansen.
Yeah, maybe not straightening enough for umpire Stacey Lakay, that last appeal there. And I think England knew that as well, just going by the appeal. I'm going with that again.
Yeah,
Not as ferocious or vigorous
Yes.
as the others.
yeah, certainly the last delivery, the last appeal, not as much chance of success as the previous one. And Wade to continue in his second spell. So it's the two slips and the gully still in place, and you can understand why. Paul James just the 6 of 25 deliveries.
You're trying to tell me if you were on the field, you'll take those slips away.
No,
James
I
Keane.
wouldn't do that.
I mean,
Not at all.
They are there. They might, as Jeremy loves to say, just take your tent, just
Yep.
park it there and just put it up and stay there, because
Yep.
if they move from there, I don't know what's going on
No,
with
they
the
have to
thinking
attack.
there.
They have to attack. And that's exactly what they have done. Still got the man into forward short leg.
Smoked.
Yeah.
Smoked. Scoring opportunity for Mr. James, and he has really put that away with aplomb.
And you have to take those opportunities when they come. They've been few and far between for South Africa, but this was short and wide. He dealt with it in the way that he should have done. The disdain that it deserved. Just played it beautifully through the offside.
And they have dished up a few wide deliveries, haven't they? South Africa has just said, no, we'll put this away. I think this might be Wade's final over.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Farhan Ahmed maybe. Oof.
Length again. The length again for me is where they're struggling to get to. And it took them a while. You guys were starting off, and even you guys said, they're just not hitting that foolish length enough. There's enough in the surface that tells me, and I'm sitting here, that there is something for you. The slips are there. You got a gully, you got an extra man in the cover region.
Is still something there. I mean, we've seen 4 players that have been caught behind. So there's got to be something in it. Out of those 5 wickets that have fallen, 4 of them have been caught behind the wicket.
That's a waste.
That's, just way too
That's a
short.
waste for me.
It's actually been signalled wide. It went so high over the batter's head.
And we saw that period there in Stellenbosch where England got impatient. They went to the short ball tactic. They went to, we'll have one slip, we have fly slip. We saw a man at long stop. I mean, we saw all sorts of field position that day. And it's just calling out, just have patience. And yes, they are youngsters. Let's not forget that as well. But most of these men have played the longer format of the game. And that's why I said I thought maybe they would be a little bit much better, I would say, with their length as well as their tactics. Nicely just punched down the ground. It's just going to be one, because I needed to see if the ball was going to get past that man at mid-on. And it's something that I would like potentially after drinks, you and the Rhino maybe to take further, because why are they becoming so impatient so quickly? The game is of a nature that, somewhere along the line, batters will stay in and they will grind it out, because nobody wants to give your wicket away. So as a bowler, you should also say, listen, I'll just knuckle down here. As long as the scoring rate doesn't get away, they're not getting anywhere.
No, they're not. So, yeah, we'll certainly have a discussion about that. I think it's interesting.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played down the ground by Benny Hansen, and that is going to bring up the 100 for South Africa under 19s.
So 38.4 overs. So it's been very similar run rates in terms of going to the 100. So 53 was 50 coming off 19.5 overs. That's the 100 off 38.4 overs. So just 19 overs again for the 50. Oh, 38.5, sorry. So it's exactly 19 overs for the 50. So very similar scoring rates for South Africa.
Oh, this is going to be another 4, but this one is a little bit more fortuitous for Benny Hansen as he moves to 46. And the captain still out there doing his best to get South Africa to a decent score.
Yeah, have a look at this one again. Eugene, as he does play with soft hands though. He does angle the bat as well. Gets it down in the gap, and he does move on to 46, as you say. He's into the 40s, Benjamin Hansen, and it's time for drinks. And just to remind you that this broadcast is being sponsored and brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, your school sports destination management specialists. And we are very grateful to Sisonke Tourism and Events Services for their assistance here with the broadcast. And so it is South Africa 106 for the loss of 5 at drinks. And just to talk a bit more about Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, they are calling all schools and sports clubs. Are you ready for the ultimate sports adventure? Sisonke Tourism and Event Services brings you unforgettable school sports tours to Southern Africa. Picture this: rugby in South Africa, cricket in Zimbabwe, or soccer in Zambia, where your team competes, connects, and explores incredible landscapes and cultures. We'll handle everything: accommodation, transport, and custom itineraries, so you can focus on the sport. Visit www.sisonketours.com and let Southern Africa be your team's next big adventure. We're going to take a little bit of a break to the end of drinks, and we'll be back with you in a minute or two's time. To
a tourism and events company, and they will do all you for you for clubs, schools, anyone interested. Make use of their services. They're excellent, and they also help you along anywhere you want to go in Africa, from Zimbabwe to Zambia. That's what happened. So we'll have Tasneem Ali, the spinner, back into the attack. South Africa, in the meantime, has got to their 100 with 5 wickets down, and Hansen in his 40s doing admirable work, being supported by James, which is going to be very, very important for South Africa to see through this period. Swept nicely. Likes to play the sweep shot too as well, James.
Executes that well down there to fine leg, and this partnership is just very, very important for South Africa. It's grown to 34, highest of the match so far for South Africa.
Just got to be careful playing back, especially the quicker one. You're going to miss there, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So James has just got to be careful. They've got a silly point shortly again, slip in as well. I just wonder with guys sometimes wanting to execute. Oh, that's short, and that's going to get the punishment it deserves. It's going to go the whole hog, is it? Yes, it is. Maximum it is. Out of here. That's a big blow. Good shot.
Yeah, very good from Paul James. Waited on it, got into position quickly, and that has gone all the way. First 6 of the innings. South Africa, say this partnership now grown to 40, and it's been very important. So England, perhaps, as Eugene was saying, just looking at what they've been doing, maybe Alex Wade he was just trying to search a bit too much. Here again, Tasneem Ali, maybe we just have felt he has been so good so far in the innings, just going for 20 of his 9.3 overs. In fact, it probably should be 22, I think. He's gone for. That was a 6. And maybe just England here, they do seem to have, well, they have so far, Jeremy, with Tasneem Ali, they seem to have exerted quite a bit of control.
Yeah, there is. James, just a matter of a hold-up here. In play, the ball has been dispatched out the ground for 6. And it seems like, I don't know if they're happy that the ball's in shape or not, or whether they're going to play. The decision be taken by the umpires. Shazi having a look, as well as Stacey. Just making sure, telling the captain what is. Doesn't seem to be happy, aren't you, Vaughan? But, just a word, I don't think that ball's going to be changed.
No, I don't think so either. Umpire Shazi, he's having a word there with Ali and Harry Moore. Henry, is it Harry? It is Harry Moore, yeah. So, bit of a debate going on.
Well, I don't think there should be a long debate. It's either get on with it and play the game, or hang on now. You take the ball and you bowl with it. Finish it clear. It shouldn't even be a debate.
No, I think he's just saying it's maybe an impact thing. I mean, that is going to happen to the ball. If you get hit out the ground, you can't expect that the ball that you're going to get back is necessarily going to be. I mean, if it does catch something, it might not be as shiny as it was when you bowled it the last time.
Yeah, that. I mean, the law the law clearly states that if the ball is out of proportion and the ball has really been, seams coming off, or the leather is pulled apart, whatever, and the ball is not in the shape it should be, then the ball will be changed.
But you certainly.
See, I think I can see the argument from the bowler as well. He's saying, okay, if my seamers need to come back on that, and the ball is a bit more scruffier, it's not going to swing as much. We've tried to keep the shine on the ball, but these things happen when you hit the ball out the ground and it hits the gravel out there. So yeah, all the tactics of cricket, and maybe he's just tried his luck.
Yeah, he probably has just tried his luck, and why not give it to, say, wasn't in the condition that it was before I bowled the ball. Well, no, it's because you bowled it short and you got to hit out the ground. That's why it's not in the same condition that it was in. So, yeah, they all can always try it on. And there's going to be a change, is it? Yes, there is going to be a change again from the Weinberg end of the ground. And it's not a surprise, is it, Rhino?
Definitely not, James. Ahmed, he's going to be into the attack now, so they'll probably have the spinners operating in tandem. Still got Archie Vaughan that can bowl you off spin as well. So yeah, they'll be using all their options here, giving his quick bowlers a rest. We're into the 41st over. Still a way to go to 80 overs to get your second new ball. So this was a period to bowl your spinners, and this partnership has been worth 40. And if they keep on going and make sure that they hold the ascendancy here and not allow England back in, and they go unscathed till tea, that's exactly what the doctor would have ordered and what South Africa would want at this situation.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more.
It's worked away. His insurance on the leg side on the boundary. We a single. South Africa move on to 115 now for 5.
So Hansen's really been very good. He's worked his way through the difficult time, came in at number 4. Ball was quite new when he came to the crease, just 20 on the board after 11.4 overs. And he's playing at the moment at captain's knock. Benny Hansen, his team needs him. Paul James joined him. He's got on to 19 off 34. So into double figures. He's done the hard work of getting in, which is, well, I think, the most important thing on this surface.
Oh! Lovely bit of Jasmine, boy.
Yeah, need a captain's knock from him.
Yeah.
He's a good, promising youngster. A good head on his shoulders. And I suppose that is what is needed. Keep a cool head. Yeah, very funny stance with an action, Ahmed, but it's been effective.
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah, and you do see this, don't you? It's got the players have got their own distinctive way of setting themselves up before they come into bowl, and you see people doing all kinds of things when they maybe just start off like that, and then they just maintain that as they go through. So.
Oh! Long dart.
He does have that pivot, doesn't he, around his front leg as he comes through. He probably will, I was saying a bit earlier, probably will develop that even a bit more as he gets through his career, but he just does, just strikes me as somebody that is really in tune with his game.
Absolutely, and pivoting as far as a spinner is concerned over the front foot, and a lot of spinners would emphasize the fact that to pivot over the ball, it helps you get that extra bit of purchase.
Yeah, and there's a man that was out here with the English Lions, Graham Swan. He was somebody that always, he had a fantastic pivot around that front foot when he was bowling.
Yeah. Played.
Yeah, I like the fact there that Paul James was getting forward to that and just trying to smother the spin. Just been, I think Hansen as well, just talking a bit about his technique, Jeremy, to the spinners. It's been interesting with that crouching stance, and just been able to, seems to have found a way to play with the spinners, and just been able to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's such an important partnership that now needs to happen between these two, as far as South Africa is concerned.
No.
So I think you probably appreciate this story. I was mentioning to Eugene the other day. We were commentating, and Sean von Berg, he took just taken 6 wickets for 9 runs off his 4 overs in the T20 match. And we watch Tazim Ali now. And we were playing for Marty, so we called him we call him now the Professor of Spin, because he's done so well there. But it reminded me of a story that I heard when Ashley Giles was in his, I think it was in his benefit season, and at Warwickshire.
It's nicely swept. Be a single.
And they had coined the phrase the King of Spin. So they had merchandise and all kinds of things that were created for him. And the story goes that, unfortunately, when they were doing, I think it was the mugs that they were doing for him that they put together, they had made a spelling mistake. So it came in with all these mugs which had the King of Spain on it.
King of Spain, yeah, Ashley Giles. Yeah, he played club cricket at our club here in Cape Town. Yeah, played
fantastic.
with him before he was still playing for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Bob Woolmer was very much instrumental in our club down at Avondale.
Yeah.
So he used to bring out, he was coach of Warwickshire then.
Yes.
And he used to bring out all the Keith Piper, Ashley Giles.
Yeah.
We had one or two guys from Kent as well. Paul Jarvis, who went on and played for Ingle, and the late Alan Eaglesden.
Yes.
That was our opening playing club cricket, and they were quick, both of them.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wonderful work, wasn't it, done there with my Bob Woolmer down there in.
Bob Woolmer did a lot of good work in South Africa, and also happened that it was a man by the name of John Passmore.
Yes.
Who was the godfather of black cricket in the 80s. That one swept nicely. That should run away. Welcome boundary. And the one thing that Benny Hansen does well, that'll be his 50 as well. Well deserved. The captain's knock indeed. It has been for South Africa. And so well needed at this time. Job's not done yet, young man. That is only the start. It's got to start all over again. But it's been a polished, accomplished, and a knock. South Africa in deep trouble. They're not out of it yet, but so far, so good. It's been impeccable. Well played.
Yeah, kudos to the young man, the captain of South Africa, his first 50 in under 19 test matches, and takes the score to the commentator's score of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is always funny when you're a commentator to have the score coming up on the board.
Where is he?
That's been good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. James has been supporting him while he's 22 or 41.
And
Just been quietly gone along his business.
Yeah. And they're 1 run away from their 50 partnership as well. Hansen's been a captain's knock, all sorts of trouble at 74 for 5.
That's been accomplished.
There
And,
he is. Yes,
nice
boy.
to see this. What is good, what I liked, South Africa in all sorts of trouble. At 74 for 5. These two have put on 49 run partnership thus far, one short of a 50, but they've really fought back. And that's good to see. That's what you like to see from South Africa. We're known as being resolute in our approach to sport. This cricketing sport mad country that we live in. We are sporting mad country, period. In all sports.
Yeah.
In everything that South Africans compete at. The world always sits up and look and know that, they're just not walkovers. We fight to the bitter end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what are they? Not just DNA, just RSA.
I like that. Well put, James.
Never seen a more pre-made block.
And it's brilliant from our teams and our cricket teams Now, our ladies under 19 team getting to the World Cup final. Unfortunately, not being able to get over the line against India. But the fifth final that South Africa cricket has been in and will be in over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we can say it with a shorter version, the 2020
Yeah.
and World Cups. We've been unlucky. Yeah, we've had opportunities which we should have grasped, which we didn't. But be it as it may, we're still world champions. We've been
Yeah.
world champions twice. We
Yeah.
won the Mace. That's the
Yes.
champions of, that's the World Cup of world cricket.
Yeah.
And we've won the Mace twice under Graham
Yeah.
Smith.
Yeah.
So we've got a World Cup. We've got 2 World Cups under our
Yeah.
belt. And if we do well again now on the 11th of June, could be thrice that we would have done it. Won the Mace.
And it will be well deserved. A well deserved place in that World Test Championship final. And South Africa having won 7 on the bounce now from a Test match point of view. Second best ever in South Africa's Test match history in terms of a winning streak. And Shukri Conrad and his men, we are going to be fully behind them, as the whole of South Africa no doubt will be when they go there to Lords on the 11th of June 2025.
And anything can happen at Lords. We all know that.
Yeah.
It's been South Africa's happy hunting ground. Since re-entry back into international cricket, we've only lost 1 Test match at Lords.
Yeah.
And that was the 3rd time I went there in 2017.
Okay.
But ever since us playing England in the first Test as Lords, we've always won a Test.
It is, isn't it? It's very good, very much a happy hunting ground. Mackay and Tini, the first player from South Africa to get a 10-wicket haul.
Yeah, James, I won't forget. I was there with the first game in '94 when we beat them by an innings and 99 runs on day 4.
Yeah.
Alan Donald took 5 for Kepler got 100. And South Africa were dominant.
Just a wonderful place, isn't it, to get your name on the honours board there at Lords.
Yeah, there are few. Oh, that one swept well again. There are few players. Graham Smith, Hashim Amla, I think. Is Vernon? Yeah, Vernon got a 5 for there.
Yes, I think he did.
Vernon,
Yes,
Mackay
yeah.
and
I
Tini,
think that's,
Alan Donald. There's a whole hoist. I know at one stage I was in the change room there and I saw the list. Kepler Vessels, South Africans who got their name up onto that honours board. There's a whole host of them.
and just wonderful for them to be part of the history of that great ground.
Absolutely. What a ground.
Yeah.
What a place.
So I think perhaps second delivery of that over. We haven't got it on the scorecard, but there we go. It is up there now. 50 partnership between these two comes up. Jeremy off the second ball of this over, and how important it's been for South Africa, these two at bat at the moment.
Yeah, it has been good, hasn't it? Nicely just opens the face, caresses it on the offside for a single. Every run is vital for South Africa. Every run, Benny Hansen scores, James scores. It's been South Africa really coming back after lunch and showing a bit of fighting spirit. That was short and gets punishment. I think now watching Ali getting tired, James.
Yeah,
Once you start seeing a leg spinner dropping it short like that, and how many runs has come of this over? There's been two.
Two, yeah.
And, just get the sense that tiredness, maybe despondency that the ball's not being changed. That all goes
Maybe.
through your mind.
It
and
does,
can
yes.
play a role.
He's bowled 12 overs in this spell already, and has been from before lunch, but he's carried on in the post-lunch period as well. So as you say, maybe just a long spell for him. I think they're going to expect him maybe to keep on, although it maybe Archie Vaughan might think of bringing himself on just to give Tazeem Ali a break. And the off spinner from the other end, Farhan Ahmed, he's just, I think it's probably his third or fourth over of his new spell.
Good single.
Yeah.
Good running. That's the ability you've got to have. Being in trouble where they were, got to get boundary, got to keep the scoreboard ticking. And once as batsmen, when you bat in pairs and partnerships, is to rotate the strike as much as possible. That's when partnerships start to grow.
And what's been good for me is they found a way. They were in trouble. Barter had gone out, 74 for 5. Paul James, he came to the crease. He was defensive. He was trying to get the pace of the wicket, understand what was happening, helped along by his partner and also former schoolmate on the other end, Benny Hansen. So they know each other well, these two, and they found a way to make it work. It's very much what happened in the first test match between Bulbulia and Rouse in both of those innings. Needed to build a big partnership.
Yeah, and it's all about partnerships, James. We know that you're going to get a good score on the board. It's all about partnership, but it's also about showing to be resolute, to show fighting spirit, and to be mentally strong. And this pair has shown it. South African team has shown it thus far, which makes one's proud that they're not just there to be rolled over. They're going to show fighting spirit, and they're going to run away. And especially this man bowling, Ahmed, he has been scintillating form. He's bowled a good line, good length. Varied his deliveries off. I thought maybe at times now in this spell just maybe just bowling it too quick.
Yeah.
Because he's bowling probably with the wind behind his back. Yeah, and that's where you really got to just maybe slow it down a tad.
He's not getting the kind of drift that we saw certainly in that test match at Stellenbosch. That's better from Ahmed. That one he did give it a little bit more flight to.
So much respect for him.
Yeah, I see Archie Vaughan is warming up at slip, so we may well be seeing him replacing Ali.
Sights I love to see,
We could see that Ali is tiring.
Yeah, definitely.
We could see it.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit shorter, not all there.
No, you called it, Jeremy, most definitely.
Oh, is he?
Nicely flighted again.
Go, boy,
Bit of drift there, that one.
Mm.
The end of the over.
Yeah, I like the fact that
127 for 5.
I like the fact that he varied up, coming around the wicket that time. Was bowling over the wicket previously, as we see there. Our sponsor for this broadcast, Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. They are your school sports destination management specialists. And please, you can be in touch with them for all your sports tour needs at sisonketours.co.za. And they will be happy to sort out a tour for you. As we see, Ali is going to continue, so maybe he's giving him one more over.
Well, it's cut away. It's not going to get a run. But, all your advertising is done by the Fox here next door to me. He loves advertising space.
Absolutely. I think maybe with Sisonke, you might even get to see a Cape Fox in the wild.
Well, we don't want that. We want them to take us to Lords.
We do.
That's
we
the
do.
ultimate.
That is the ultimate. Hopefully they're listening.
Yeah. Well, we could manage. We could take some people on some tours.
We
James.
could. Definitely.
Take
Definitely
them around
could.
Lords and the Oval.
Lords and yes.
We can go on a nice little train trip to Twickenham.
Yes,
There's lots of
wonderful.
things we can do in London.
Plenty of places, and yes, it might well not be football season, but certainly some stadium tours could be done as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would sense this must be the last over surely for Tazim Ali in this spell. I mean, he seems to have just lost a bit of his zip, doesn't he? And his effectiveness. I say that now, and he'll probably produce a rip snorter.
Oh, that's short, and that's going to get the punishment. Is definitely tiring as that one goes for another towering 6. Out the ground she goes. That's huge.
Yeah, and he just isn't managing to pitch it where he would want to. That one again short, and really good shot once again from Paul James. He picks up the length early, rocks back, and that's almost a carbon copy of the previous 6 that he hit. And well picked up there by the cameraman as it goes into the trees and a bit further beyond. They're going to look for the ball now. As the batters have asked for a towel and a bit of a drink while we're having a break in play for the ball to be found. He's done well though, Paul James. He's now moving on to 29 off 56. Partnership stretched to 60, and it's been an important partnership for South Africa. They want it to continue for as long as possible, you feel?
Yeah, important indeed it was, and important it is. So for another little while, and these two got a bat. Did they find the ball?
Yep.
Yeah, it seems it's been retrieved. I think Ali wouldn't be happy that the ball's found. He should have gone into the river so they could replace the ball.
I think so, yes.
Umpire's having another look. See if that ball is... Nah, here we go.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
That's fine.
All right. Let's get on with it. There we go.
Yeah, just sent. This will, I'm sure, be the last over from Tasim Ali in this spell.
Yeah, I think he's tired a bit. Maybe just a little break would do him the world of good. We did see Archie Vaughan warming up, and we did say he was tiring. You could see bowling, the shoulder dropping, and then the ball comes out short out of the hand.
He's just not exerting the same control that he was able to earlier on.
A quick single. That's good running. That helps when you play at the same school. You know each other, you know how to run between the wickets. As the Fox now will depart, and then Eugene will join me. 135 South Africa. Better position, I would say comfortable position, but in a much better position from earlier at 74 for 5. You just got the feeling, whoa, but a danger signs. Someone needed to show some ascendancy and bat long, and Benny Hansen has certainly done that, and he's really looked good, and ably joined by Paul James, who has done an exquisite job also for South Africa. So this partnership, which is well over 50 now, needs to continue.
Oh, is it?
Change of line of attack here for Ahmed, and I'm surprised he hasn't done this early on. He's not as effective here from what we've seen, because what helped him there at Stellenbosch, there was a crosswind blowing, and that's where the drift was coming from as well. So he's kept it nice and tight though.
Oh my
But I
goodness.
sense that these two, James and Hansen, are slowly trying to get that momentum that England built up in that first session. They're trying to bring that back into their favour a little bit, with the score looking, as you rightly said, Jeremy, very much more reasonable now than what it did there leading up to lunch. Just the 1 wicket gone so far prior to the lunch interval.
Yeah, was he? Yeah, was he? Go Wiz, go Wiz.
And the captain's leading from the front.
There is.
That's what you want to see.
Big drive.
Leading from the front.
Yeah. Isn't that where you want your captain?
Yes.
Who's in the front of a plane? The captain?
I'm glad you realised that, because you've been chirping me about it for years.
There was he. Yeah, boy.
Dad, just come back here for a half an hour stint so you can have a go at me.
Well, it's not going to be, my day's not going to be made if I didn't have a go.
Go Wiz.
All in good jest.
Obviously. No, that it is.
No malice intended.
Never taken that way, Jeremy. Never.
I'm glad.
Though our friend Mr. Barnes, he wasn't happy. He just vacated the area. He was not happy with what we said on comms. He was listening, by the way, even though he didn't acknowledge us. We weren't saying anything untoward. Just said how
I think he's just in a bad mood. His team's losing.
And we're
Man
not talking about South Africa.
No.
We're talking about
Man City.
Yes, trying to sort of validate their results.
Well, then I poured oil in the fire by asking, how in heavens do you sign a professional soccer player for 9 years?
9 years.
Someone must have had too much scotch.
I don't know how it works. All I want to do is be that guy that if there's injury time and you need a sub to him, you can send me on. I don't mind. I mean, I can kick the ball anyway if you want. Pay me accordingly. That'll be fine.
Yeah, 9 years, my matey. Well done. Well done if you sign a contract for 9 years. Wow. As a sportman. Wow. What's it, £500,000 a week? Is that it? 9 years. Oh.
Well, the captain, while you sort of think about that, the captain Archie Vaughan has brought himself on here. And no surprise.
Well, if that's 500, what's it a week?
A week.
£500,000.
Yes, that's good. 2 bar.
I could buy
2 bar a month.
2 bar a month. No,
No,
that's
2 bar a month.
no, but that's 2,000. That's £2 million a month times 22. So that means that once a month for 5 years I can buy a house in Camps Bay. Ah, okay. What am I doing here? Well, this is starting to give me jitters. Goodness me. I'll go and clean his shoes.
I'll carry the bags.
Yeah, too.
Carry the bags and put it in your car.
I'll even take his hair to the hairdresser. I reckon I should ring him up. Hey, how are you, mate? You need a no pair? Need someone to help? That's down the ground. That will go for 4. Won't be stopped. Archie Vaughan who replaced Ali. Just dropping that one a little bit short.
Jeremy, as I made my way here to the comms, and I had this gut feel that South Africa are really getting everything going in their way here, slightly more so. And are they allowed to do that? I don't know, but they're certainly playing good cricket here, these two. The 50 partnership was scored in a very quick time. And they're just wrestling that stranglehold that England had upon them. They're taking that away. Slowly but surely getting to a very good position here. And this is what England should be aware of here.
Yeah, well, that's what James and I were on air before you came down here, and we were just saying to each other how resolute South Africa are, how they will grind away, they will fight, they don't just give up. And that is fantastic to see. The course that South Africa has taken, how well they've played, the fight back. And that's what makes us that's what makes us such a dangerous force in world cricket, because we have the ability to fight back when the chips are down.
Well, I do a lot of homework even though I'm not sitting here with you boys. So the way it's developing here, looks like there is a little bit of overtime that we're going to go to. So it will just be the maximum of an extra half an hour or 90 overs in the day. So we can't go past that.
Partnership is worth 67 valuable runs for South Africa. Every run that we've spoken about.
Skull dust. Skull dust.
Cold. What did we also say? We spoke about a score of 250. It's about,
we did say
it's
that.
about 100 short now to get there. 5 wickets in hand. So it's just a matter of South Africa fighting on, soldiering on. making sure they try and get to that total. And everything above that would be bonus.
That's what we felt at the top, and I don't think we've changed one iota in our thoughts there, Mr. Fredericks. It's something that we felt very strong about the minute we got here. However, I'm looking at that pitch and we can see it's gone from a darker shade now to a little bit of a lighter with the wind and the elements on it as well.
Yes, Wiz, yes, Wiz.
And that is expected.
Good work here, Wizzy,
Yeah,
yeah,
and we
boy.
all knew that this morning was going to be a difficult period. That first hour, our
Wiz,
new ball
Wizzy.
was flying all over. It was certainly testing for the batsman. Bulbulia got off to a good start. Unfortunately, lost his wicket. He looked so solid. And Skalkwyk then lost his wicket and lost his way a little bit. But these two, since then, they've been very good.
The footwork of Paul James has been very assured. We saw Mbata and we both said we do like him as a cricketer, talented cricketer, a little bit of work to do as most of these cricketers have. But what Paul James has done, his footwork has been assured. He's been positive going forward, positive going back. He's latched onto the short ball.
Oh,
I like what I see here. He's still brought that positive intent. He's got 35 of 74 balls in a partnership with Benny Hansen that was much needed because they were in all sorts of bother.
Yeah, they were indeed.
guys are about drooling, boys. Oh,
He's also got a lot
he must be
quieter, I
swimming
think.
in it.
No, the English have also started walking less. Let them continue walking around the wrong way around the ground.
I told
as
you,
said.
I did tell you, I did tell you, you guys think I don't notice these things. I mean, it's different. You can't treat Stellenbosch the same as what you treat Western Province Cricket Club. It's two totally different areas. Back over the stumps now.
Well spotted.
You can't. It's like you can't play this in altitude the same way you play here at the coast in terms of golf. Now I'm talking about. I mean, it's
What do you
totally
say?
different.
Are you saying Stellenbosch is lesser than?
No, I just think you can't apply the same rules.
Ah,
That's what I'm saying.
okay.
You were very successful, England, as walking around the pitch, the coaching staff that is, and they walked clockwise. Here in Cape Town, I think you need to do anti-clockwise. I think most teams know that. Even the Cape Fox knows that when he came here. Prowls anti-clockwise, not clockwise.
Well, he catches his prey.
Oh, did that hit the stumps?
Whoa, that was perilously close. Goodness me.
Were you a walker around the old cricket oval?
Yes, when I managed, and I did walk. I did walk. Enjoyed it from time to time. It's only in India where these players had my nerves shot. I walked from the change room to behind the side screen. And then I used to smoke to have a little poke there. And Tumi, who's the fitness guy of South Africa, he came and caught me one day because I promised him I was stopping. And we were in a bit of spot of bother before Aidan Markram got that century, batted us out of. But what had happened was, oh, that's lovely. Tinner's the brain. You know, we batted beautifully till before lunch. Decided after lunch, I mean, he was hitting the Indian spinners down the ground, playing nicely. And he decided, and Aidan Markram was going nicely. And he decided after lunch to sweep, reverse sweep. And I just thought, oh, he has trouble in paradise.
Yeah.
And he tried to sweep one too many, and then he got out. And then the next guy got in, and he started sweeping. Zondo. That's the time I got up, because by then I was, and I went behind the side screen and just hid there with my Stuyvesant Extra Mild. It's been 4 years now. Been a good boy.
Well, I'm led to believe the current coaching staff or backroom staff, shall we call them, all go through vigorous 10-minute session, I think, every hour. They do squats, they do all sorts, they do push-ups, they do jumping jacks, and that's what they do. And they say they do that not just to get through the time, but they also got their own little fitness program that they would like to abide by.
Yeah, that's fine that they're doing, but that's not the job of a manager to do squats and fitness tests. Then they got to organize the air tickets when we got to fly all over and manage getting into hotels and getting rooms ready. It's not a manager's job to do a fitness test.
Are you saying you would not form part of it?
No. Each one's got their talents. You can do that if you're a coach, yes, and a fitness trainer, yes. and a physio.
Wizzy!
Come on then.
Come on, Wiz. Come on, Wizzy.
I reckon you could organize the best after dinner stuff, surely, as a manager.
All the players who tell you that. We're there, we had some good fun.
Oh, Wiz. Yes,
Good,
Wizzy.
good
Yes,
times
Wiz.
in India, must admit.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. And then with the Paul Rocks.
Yeah, Wiz. Yeah, Wiz.
That trophy too. That'll go for 4. Well done.
Wiz. Nice, Wiz.
It's got such good hands.
Wizzy, Wizzy, boy.
Sweeping lengths and just reverse sweeping that.
Let's go. Wiz.
Look, I hope we can watch a
Wizzy.
replay of this.
Come on, lads. Come on.
See how beauty. There we go. Eugene.
Come on, boys.
Well, first thing is he gets into such a good position. Then the quickness of hands. There it is.
Can't
Boom.
miss that
Hit
one,
nice
Wiz.
and
Can't
still.
miss that.
In line with the ball. Jeremy, 4 runs. And he's managed to do that. And he's managed to get a boundary here. Ever so often. Ooh.
Really gets low in his crouch there. Well done, well defended, because that one was going on to hit there. And it was well played.
Nice, Wiz.
Well, this is the time I start looking at my watch. I think it's about 14 minutes to go till the tea
Hang on,
break.
don't put on the mockers.
I'm not putting any mockers on. It's just about being game aware.
Yes.
Because they've done so well in this session at
Let's,
South Africa under 19s.
yeah, let's just get to tea unscathed. Does it again. This time it'll be 1. Gave it that extra bit of flight again. This time they have a man out there to try and block off that area. So a healthy run rate. It's over 3 and over.
Wiz. Yes, Wizzy. Come on,
73
boy.
runs off 20 overs. That's good.
3.5.
Yeah, from where they were.
3.5. And I think that's also kudos must be given to Paul James, who's come in. And because these two know each other's game so well, they played together at school.
Yes, one. Yes, one.
Now South Africa would love to go back to that first session and just say, 2 down. 2 down. And come out here. And now it looks like it is a very good cricket wicket.
Lovely under the trees. There's that beautiful mountains in the background. Oh, that would be a postcard anywhere in the world.
Yeah, what a setting. The greenery of the ground, and then you look up, these trees, and if you look a little bit further up, you see, is it the 7th wonder of the world?
The 8th.
That's where it is.
Wasn't Cape Town voted the best city? Yeah, can we not be proud of that? We live in the best province, city that works. Lovely mountains, lovely beaches, lovely wine farms.
Oh. I still haven't worked out why they give chocolates to go with your wine.
But it all depends what chocolates.
Yeah,
Can I have a dark chocolate with your wine? That it's on the palate. Plays a role on the palate. We, after the test match ended, we were kindly invited to Ken Forrester's farm. Mark Hazeman, myself, was a couple of the commentators went out there and had a lovely wine tasting day. And it's just amazing. Comes the finger, 1 2 minutes. And as I said, you put the mockers on us. I told you don't say anything when you mentioned 14 minutes to tea. You just got me on edge.
Well, I got myself on edge, Jeremy, I have to admit, because once I saw the reverse sweeps, yes, it looks all good when it comes off, but you got to be game aware. You got to know where you are. And if you can go into the break just where you find yourself with 5 wickets down, you can certainly be in the ascendancy, but that comes off the glove. Stacey Lackay had no hesitation, and that ends a good innings by the captain, Benny Hansen, and he's got to go. And that was unfortunate, and England got a breakthrough, breaking that partnership.
Well, that was so unfortunate because he played so well up to the stage. And as you said, awareness, it would have been great to come back after tea and get 100. Because that's what you get. It's unnecessary. Yeah, you want to play sweep shots, you want to play reverse sweeps. As you said, it looks good when it comes off. But in the situation where South Africa were, and they were just starting to put pressure on England, and this, you could see that the bowlers were getting tired. I mean, that wicket, I mean, it was just given away, I feel.
The only reason why I said what I said, Mr. Fredericks, is because I looked at my watch, and yes, it looks pretty, the reverse sweeps and everything, it comes off. And it's not a negative thing I'm saying. I'm saying about
I didn't want you to look at your watch.
Yeah.
I know it's not negative. You put the mockers on him. When you said 14 minutes to tea, I started getting uneasy too. Because I knew it, that something's going to happen. Commentator's curse.
No,
I've been doing this for 30 years. I know commentator's curse.
I've had so many of the coaches, Jeremy, including yourself, shout to me, you gotta know where you are. Play for drinks, play for time, play for lunch, play for tea.
Well, there's a man here behind me who played with me many years at Avondale who used to tell me sometimes before tea, Governor, nee man, you relax now, wait till tea, ons kom weer aankap. He used to say grab October.
That's where, I mean, we come from the same school.
Yeah, we come from the same school, yeah.
And that was, when I saw it, I thought it was 2 overs ahead of it. I told you.
Yeah, no, you saw that. That was. I'm not saying. I mean, that commentator's curse and all that. It's just normally a phrase, but but he batted well, the kid.
The other thing also, Jeremy, we sit here and we watch the game, and because we've been involved in playing and you commentating and me commentating, well, you get a gut feel. There's a gut feel that listen, just reel yourself in. The game allows you to do that. It allows you to go at it, right, let's go at 3.5 like they did, 3.5. But it also allows you to say, let's just play for tea a little bit. These youngsters are going to learn that as well.
Absolutely. Chad Mason now walking in. He's the leg spinner in the side, can bat a bit as well. And this was a dismissal of Hansen. Yeah.
Well, took a wicket maiden, Archie Vaughan. Wicket maiden. Captain with a breakthrough. Now, Paul James, the onus is now back on you. But first and foremost, see out the 7 minutes.
Crucial. I just feel so sad and disappointed. I mean, they just looked so good together. Another 50, 60 runs to carried South Africa to that 200 mark. Now again, you've just when you just thought you're starting to get grip and you're grinding England a little bit. Now suddenly there's a step in the spring. They've just thought, these two together. They've taken the wicket. Now, and that was the big one of the captain, who really played well. He looked so good.
Money on block.
And unfortunately,
well, will it be a casing point where, yes, the execution wasn't good? I just think the timing of that was maybe needs to be looked at.
Oh, Winnie!
You don't want to give Ahmed the sort of ability to just run up here and bowl at you and be at you all the time.
Surely not. Hopefully not.
Tucked around the corner. Miss one. Well fielded. Wally. Edging closer to that 150 mark now.
Yeah, now that's where they're going to. But again, I think South Africa still have to say to themselves, we've done well there in the session.
Yeah, they've only lost the 1 wicket. Was it 2, eh? 2 after lunch? Now, as you said, what would it have been? A 147 for 3. That have been in a commanding position now. But be it as it may, they're going to show the result. There's other batsmen now. We need another partnership. I always believe break it up and say, right, let's just first see to T now. Let's not get out.
This is the other thing which you were very good at when you were batting. You would take a long time getting ready. You would go and do some gardening, even where the ball is not even going to pitch anywhere near. Huh? You'll come back here. You'll do your the Velcro on your gloves again, and maybe redo your helmet.
Yeah, that was all the tactics to make sure that this would be the last over before tea or lunch.
I mean, just ask the short leg. Listen, just tie my laces here, would you please, mate? If he does it quickly, ask him to do the other one as well.
Sometimes just make as if you're pulling a hammy. Get the 12th to come on. Help him. Oh, mate, sorry. Just a bit stiff, yeah. In the meantime, I'm telling him, get the castles ready.
Oh, dear. Oh, let's see. Now, this is the skill. Paul James on strike. I make it 4 minutes, Rhino. And, well, I would drag this over out if I'm the batter.
My watch has 2 minutes to go.
No, you need that time just to get ready. You want to be ahead of time. That 2 minutes. Saw over bowled yesterday. 90 seconds. My spinner, 90 seconds.
Where was that?
At bowling. It was like unbelievable. And the batter just turned around and said, right, okay, he'll face. He'll face. I'm like, why did you say, hold on a second, hold on, which you're allowed to do. You can go at my pace a little bit. Through they go for a single. Chad Mason on strike.
Yeah, all the tactics and the ploys of cricket, isn't it? It's a bit low, that one. It was all played in the end. Just got to be careful playing back all the time. You might just slip the one quicker. And then you're all at sea.
Oh, good work there. Admit on. That's Ali there. No run taken.
Going back over?
Almost time for a copper.
Well, how quickly can umpire Shares get to his stumps? There he is. He's going. I mean, I've seen him walk quicker after a golf ball. And he is just laboring to that stumps. And
One more, guys.
oh, Jeremy, I'll leave this over to you. Told you, but a gardening needs to be done. Retake your guard, anything. Take 3 guards. Take off some middle and leg.
Listen, these youngsters, they are so greedy to play. They think different to what we'd be thinking. When they get older, that's how they'd be thinking when they're getting to 10. Now, they just want to play. They just want to get runs and of course, the excitement, the adrenaline. It's just a thing with young people. We all were young at one stage. Come on. The exuberance of youth. Just don't get out. That's important. 150 up. It's a bit of a foul. And there we go. Well, I'm surprised South Africa got that far, but it was really good batting. So, is the scoreboard slower? Am I
Yeah,
slow?
no, it's 150.
Yeah.
It's a 150. And yeah, I still think there are 100 runs that they need to get. Minimum.
Yeah, that would be
That's what I
so
think.
fantastic if they can get there. Anything, 250, 100 more. Maybe a couple. One more. Here's a man coming in. Feeling close up. It's good running. Been rotating that strike. It's good to see from the South Africans.
Well, 4 balls to negotiate here. Three balls, in fact, according to that.
Whoa.
No, I
2
think-
more.
Character.
I think it is 3. I think umpire shares he gave it the old waist high there.
Wow.
I think they got the single of the first ball, single of the second, and then dot.
Yeah.
There's the 2 fingers from umpire Stacey Lakay. And then they said 2, and then they're going to walk off.
You ever thought of becoming an umpire?
I am an umpire in Ireland. I got my level 2. That's why I do know it. It definitely helps with rules, and I will definitely encourage all players to do it. Even just from a rules perspective or laws perspective, it is so educational for everybody to do that. I would really encourage all players to do that. It's something I wish I did early on in my career. I do get respected a lot for when I make a decision. Because they say, oh, you played the game, it must be. Surely.
Oh, yeah. Last ball. And a corporate score would be very welcome now. Safely negotiated. Tea time it is on day 1. South Africa have moved on to 151 for the loss of 6 wickets. And they've really held things together. They were in all sorts of trouble at 76 for 5. And then the partnership, Hansen then got out. And Mason and James now to do the rest. So we're going to enjoy a cup of tea. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast with us thus far. And we'll be back in just under 20 minutes.
So, Jake.
Welcome back to the Wally Wilson Oval here at the Western Province Cricket Club. It is the third session of day one of this second four-day youth test match between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me Eugene Molion. And Eugene, South Africa losing the 2 wickets between lunch and tea for the addition of 90 runs exactly. And they would have been just a little bit unhappy they lost the wicket of Benny Hansen just before the tea break.
Well, that's a glorious shot to start proceedings here off the tee. Ball sort of teasing the fielder. He's done well there. But they're going to come through for the third run. And just to get back onto your first statement, I think if Benny Hansen was still there, that session, although 90 runs were scored, would definitely have gone the whole hog to South Africa. But then England managed to get it.
Yeah.
And I did come in for some of a bit of a tongue lashing when people said, listen, if you do get that gut feel again, just don't say anything. Just keep quiet. I think I'll heed the call.
Yes.
Or the warning.
That is short from Vaughan, and it is punished by Paul James. Played over the man at mid-on for 4. And he's not going to hold back if the ball in his arc to hit, and that one was once again there. He's hit 2 mighty sixes over the leg side off Tazim Ali.
Yeah, that he did. And there's a definite trend. Every time there's a break, teams are just struggling to get set again. Oh, that is hit through the offside. This has been a very indifferent start. It's just going to be a couple maybe. Can Chad Mason get back for the third? No, he can't.
So 9 runs off the first 3 balls of Archie Vaughan's over after tea. Not quite what the England captain would have had in mind, as Mason and James look forward to trying to get South Africa somewhere up and close to that 200, 250 mark. And that's again too short. This time 1 bounce, 4. Straight over the back, straight over the bowler's head. Excellent from Paul James. He's not going to miss out if the ball is there to hit. He's now got 10 runs himself off this over, and with the 3 from Chad Mason, 13 off the over so far. Certainly not being circumspect after the tea break. 164 for 6. Score goes to. As they're looking to try and find the cricket ball in the just behind us here. Went into the bush, and we think maybe gone through there. So England field is trying to find the ball.
Oh, with the photographer as well.
Yeah.
Ashley. He's also out there on
Ashley,
bended knee.
Ashley Flotman of Gallo Images.
Oh, yeah, the company reinforcement. Ben May is going to see if he can help out.
Well, let's hope they can find it. Did perhaps go through the bush. Anyway, let's see. I don't think we're going to be able to help them too much in trying to find that ball.
I'm quite comfortable here, James, to be honest with you.
They're now potentially going to look to see if they can't. They might have to try and find a replacement ball here if they can't find it. Just another delay in the play. And 12th man for South Africa coming out with beverages for the batters, who've only just come to the crease after tea 4 deliveries ago.
Well, it looks like the third umpire might have some work to do here. Yeah. Here he comes with his assortment, his array of balls that's needed.
That's Kaolani Ntuli. He's the third umpire today. He's coming out to see if Thokozizi Shezi and Stacey Lackey would want to have a replacement ball. And England earlier on in the piece, after Paul James hit that one in over the boundary for 6, were looking for a replacement ball, so maybe they're going to get their wish eventually. To get a replacement ball.
It's just to get a ball that is around the same amount of overs. You never get it spot on. It's more about looks.
Yeah. And the idea, and they seem to have chosen one now out of that particular selection. and they are going to get them to come in. The players that are looking for the ball are now going to get back onto the field, and Archie Vaughan will be able to continue his over. 2 balls left. And they have found the ball.
They've found the ball.
They have now found the ball. So there we go. So they are going to carry on with the original ball.
No,
Yes,
Ashley found
yes,
it.
yes.
James,
Ashley
get it
found the
right.
ball. This is true.
He knew
Ashley-
the line.
Yeah,
He knew where it went in,
He did
and he got the ball back.
He did, and they'll continue to bowl with that. So just another plug there for Ashley Flotman of Gallo, who takes all the pictures, Gallo Images. So fantastic work done by Ashley across a number of different sports, but his cricket photography, absolutely outstanding.
I think he sold you short there, Ashley. If I'm honest, he sold you short there.
I may well have done. Known Ashley for some years. Really is wonderful to have him here taking photographs today for these 2 teams, as it's the end of what ended up being an expensive over for England. Good over for South Africa, 164 for the loss of 6. South Africa, and is James and Mason at the crease for South Africa. Going to be a change as well from the southern end of the ground, the Weinberg end. It is going to be Eddie Jack who's going to be coming into the attack, the pacer, in place of Farah.
Going to be switching in, Ahmed.
Maybe.
I wonder if he's going to be switching in. He's come actually all the way down here to fine leg. So maybe Vaughan just still bowl that over, because Ahmed bowled the last one just before the tea break.
It could well be. I think he might be, in fact, more effective into the wind. And you think you seem to be struggling with his flight, with the ball that is with the wind, which is now strengthened quite significantly behind him on the ground. As Eugene quickly makes sure our monitor doesn't blow off the table.
Well, I think this might suit Chad Mason a little bit better, having the pacer on.
Yeah.
As I said, he's an accomplished batter, coming in at 8. We reckon McQuena will be coming in at 9.
Yes.
Then it is who got the shortest straw at 10 and 11.
Yes, it will be Sandiswa Yeni or Nathan Rousseau. We'll find out, no doubt. South Africa will be hoping we only find that out tomorrow, I would think.
Well, if they do that, that's brilliant.
So, Eddie Jack is in again to Chad Mason.
No.
And Eddie Jack from Hampshire. He's, before coming on this tour, he had quite a bit of experience both in youth test matches and ODIs. So he's played now 5 youth test matches, 12 ODIs, 11 List A games for Hampshire, Eugene. So he has had experience at senior level as well.
Oh, coached there by Adrian Burrell. Man has been very successful with Irish cricket as well, and Sunrisers.
Oh, it's a good delivery from Jack. Yes, as you say, Adi Birrell has coached Sunrisers Eastern Cape to 2 SA20 titles, and they are once again in the running. They're going to have to do it the hard way, though, with an eliminator later this week on Wednesday against the Joburg Super Kings at Centurion.
Oh, you can't write them off. Just
can't.
can't write them off.
No, you can't.
They've been there, back-to-back winners. They just know how to get the job done.
Nicely in behind that one, Chad Mason. So this is just got to keep batting, these two. Bat and keep batting.
That's the nature of the game. That's the nature of the situation. That's the nature of if you're trying to get a good first innings on the board. I still reckon 90 runs, and then I think it's bonus after that.
Yeah. Yeah, Paul James, his first youth test match, not included in the team in the first game. He's 2 away from a milestone. And just dealt with that well there. Chad Mason just ducking underneath it.
Bit of an effort ball.
Was, yes. You could hear the grunt as he let that one go. South Africa in that first session this morning losing the 4 wickets. So went into lunch 61 for 4, and soon after the lunch break lost the wicket of Mbata. The score was 74 for 5, and a good partnership between Paul James and the captain Benny Hansen of 73. Took the score to 147 before Hansen was caught by Roux behind the wickets off the bowling of Vaughan. Just got a top edge onto the ball he was trying to reverse sweep. And I think you called it, Eugene, once again. Farhan Ahmed is going to be replacing Michael Vaughan, I said nearly there. Replacing Archie Vaughan at the northern end of the ground. What are we calling it? The Cape Town end?
Well, that is according to the Rhino, and I'm going to go with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that for now. I think the one end on the far side is called the Gary Kirsten end. That's due to the small ground that's on the far side.
Yeah, it's Gary Kirsten Oval, is it?
That's
they've
correct,
got there,
yeah.
yes, that's right. And this the Wally Wilson Oval here at Western Province Cricket Club. The outlook absolutely beautiful. Mountains at the Table Mountain Range off to our right-hand side. And in front of us to the left, the clubhouse and pavilion, which is really, really lovely, I must say. Plenty of solar panels on the roof there.
Well, you never know what could happen.
No.
The dreaded load shedding.
Yes, we experienced a bit of that over the weekend on Saturday. There's now Ahmed, the wind in his face should help him with his drift and maybe some dip. Oh.
There's an edge and just didn't carry again. The batsman decided to go on the back foot. Didn't bounce much.
No. I think they've got to be a bit more cautious going back to Farhan Ahmed. You saw Paul James playing quite well off the front foot when he was bowling from the Weinberg end. Goes for the hard sweep and doesn't make contact. So if you're Paul James, you're not going to change your approach here, are you? I mean, he's been positive. He's batting at about a strike rate of 50, but just below that. But he has been positive. When the ball's been there to hit, he's hit it. When he's been there to defend, he's defended.
The thing with that is he's also been gifted it over from Archie Vaughan just after tea, and he's now only just 2 runs away from what will be a good 50 as well for him. He's a very positive man, positive player, shows great intent at all times.
Another youngster produced by Weinberg Boys High School, as is his captain Benny Hansen and his brother Joan James. And Joan James became the first player to be from Weinberg Boys High to be captain of the South African schools team, soon to be followed by Benny Hansen.
Twice,
yes. So it has been, you could say, a purple patch for the boys from Weinberg Boys High. Oh, and that's nicely played in the sweep. That is going. It's 50. And he gets the applause from and cheers from his teammates in the clubhouse. And he shows his bat to those that are here at the ground. And the applause are well deserved. See the shot again.
Yeah, just down the leg side he goes. I think that's bread and butter for Paul James. And he's batted nicely. He's batted well. He knows his job is not done. He needs to carry on to get a big one.
Forward nicely to that one and just defends into the leg side. I've been impressed by the way he has defended. Eugene, you were talking a bit about it earlier on, that he just takes good stride. He manages to get forward and covers the spin very well with the defensive shot.
His footwork has been assured. I think his mental approach and game plan has been good. And he's taken every scoring opportunity that has come his way. He's taken a run, and if there was a boundary on offer, he has made sure that it is a boundary.
And can't ask for more from the young man. He's shared in a very good partnership of 73 with captain Benny Hansen. It's Chad Mason though on strike to Eddie Jack. He's down the leg side, and you probably feel he missed out a bit there.
I can't remember, one of them was strangled down the leg side. I can't remember if it was him. I don't think it was.
Not in the previous match.
Yeah, I don't think it was Chad Mason, but you just don't want to be wafting at bat outside down the leg side, I would say.
Trying to see if I did make a note about that, but yeah. Oh, effort ball again from Eddie Jack. Just sense that's a bit of a waste of effort almost, because it's not troubling Chad Mason with that short delivery.
And it's way short. And it's too short.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that he gets into difficulty.
And Eugene, just in terms of the changes to the South African team, I mean, quite a number of changes. They have brought in the spinner Nathan Rousseau. And that is again leg side, and it looks like that has been given. It runs just off the face of the bat down, and it has run away for force, and Mason doubles his score. And a bit wayward here from Eddie Jack. The last couple of deliveries. Just losing his shape a bit down this leg side, and he's just tickled that nicely. Manages to make sure this one, he does get the boundary off this one, as once again the ball's gone down here into the cover. They have managed to find it this time, as Ben Dawkins comes past us here in our commentary position, ran down to fetch that ball. So South Africa move into the 170s with that shot. It looked a fair way away when they were 74 for 5.
Well, even at 61 for 4 when it was lunch. Yeah, just a whole host of changes being made. I think it's a big squad, and yes, there is rotation, and I think it's not bad selections.
No.
Benny Hansen will take the gloves. Latabo Bashlamaslaka, he's been left out to the side, so there's the one change. Devon de Villiers, he's gone. Let's say he's being replaced, possibly like for like, with Paul James.
Yeah.
Comes in there. Then you have the likes of Yeni. He's going to come in, and he's replacing Raik Daniels. That's beautifully played down the ground by Chad Mason. The chase is on. He'll get there as well, but 2 more runs added. So you got Raik Daniels. He's sitting out this game. Then you have Rousseau. I can see that selection as well.
Yeah, he's come in for Martin Kamala.
He's come in for Martin Kamala because they think it's going to have a lot more turn. And also, I don't think Kamala had the work load from the last game to sort of warrant another game as well. So I can understand that selection. Very good one for me, bringing in Nathan Rousseau. That is what I said. You need to bowl the short ball so it is uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that certainly was uncomfortable for Chad Mason. It just seemed to hit him on the arm or the body, I'm not sure.
Yeah. And then Daniel Rousseau.
Yeah.
Apologies, Daniel Bosman. Apologies. Yeah. Daniel Bosman, he came in as well. So they've lost for Lachadin.
Lachadin, yes.
So it's a left-handed batter for a right-hander. But what you get with Daniel Bosman is also the spinning option as well. So I can see that selection as well. I don't think you can say it when you look at that South African team that, listen, I'm not sure why that selection or why is that warranted. I think there's all the plan, there's reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody just asks. And we leave all those decisions for the coaching staff as well from South Africa, the selectors that do get their say as well.
Absolutely right. I think Ngobani Mokoena being rewarded as well for his fifer in that first innings.
I wouldn't drop him. I wouldn't say drop at this level. I say I wouldn't leave him out. The sole purpose is, you can bowl your whole host of overs in a spell. Yeah. And there were times that might be warranted. There's times that might be needed. So I think that, to me, is good that they stuck with him, especially in this format.
It's once again very good from Paul James, just covering that spin from Farhan Ahmed. And England making the 3 changes, in fact, replacing their entire fast bowling attack in this team. But those are the only 3 changes that they have made. And that is down the leg side, and he just gets a tickle on that one. James, oohs and ahs, but Thomas Roux, the wicketkeeper, was nowhere near that, and certainly was off the face of the bat, you felt, down the leg side. So.
Just struggling with his line here. Actually, both these bowlers now for England are just struggling with their lines, drifting down the leg side a little bit. And again, we're looking at a side not really at the races after a break.
Yeah. Now, the energy in the field is not what you would perhaps want it to be either. Not so much chatter out there. That's neatly played down the leg side. And that's Dawkins, I think it is. That's a short, fine leg. Comes around and fields. Makes a bit of ground there, but Farhan Ahmed just hasn't got his line right here at the moment.
His head down the leg side, didn't he? He's definitely struggling.
And the wind is not that, well, it is reasonably good, a strong wind, but it's not that strong that he should be struggling with that from a line point of view. It just hasn't settled. It's neatly played once again by Paul James down to long on. Tazim Ali does the fielding. So it has been a reasonably long tour for these young men from England, and now into the final 4 days of that tour. So had a good amount of cricket. It's been an enthralling series, really. The one-day series being won 2-1 by South Africa after losing the first of the youth ODIs quite comprehensively, coming back very well to win the following 2 matches, and then exciting drawn first test match.
In fact, all 3 youth ODIs were very comprehensive victories for these 2 teams. South Africa winning the last one quite comfortably with a bag of wickets in hand still. Yeah. And then, the test match could have gone either way. South Africa thought they would have been in with a shout because they had had England 27 for 4 in that first hour. And England doing really well to get up to what was a run short of 299, I think it was.
Yeah, 319 in South Africa. 299 it was, yes. South Africa 319 in reply. Said Eugene with an 88 for Mohamed Bulbuli and a 90 for Jason Riles. So it was very good. And some good contributions down the order from Mokoena and Daniels. In nicely behind that again is Paul James. And certainly was evenly poised as it went into that final day. South Africa just ending up 22 runs short of victory, 21 runs short of England's score with 9 wickets down. It went to the last day. Cannot really ask for a more enthralling test match than that.
Well, that was some test match between these two teams. Again, down the leg side it is. It's just going to be an easy single. And every run is applauded there.
And
Partnership now goes to 31.
And they want to continue to build on this. Mason on 11, James on 55. Next target is to get to that 200 mark. Be looking to get there without further loss of wicket. And certainly, as you were saying before tea, Eugene, it's beautifully played by Mason out into the cover region. It's on his back foot and just punches it through the covers for the 2. The pitch now, just that green tinge that was on it this morning, just fading a little bit.
Yeah, said that just after lunch. You could see it changed colour very much and very quickly. So it looks like the moisture has sort of gone out of the surface a little bit. Obviously with the breeze and the sun, there's not a cloud in sight.
That's well left outside the off stump. Eddie Jack just hasn't quite found his rhythm after the tea break on the Weinberg end of the ground.
No, both these men haven't.
No.
There's been a few balls down the leg side, just in different line, in different lengths. You just need to find that sort of line and length that was very successful for them early on. They're yet to do it. Not sure how many overs Eddie Jack is going to dish up here.
Might be his last one, you feel? Maybe one more, I don't know. I think this is the 3rd over of this spell for him. Yeah, 3rd over in this spell for Eddie Jack.
Just look at who else can sort of come on here.
Well, I don't know, maybe the most effective bowler from a medium pace point of view has been Alex Wade, you'd have to say. So maybe Wade will be the one that might get the nod if to replace Jack. I don't think we'll see. I think it'll be a while before we perhaps see Tazeem Ali back into the attack again. You never know.
He's been warming up ever since the tea break.
Yeah.
And maybe he will get a bowl sooner rather than later. We'll keep an eye on that. But for now, it looks like Ahmed, he's going to continue around the wicket. And he certainly was more effective the previous over. Or more challenging, I should say, for the batter. Finding a lot more consistent line and length. And he's going to stick around. Oh dear, we're in trouble here, James.
Are we in trouble?
Yeah, we're in trouble.
Oh dear.
I just spotted something. And I
Oh.
hope I'm not right.
I hope not. I hope not too. What did you spot? See that something the batter was doing?
No.
No. Okay, I'll wait for it. Oh, I see. Yes, I do see it. I do see it.
If this happens, it will be uncanny. So I'm not going to
It would
mention
be. It would be. I know you're not going to mention it, but I think I get what you're going to say. So we won't say anything. We won't say anything. Farhan Ahmed's going to continue.
Okay, it's not. That's for all good. We're all good, James.
We're all good. Okay.
We're all good.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, absolutely. Normal service has been resumed. We can certainly say that with some certainty. And Farhan Ahmed is going to continue to bowl clockwise. I mean, to bowl around the wicket. So he goes, and just that line, he seems to be exerting a bit more control with his bowling from around the wicket.
Yeah, it just allows him to be a little bit more taller.
Mm.
Maybe sometimes you're just falling away if you come over the wicket to right-handers, and he's going to force himself to be a little bit taller. And that way he can get his line a bit better.
Oh, once again defended well by Paul James. You were saying, Eugene, I mean, he's been circumspect when he needs to, and he's been aggressive when the opportunity has presented itself.
Yeah, that he has. He's played very smartly. The thing is, I've heard a lot about him, about Paul James, over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
He was involved with the coach over the last couple of years as well, and
Over the wicket, do you?
I think even he had a very quiet Kaya Majola. Although in one of the games he certainly wanted with the ball
Okay.
for Western Province at the Kaya Majola game where the Lions, Central Gauteng Lions, were coasting to victory. Coasting to victory, and he just turned the tide altogether. I think 8 wickets fell in no time there.
So he certainly does give the captain an option from a backup seam point of view.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said his selection. That's another over. 62 now gone.
So
His selection from that point of view can do a job that Devon de Villiers can do as well with the ball. And he's already got a 50. So with the bat, he's already contributed, and that's great from South Africa under 19's point of view, as Eddie Jack has a quick beverage. So they're going to put in a short leg, and I think here we go. Here we go again. It's going to be the short barrage. He's going to come around the wicket, and we saw this. We saw this at Marty's at Stellenbosch when things weren't going England's way for a while, and then they decided, no, we're going to turn to. Let's go a little bit with some short stuff.
yeah. Well, there is absolutely no subtlety involved here around what they're intending to do.
Well, let's look at this field. They've got a third man who's about 10 off. He's there. They've got a backward point. They've got an extra cover there.
Yeah.
The bowler, Jack, is coming around the wicket. He's got a mid-wicket, short leg, deep backwards. Well, he can't be backwards, surely. So he's got a deep square just in front. And because Vaughan is also there on the leg side. Ooh.
Yeah.
And we've got the tall Mr. Moore just in front of us here as well.
Yeah.
So, folks, hold on to your hats.
There we go.
This could be a barrage.
And we've seen the first one of the first of the salvos fired.
Well, and that's not called one because he ducked into that one.
He ducked down, didn't he? A little bit of a periscope from the young man, Paul James, but he can expect very little is going to be bowled in his half. And so there's that tall Harry Moore. He just gets onto the field now before the ball is bowled and angles that down to backward point. Aryan Savant does the fielding. So, what do you make of this, Eugene?
Well, they've decided to go with a plan, right?
Which is fair enough.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
So they want to make things happen, and they decided they're not just going to let things meander around. They're going to ask the big man here, Eddie Jack, to really run in, maybe for 12 balls or so. That's a bit of a waste. That is given as 1 for the over.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Signalled, as you said, by umpire Tokazizi Shezi. So now he's had 1 for the over. 3 balls gone.
I think this is his final over.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Or has he just got the call up there?
They're changing things around now. So Archie Vaughan going into a deep leg slip position, and Moore going to more a longish leg position. Just rides the bounce well there, Paul James.
Well, he's played it well. Maybe just getting the bottom hand off the bat very quickly.
Yeah, maybe that. It doesn't look like it. He just took his glove off. Just taking his time. That's good from the batter. Get himself set. And he angles that down to the man at third. That's Ben Dawkins, and they go through for the single. So same line of attack to Chad Mason. Mason's been ducking underneath the short delivery.
Well, the third man, he's come up.
Yeah.
So there's a slight change there. For the rest of them,
Yeah.
they haven't moved one iota.
I don't think Chad Mason will be taking on the short ball. Maybe
Famous last words that.
that is
Jake
famous
Fox.
last words, I know, but just sense from the way he's been batting so far that he's going to be more on the defensive. And he just lets that go by down the leg side. It's the end of the over. Just a single off that, and yeah, line of attack not tempting the South African batters into playing any kind of expansive shot from the shorter delivery. So we've had, since the tea break, we've had now 35, between about 37 minutes, and South Africa at tea 151 for 6, now 182 for 6. These two have put on 35 for the 7th wicket. Farhan Ahmed to continue. So who will they bring on, do you think, from the Weinberg end? I mean,
I reckon Harry Moore's
yeah,
going to come
Harry
on.
Moore.
And he's going to try and do the same potentially.
Yeah.
He's a taller man as well. Maybe not the same pace as Jack. But what he does well is his line.
Yeah.
He's always at the batter. And I think he can give Archie Vaughan some control, potentially.
Yeah, certainly out of all the England bowlers, he's the one that makes the batters play the most. We've seen that across the formats. Another textbook forward defensive shot from Paul James. Again, he just angles the bat this time. Dawkins does the fielding.
Yeah, they need something to spark them, England.
It's just all at the moment a little bit of much of a muchness.
Again,
Pitches,
as I said to you, James, I haven't seen much from Paul James, but I'm really impressed.
Very solid technique. Like the way that he is playing the spin. He's getting his foot into line. When he does go back, he seems to be picking length early, which is what I quite like from that.
Maybe it's a crouching tiger.
Maybe
it's a Weinberg thing, because he's
could be.
also very low,
Yeah,
not
he
as
is.
low as
No.
his captain Benny Hansen.
No. Whoa, shoot. Just play that one down to mid-on, and the wind is getting a little bit stronger here. Just lost, we didn't lose them. It was a very good catch off his own bowling there by Eugene Molion.
Oh, it's terrible with that. Terrible. Absolutely woeful. Catching a ball off my own bowling.
But, Yes, I actually did look up the.
No, you did not.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. That's what it was.
Right, okay.
The 2001 movie. No, I didn't look up the fact that you were bad off your own bowling. I don't think they have that in the stats. So.
Oh, thank you. Thankfully not.
But yeah, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, a 2000 movie by Asian director Ang Lee, I think it was, and did won an Oscar, in fact. So it's very interesting just to look at that. I couldn't remember what it was. I knew it was something dragon, but now
you got it right. You got it right.
Eddie Jack is going to continue.
Why not? He's steaming in.
Yeah.
He's got to build up a good head of steam here.
Yeah, why not? Strong young man. And yeah, Chad Mason on strike. It's Kesh Fonseca under the helmet at short leg. He's got the leg slip, and man here at long leg, Harry Moore. Well, that's played in the gap between the gully and the man at backward point. Sawant does the fielding there, and they go through for two. So he rode that one very well, Chad Mason.
Yeah, he did. He just got on top of it, got the hands nice and high. Maybe the line allowed him to do that as well.
And just evades that one reasonably easily.
Oh, the breeze
yeah,
is picking up.
it
I
is
said
picking
after
up.
three, I told you, said after three,
Yeah.
this breeze picks up.
And knowing the local conditions, it has picked up. It's fairly breezily coming across the ground here. It does, as it does, the southeaster comes across the Cape Flats, and now that's the first one that Mason has felt that he had to play. Controlled it well, down off what looked like the gloves into the ground, but Fonseca's waiting.
I think that gave England and the bowl a little bit more encouragement
it did.
than what it did for Chad Mason.
Yeah,
Just having
definitely.
a little bit of a feel on the fingers there. Wrapped on that bottom hand, still ringing.
Yeah, so Eddie Jack, that'll give him some encouragement for these rib ticklers that he is producing at the moment. Okay. So a little bit of chatter out there now, England. Quite like the fact that that previous one just looked like Chad Mason wasn't that comfortable with it. He played the next one, I think, very well. It's not directed in at the body, more outside the line of the off stump. So after this over, there will be 25 overs left in the day. 3:45 now. So that's a fuller delivery. He's in nicely behind it. So 25 overs left after this. Eugene, probably a little bit of overtime today. Depends on whether we have spin operating from both ends. The new ball will be due in 15 overs and 1 ball.
Even that, I think we're just going to be going till 5:30.
Yeah,
That's it.
it looks like it.
It's got that written all over it. There have been a few time allocations for the ball, and then Benny Hansen was hit and other things. Mallet coming out. The mallet came out a couple of times.
So at the end of the over, 65 gone, 184 for the loss of 6. South Africa are batting just shy of 3 runs to the over, and that really will not be of any concern to them. Quite happy with that. These two, as we see, Jeremy Fredericks is coming towards us there. Some good work by the cameraman.
Did they get him?
Yeah, they got Rhino there on screen, walking here towards the commentary position. And there's Ashley Flotman. Speaking about Ashley earlier, there he is on the side with his zoom lens.
He's waiting for that perfect moment.
He is waiting for that perfect shot. There's that Kodak moment indeed. Yeah.
No, now we're in trouble.
Oh,
We're talking
advertising.
we're talking about the coaching staff. Well, so far it's not the coaching staff have been doing it. It's the supporters here from England.
There we go. They haven't got the memo though, so it's okay.
No, England coming to stand right by the side screen. Not sure what's happening here.
Oh dear.
Struggling to get wickets. Now they decided, no, we'll just stand in front of this, in front of the side screen. I'm not sure. It was the legs poking out below the side screen that I had an issue with.
I don't know. Right, Farron Ahmed into Paul James. And once again, he brings out exemplary defence, the young man. He's an even younger man bowling to him. Farron Ahmed, 16 years old, from Nottinghamshire. That's where he played some first-class cricket. Really been wonderful to see him. His work here for the England under-19s. It's nicely played by James. Out into the covers. Trots through for a single.
Well, everybody's walking around now. They've done sitting around. Not enough wickets have been falling here for England supporters. They have to stand where they are standing now. They might be disturbing the umpire, the players. They're trying all these tricks here on us here in South Africa.
Yeah,
on our home patch.
Nicely played by Chad Mason. Yeah, but as you say, speaking about the wicket walking, as we've seen by the staff, sometimes we've now seeing it from the spectators as well. They still haven't quite got it right. No,
they haven't caught on yet.
Looked for a moment. Looked just for a moment. The physio might have got it right, but no. They may find the way to turn the game on its head if they know the right way to walk around the field.
Don't be. Oh, James.
Wasn't supposed to say that, was I? No. Oh, okay. Well, that's a fine. Definitely a fine. In the air. Oh, and he's taken the wicket.
James.
And now I'm going to have to retire, I think. Short delivery from Farron Ahmed, and it is that Chad Mason has to make his way back to the pavilion. Just a top edge on that one. Taken at square leg. 15 of 40 would be 40 balls.
Well, that breaks the partnership. It was starting to look a little bit good, or better, I should say, for South Africa. It was a short ball. He said, no, he wants to lash onto it, but he just top edged it. Yeah. And in the man from deep square comes in and snaffles it nice and easy. 7 gone. Just when South Africa looked like they were getting into a better position all the time, England managed to bag a wicket.
A good 38-run partnership there between Mason and Paul James. Importantly for South Africa, Paul James still there. Alex Wade, who took the catch out on the boundary. So Mason has given Ahmed his first wicket of the match. And now it is Nkobani Mokoena who makes his way out to the middle. Mokoena in the previous match, in that first innings, shared in a very good partnership with Ray Daniels down the order.
Well, you know what you're going to get from Mokoena here.
Yeah.
He's not going to leave us die wandering here, although he can hit a good ball and he can hit a big ball. The boundary that he's going to be attacking will be straight, hitting it this way with the breeze. Yeah. As the Guru used to say, respect the breeze. I'm not going to repeat what Jeremy Frederick said there. Apologies. But it was a successful over for Ahmed. He bags one finally. He's toiled for 16 overs, got one for 22.
And it's South Africa now, say 185 for the loss of 7. So they'll be looking for the last few batters as well to stay there with Paul James. James is 58 off 125. It's been a very good innings from the Wynberg Boys High pupil. And Eddie Jack is going to continue with this short barrage. Yeah.
The barrage will continue. Ooh.
That was a very good short delivery, and just dead batter dealt with well in the end by Paul James.
See, once you get into your mind that the ball is not coming up as much as what you thought, your first instinct is, Russ, I've got to play it.
Yeah.
But then you got to get into a position to play it. There's short leg lurking.
Yeah.
There's a leg slip or leg gully lurking.
Yeah, brought a man in now at a sort of a forward. Dawkins in there. What's that? It's almost like a very short catching mid-wicket, is it?
That's Dawkins here. I think that is Mays.
Oh, Mays, sorry. 21. Mays, sorry. Apologies. Ben Mays, yes. And Fonseca at that short leg position. Harry Moore down here at long leg. Captain in at leg slip. Well left by Paul James.
Love it when the number 9 gives it the old, no, well done, well left there, fella, well left. Gives the old tap on the back with his pad, says, no, you just stay there, I'm all right, I'll face the spin, you can,
That's right.
You can stay there, James. You're right that side, mate, don't worry about me.
I'm happy to be facing the bowling from this end.
He might not be saying that, if he's just tongue-in-cheek stuff here, folks.
He might not be, but certainly go.
Ooh. There you go, thumbs up again.
There we go.
Sits on his bat. Happy days.
He's got the stance of a top order batter standing there with his bat there. He's surveying all before him. Lovely.
Well, this was a much better bouncer here. And I'm glad we can go back and revert back to bounces and not bumpers.
Yeah, we can definitely call them bouncers. Yeah. And you know, of course, now that you're going to be getting a text message from somebody or WhatsApp from somebody talking about bumpers and bouncers.
No, he's doing throwdowns.
Oh, well, then we're all right then. We're all right.
No,
safe then.
He's safe. He'll be complaining later on about how sore his elbow is and this and that, and all sorts. And, you know, fellas must come with commitment longs to do their fielding practice.
That's neatly played into the leg side. We go through for the single. He keeps the strike. Does Paul James at the end of the over. 186 for the loss of 7 after 67. Mokoena just faced the one ball. James will be taking strike again. Farhan Ahmed will continue.
The over rate hasn't been great.
No, it's certainly has not been what we're used to from England, as we see there on the screen, our sponsor for this broadcast. We want to thank Sisonke Tourism and Event Services for their support, and they are your school sports destination management specialists. You can find them on www.sisonketours.co.za if you're looking to bring your sports team out to Southern Africa They are the people to go to. Please look them up on the World Wide Web. So,
Yeah, not just schools, all sports clubs. Now
Absolutely.
they'll cater for your needs, all your needs on and off the field.
wonderful, wonderful company that have assisted a number of teams and many teams out here with their tours to South Africa and combined the sporting side of the tours with sightseeing and really some of those tours featuring the best places that South Africa has to offer. And it's a wonderful place to come and tour. So please look them up. It's Farhan Ahmed. He's going to continue with his 17th over. Got that distinctive way that he starts his run up. Paul James as distinctively defending that into the offside.
Well, yeah, already now they've identified we've got to keep Paul James off strike. So in comes the field once again a little bit to see if they can stop him just getting an easy single because they want Mokoena on strike. Well, they're going to come through for them.
Yeah,
one.
they
So
come
he's got
through
two
for the
balls here.
single. Just lost his line a bit there, did Farhan Ahmed. He's been bowling it outside the off stump. So, now that one just a little bit straighter. Two balls to come in the over for Mokoena. He's just settling himself. So that one is wasted down the leg side. Well taken by Thomas Root behind the wickets. Just tried to bowl that one a whole lot quicker there. Just lost his shape.
He hasn't been as successful, I think,
No.
here bowling this in into the breeze.
No.
And if he's your trump card, I would say, Ahmed, go to your captain and say you would come from the end you
Yeah.
prefer to come from.
Well, it's driven, but just really doesn't get any of it. Mokoena out into the offside. End of the over. It's 187 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, just the one over to take us to drinks. Still a lot of overs left. Still 22. The over rate has not been a good one.
So we are going to see the change that you expected, Eugene. Eddie Jack is coming off, and it will be Harry Moore to come on. Yes, indeed. He's had his spell from that end, put in a lot of effort. Now Harry Moore will be coming in. It doesn't look like they, well, we'll see. They are going to put 2 men out on the boundary, a man at long leg and a man at deep backward square. They've done away with the short leg, a man catching in at the shortish mid wicket, man at mid on, mid off, cover, backward point, gully and slip. And that's as easy as you like into the leg side from Paul James.
Oh, now then, Mokoena is on strike. He's 3 balls.
And this will be the first time he's going to be facing the pace. Those 3 balls off Farhan Ahmed. Said he, in that first innings, for South Africa in the test match. Oh, where are we? He had a good partnership with Daniels. Oh, it's a good delivery from Moore just plays way down the wrong line there. McQuena doesn't get the edge.
Some might say it's a different pitch when you're bowling to the lower order men here.
Yeah, they'll be looking to test him outside the off stump. 2 slips and a gully waiting. That's squeezed out to backward point. So one does the fielding. There's no run.
Well, I think what we also should realize is South Africa are doing a lot of tapping on the pitch
Yeah.
as well. So it's got to be careful as well that the umpires keep an eye on that.
That's out to half of the bat, and that goes down to Mays from his position in the gully. So South Africa here, McQuena, he's just got to get himself in. It's only the 6 balls so far. Paul James, he'll be looking to take the majority of the strike, you feel, at the moment. As you said, Eugene, McQuena, he certainly has shown in the previous match that he can contribute with the bat.
No, he's not going to leave us down one. Get a ball outside
No.
the off stump. He's going to swing hard.
Yeah.
Oh, good short ball. That's a good short ball. And looks like the squatting has helped because he got below that quite nicely, McQuena.
He did and got underneath that well. No, just the one more ball. And then we would expect that it is going to be drinks. It looks like third umpire, Kaolani and Tuli is waiting.
Yeah, and then it's going to be over to the Rhino to take over from the Fox.
Yeah.
Oh, those are ones that you flick the pad. It sort of gets in between the pad and goes onto the stumps, but no harm done. And it looks like we're going to go and enjoy a drinks as South Africa 188 for 7. I think much has been said about the pitch and everything else on it. But Paul James, he's looked solid. 61, very assured. Faced a lot of balls. 136 with him is Gabani McQuena. And for England, they just need 3 wickets to finish this innings off. And you'll join us in a few moments after the drinks break. We say goodbye to the Cape Fox. And when you return, we'll have the Rhino, Jeremy Fredericks.
Welcome back. 8, that's what South Africa got. Wonderful innings from Paul James. Ewan Hansen really battered South Africa out of a bit of a spot of bother. They were in all sorts of trouble at 74 for 5, South Africa. They were 4 for 61, 5 for 76, and then that good partnership from over 50 between those two. And now James still continuing. If he can just find a partner to stay in there, get South Africa well over 200. We all said 250 on this wicket would be a good Eugene. And I still maintain 250 would be a good. A lot of people saw all sorts of gremlins. We all know that this wicket would deteriorate, and it would. But I still believe that South Africa did the right thing, winning the toss, batting first here.
No doubt about that, Jeremy. I concur wholeheartedly with what you're saying. First and foremost, I think they need to get to 250. No, not getting away from that. We looked at that this morning at, what time was that? 9 o'clock, and we said whoever bats first needs to get to that number. And South Africa are itching their way after being in trouble, and then a lovely partnership between the two Wynberg boys, batters, and then a couple of wickets, soft ones indeed.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been quite a bit of edginess in the South African change room this morning. Everybody's comment on the wicket, and the wicket's going to do this. And sometimes, I was speaking to Tennis and Boertes earlier and saying, you know, sometimes people read, you've got to adapt to conditions where you play. Sometimes we read so much into conditions. I thought the wicket, I didn't see any demons or devils in here. I thought if 2 or 3 of the South African wickets were lost, was by their own fault. It wasn't that the ball did something or whatever. And it has all been application. And the one thing that I'll give the South African batsmen, those who got in, they've really applied themselves well. That is fantastic to see. They've shown grit, and I like that.
First thing you said there was correct. Some of the sights might be deceiving. And I think sometimes when you get here, and people were talking about this pitch, and maybe they shouldn't have done so before even today, and we alluded to that as well, and people making mention of it, and that plays in your head even before you come here. You think you should just come here, play your game, you know, adapt, apply yourself. We've seen two batters apply themselves, they get 50s, one still in.
And it is, I mean, it's the same for international cricket. You know you're going to go to India. You know, the quickest wicket there is in Bangalore, where you're going to get a bit of bounce. So most touring teams win in Bangalore because of the conditions. But you know, if you're going to Ahmedabad, Delhi, Mumbai, good luck. It's going to turn. So you've got to prepare yourself for that. You've got to prepare. And since re-entry into international cricket, I was saying how successful South Africa had been at Lord's. Out of all the teams in the world, we've been the most successful touring India. If you look at the statistics and you look at the history. So adapt to the conditions. India comes here, we prepare green mambas.
Well, with their bowling attack, would we as well?
Well, you can't anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, their fast bowling unit, Bumrah's a handful, but I mean, they go to Australia to prepare to their conditions, and they play there.
Yeah.
And that's a point that Sunil Gavaskar alluded to when you're there. So, you know, you must take what you get wherever you go, and you must adapt.
That's why you go tour, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's why you go tour.
Yeah, that's the beauty. And these young lads are going to do that as well. And that's why I'm just saying, you know, I'm elated to see that our kids are playing 4-day cricket, test cricket. It tests their resolve. And I don't let me be told that you're just going to become a T20 cricket.
No
This is the
chance.
base. This is the base to launch your T20 career from. Not the other way around.
Yeah, I agree again. It's a whole host of changes being made, and I think they're going to go back to just the 2 slips and a gully, 3 on the off. Mokoena is on strike, yet to get off the mark. We've already seen he doesn't like to be on naught for a long period of time.
So he's got a 6-3 field placing. 3 on the leg side, 6 on the off side. It's more your conventional. This morning they were at the 7-2 split because they had 3 slips in position. and a gully early on.
Yeah, and there's a message that just got to the bowler there from Archie Vaughan, and I think there's going to be a little bit more of that type of length here to Mokoena.
He's just got to get one. He drives that and handsomely gets 4.
Yeah, I said you throw the ball outside off stump, nice and full. He's going to have a dig.
Absolutely. Have a go. Get that foot there and just swing through the line. Score moves on now.
Oh, I think it was a no ball as well.
No free hit in this form.
Well, are they just trying to get to that second new ball? It's 10 overs away.
I'll tell you what, if these two bat for 10 overs, till the new ball they'll be close to 250 or even past.
You reckon? That's where you're going?
I'm reckoning, you know, where are they going at? 3 and over?
Mm-hmm.
So 3 times 10 gives you 30. They'll be close there and thereabout.
230?
230, 240.
I mean,
7 down.
South Africa will take that. Let's bag
Absolutely.
that. Take that.
New ball comes. They're going to try and bowl more shorter. Cut over slip for 4. Couple of that. That new ball bang into the side screen and into the gravel patch on the other side. And then suddenly that ball gets older quickly. I've seen guys wait for the new ball already, and I've seen the new ball travel. So it won't be the first, won't be the last. The thing is this, that these two just got to stay in. I mean, James looks settled. Mokoena just needs to support him.
Well, trying to see who's going to light the spark here for the England 19. Mokoena, he looks like he wants to hang around for a long time. 12 balls faced.
The big thing is that they'll be a bit angry when they get to the new ball and they think we haven't taken another wicket.
I think they're angry now.
Yeah, no, they are.
If I'm brutally honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. South Africa all out already.
What did you think of the short ball barrage that England turned to there?
I like that.
Yeah,
It's good.
Said that
It
as
shows
well.
that they're planning, they're thinking about something, seeing if they can unrattle the batsman, or rattle the batsman rather.
Yeah, it's good to just try a plan. Doesn't have to be all day. They so listen. Let's try something different. And
That's a tactic you use to try and be intimidating. That's good. Come on. Go down. Short. And I think that's Archie Vaughan there.
that is Ben Dawkins.
Dawkins.
This other man.
Wow, that was a good catch because it just kept low down.
Just kept dying on him, isn't it?
Yeah, good catch.
But now, Harry Moore now has another wicket. The big man has toiled. And Mokoena here goes back. Now then, is this the opening that England needed to just finish off this innings? And is Paul James now going to decide, listen, I've got to take most, if not all. As it looks like it is Yeni coming to the middle now. 193 for 7.
Yeah. Well, now that 250 looks a way away, but they have to just edge out and work themselves to 200. I reckon maybe South Africa gets bowled out. You have a good, say, if they get over 200, you have a good 30-40 minutes of fast bowling left here, and South Africa has a dig, and you have England 2 or 3 down tonight.
200 is also bare minimum. 250 we
Yeah.
said is also would
Yeah.
be a good score.
250 we said par.
250 would be for a par.
Yeah.
Psychologically, you want to get over 200. We're not diverting back. I think a team that
No.
if they do get to 50 from here, they would bag that, as I said, and then go about their bowling. It's not the type of wicket to come in here and just bash the ball to all parts. You got to work, you got to grind. That's what it's about.
So I must admit that as a unit, They've caught well, England, haven't they?
Yeah, they haven't dropped anything. Ball's been dying. But there were a couple of smart catches, sharp ones as well. So, Ahmed, are you going to give a single here to Paul James and then bowl to Yeni? Spread the field far and wide and say, listen, James, you take one. I want to bowl to the other man. And looks like they are doing that. There's still a lot of chat. And there has been a lot of chat between Shazi, the umpire, and Captain Vaughan. Could be a whole host of things.
Tall lads, these Englishmen. These bowlers.
These bowlers and batters.
Yeah,
Vaughan is tall.
Yeah, he's tall.
Ben Dawkins is tall.
Well, the bowlers, Jack and Moore, certainly. Could be two locked forwards for England.
Maybe they were.
Well, they might be big lags, but I don't think they're going to withstand the might of our under-19 boys at lock.
No.
You get the Van der Merwe or Mostert there. Big fellows.
No, we graze them well here.
Yeah. Well, they eat the right stuff.
Yeah.
Pick the right grapes.
No corn, just meat.
Yeah. Especially there in Blue Bull land. Blue Bull territory.
Would love to. That's on the. I got to tick that box. A game at Loftus Versfeld.
Have you never been there?
Never been.
Oh man, Eugene, never been to a packed Loftus Versfeld?
I need to do that.
Fortress Loftus.
I want to sit with a cap hanging down as the sun is beating you at an angle.
Just make sure, if you're not sitting in a box, if you're in the stand and Western Province is leading or the Stormers with a minute to go,
Don't shout.
no, make sure you get out of there. Make sure you get. As you are out of the gate, you just go stop. You go. Just look around continuously while you're running to see if there's not a blue bull coming down.
Well,
No, I'm not joking. It's not that
well,
bad.
I've never seen this. He's coming. He's coming through and around. He hasn't done this yet on this tour.
Interesting. Nicely played. Get the single. Oh, that's strange. See him coming through and around. He's tried different angles. He's come around the wicket. He's come over the wicket. He's come through and around.
Coming over the wicket to you too.
I've never seen him do that. And then he gave it the odd skip halfway through on his run up. He knew, I'm not going to get all my strides in here.
Yeah.
Need to give a little bit of a skip.
Yeah, he's a youngster still, eh? What's he, 16, 17 years old? Farhan Ahmed.
16, yeah.
16, and he's playing at this level already. He was here with the young Lions as well under Swan, so he's certainly getting all the opportunities because they see something good. They believe that he's the future. Got 100 as well. Got runs. Lovely to watch at 16. So that means that he'll still play under 19 for 2 more years, 3 more years.
Yeah.
This level.
Could well do.
Yeah.
They've got another youngster, Flintoff, who's out there in Australia. He scored 100 for the Lions out there.
Yeah, and Freddie Flintoff, after he had a terrible accident that he was involved in and disappeared from the limelight and all. But lovely to see him also back. And I saw him here with the young Lions. That it's confidence that you sometimes talk about. You talk about the cricketer, confidence cricketer. You've had a nasty accident. You had to have a whole skin graft and face graft. I mean, really. And then sometimes you can't, but very, very brave and very happy that he's back. He was a hell of a cricketer, Freddie Flintoff. No doubt about that.
Yeah.
He's one of our fellow working colleagues, Nate. He just plays musical chairs at different angles of the ground.
Yeah, in deep discussions going around Well, let's see this field here by Archie Vaughan. What is he going to do? Because James is on strike yet again.
Bouncer over the keeper's head for 4. After all of that.
You reckon it's going to be a ramp, maybe? Who knows? It's not enough. It's not enough bounce here.
You reckon?
But yeah, the field spread. Well, and they spread far and wide, bar 4 or 5 men.
You also don't want to also get, I know you want to protect he wants to protect St. Diswayeni, but you can't also get into that mode by saying, all right, because now then the game will stand still. You want to move forward, so you also got it. I mean, that's why Yeni's in the team. At times he's got to take the 2 balls, he's got to take it on the shin, on the shoulder. That's what cricket's all about. Makes you tough.
Oh, that's a tie delivery. I'm sorry. That is a tie delivery. Tried to go into the pitch, into the surface, and there was no response. It was so short as well.
Yeah, that's the difference. Bowling at the coast and bowling at the high veld. The wonder is the keeper normally stands about 30 meters back and still takes it above his head. And you just hear the thud into the gloves.
The worst thing is if you get a bowler that bowls you a bounce and you duck it, and then you still have time to get up, look at the ball and turn around, and the ball has not got to the keeper yet. Then you know, hold on, there's a bit of wheels here.
Yeah, yes, gas.
Two men. I probably told the story already. Jeremy playing for Northwest out at Kingsmead against the Dolphins then, and they had Nixon McLean. That was their overseas professional. And he bowled a short ball, which I ducked, and then I mistakenly played a practice pull shot. And all I saw was the chains jangling and around the neck, and he says, you want to pull, man? Very next ball, short, I ducked, and it was at that occasion when I looked up, saw him, turned around, and the keeper just about took the catch. I said, never again will I do that.
And then he said, yeah, man, off you go.
Tell you what, there's one thing we talked about West Indian cricketers early on. The ability for them to just flick the switch. And then it is like they just turn into a different animal altogether. I mean, don't say anything. If they are West Indian bowlers, don't say anything.
No.
They flick the switch and then, oh my word, can they bowl? Can they turn it on?
Yeah, what was it when was it War that annoyed Curtly Ambrose?
Yeah, with the bands? With the...
What did he take? 7 for 2 at Perth?
Yes, he did.
7 wickets for 2 runs. Just ran across that batting order. My goodness, how quick was he? 2 of them formed a lethal combination. What did it? Was over 500 test wickets.
Walsh, Kirtley.
Yeah, Curtly
Walsh.
Curtly Walsh and Ambrose.
Yeah.
Then they had Patterson as well.
Kirtley.
Patrick Patterson.
Kirtley, Ambrose, and keep getting it right. I'm so confused now.
Courtney Walsh.
Courtney Walsh
And Kirtley
Ambrose. No, I got wrong. Saw him read the keeper from England. I was glad to be on the staff then. He bowled him with the slow ball that he just never picked up and ducked into it. Ball went between his feet and hit the stumps.
We also have the coaching staff at Lords. You're also cleaning windows. Not bad. The old man also said out there, hey, that little mop there, you gotta clean it. Drinking his gin and tonic.
Yeah, they were good times. Played at grounds, beautiful grounds we played at.
Yeah, and just well believe there's luscious fields there. Beautiful indeed. nice watching. I mean, the Oval in Birmingham. I was at the ground at Wales as well. Just watch when the tube comes in and how the people get off the trains and all their hats on and everything. I get to Lords. This is what caught me the first time. I thought to myself, right? Newlands used to, before they put up all these buildings there, there was a B field at the back, remember?
That's
and the
right,
nets
yeah.
were far at the back.
Yeah.
So, you know, at the nursery end at Lords,
Yeah.
that's where everybody goes and put down their baskets and all that. Imagine doing that at Newlands. There won't be a basket left at lunchtime.
Yeah, they left it. They left it and went to their seats and
They
watched
left
and they
it,
came
went to
back.
their seats, came back, had the champagne there and the sandwiches, whatever they had, and they just sat on the blanket during. And I just thought, wow, this is fascinating. Nobody, I mean, there's such a great culture of the game.
Yeah, they love the game. I mean, even at club level.
Yeah.
And then used to go watch Ashwell Prince play up there in the Lancs League. Played for a club called Morecambe and they played Chorley. And then there was a small man sitting in the sideline and Chorley were batting. And they were just tapping it back, tapping it back, tapping it back. And out comes the cry from Chorley, the man from the corner. Don't tickle it, hit it. I love it.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, there's an opportunity gone a begging for England. And
Jeremy, you tell me, but did he have... He got there in ample time.
yeah, he did. Just didn't hold leg slip. Was in the air for a long time.
Jeremy, he got there. That should have been taken. And just when you were applauding them for their catching today, they've put one down.
Mistakes do happen. That's nicely played. This will run away. It's nicely hauled in by Jack. They turn for a second. 195 for 8.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket yet again. And this time he's just going to stick to a round. He's not coming through and around.
Don't tickle it, hit it. Can just imagine.
Oh, dear.
Lovely. In that Lancastrian voice.
In the Lancastrian voice, yeah.
$195.
Well, Jeremy, I'm for one glad I put on the old trousers today because I'm looking at you here and I think you're getting a tad bit cold.
Yeah, when you're that side of the ground towards the pavilion, the sun's up that way, it's lovely there, but sitting here you get that constant wind. I mean, we're right into it.
Well, this is the second game in a row that I think we need to have words with our producer here.
Well, they're in the comfort upstairs. I said to him this morning, Bandile, nice of you to think of us peasants. He just looked at me, laughed and walked on.
Oh, dear.
Oh, gosh. Thought I'd give it to him.
Well, he was very happy with the old Pirates winning.
Oh, did they win?
He was over Chiefs as well. He was giving it the big rave about that. I don't know who he supports. Every time I see him, it's a different group.
And he wears different soccer shirts as well, doesn't he?
He supported Paul Royals, then he supported the Sunrisers, then it went somewhere else, then it was my Cape Town. I can't keep up. I give up now on him.
Fair weather supporter then.
Oh,
Tasnim, is it him back
Tasnim,
into the attack? Yeah,
Tasnim
Tasnim
Ali.
Ali.
His last spell wasn't very well finished. Bowled a lot of short balls, a lot of indifferent balls.
I thought he got tired this last spell. That he 198, almost that 200 mark there for South Africa. Certainly be psychological from where they were at 74 for 4 or 74 for 5.
Thought his bowl too quick. The pace on the ball is a little bit too quick. It's a different type of pitch here, which allows you to take some of the pace off because there will be pace in the surface for you to just get the ball to skid on a little bit quicker. That's what they needed to do at Stellenbosch. Here, it's different. You got a ball a little less pace. Again, too quick.
Oh, short again, and then James will feel the grief that he'd missed out there.
Oh,
Still dragging it down short.
well, here we go. 3 balls done. So what's the plan now? Still take the single. Then you'll have 2 balls at the ante.
We'll get the single.
Bowler's asking, oh, what was that all about? So 2 balls for Yeni to get past.
Oh my goodness.
That is 1. Just 1 away from 200 as well, South Africa.
Yes, Tazzy. Yes, Tazzy. That's Tazzy boy.
I know you for 1, Jeremy, will look at that and say, yeah, from lunch at 61 for 4. They've done well to get to this spot, but then they built in an innings as well. Good partnership.
Down, down, down.
Oh, that's
Nicely
nicely
played.
hit.
Get ready.
Well fielded. We'll get a single. 200 up. Thought they'd be able to get 2 there. Nevertheless, as I said, you got to face the different bowlers. It's just the tactic. He's hung in. He's faced 10 balls for his 3 runs. James is on 65 for 157 balls. He's really I'd have loved to have still seen a little bit longer of James and Hansen together. The score would have been 250 by now because they were really going well, and I just think Hansen swept 1 too many to get himself out. But my goodness, they were in all sorts of trouble when those 2 came together, and they really stuck to their task, and job well done.
Well, Yeni's going to be facing the start of this over. Yeah, it was 1 reverse sweep too many, we thought, and just the timing of it. For me, that you might question. Too quick. Too quick.
These fellows practice these shots. I mean, it's a shot that makes me nervous also at times. But tell you what, these youngsters these days, they execute the reverse sweep, the sweep so well. We spoke the other day, Hilton Ackerman, and I've been fainting.
Well, I will say though as well, he was a very educated man, loved the game and studied the game, and had a lot more experiences than maybe us put together. But I think he would have also evolved, but I think he would be talking about the timing of it. I think he'll be saying, right, when's the right time to do it? And especially the time of the match when it comes to this format of the game. But yeah, all we say is modern cricketers, and yes, they are modern day cricketers, but I think the basics and basis of the game still remains the same. Another man comes in, closer on the bat. They've already had a chance spilled, England. If Ezra Poole was here, he'll be tearing his hair out, I tell you, because he'll be saying, toss it up above the eye line.
Yeah, which he hasn't been doing. Still too flat. You got men around the bat. You got a leg slip in, slip conventional, short leg in. He's taken out the silly point because he was also in there for a little while, and he's still just not tossing it up. I would just say Here we go. Have a go.
Too quick again.
He runs. Well, turn for 2. That's what will happen if you're going to bowl it flatter and you're not giving it the air that it requires. And South Africa moved to 202 for 8.
Looks like they want to finish us off by bowling wickets. Still got to be patient. A lot of time still left in this game. This is only day 1.
4 balls to go to the new ball, the second new ball of the innings.
Well, 100% taking that. Once 80 comes, throw that old one off, get the new one on. Are you having another interview with young Mr. Nate today? Is it?
I don't know.
He's certainly a man in the that's wanted, that's needed for these interviews.
Nicely driven again. Get a single. Yeah, I feel both the spinners. They're just guilty of too quick, too flat.
Yeah, I think you alluded to that just on your chat about Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi. Yes, there are different pitches, but you also have to bowl differently in terms of pace on them. Maybe a bit of line and length changes a little bit as well. Just here in South Africa as well, we do have that. Stellenbosch was a little bit slower, which meant we had to put a little bit more pace on to get a better reaction of it. Here, you don't need to do that because the pitch will sort of react with a ball that's got less space on it. Again, quicker.
Yeah, Shafiq Abrams, he gets his at pains at times when he sees spinners and he sees them just darting flat and just use the pace. And so many times we commentate with Maharaj. Maharaj is guilty sometimes of just bowling too slow. Where he must bowl at 83 to 85 kilometers per hour, he's at 76, 77 and can't get it. And it's something that was discussed with him. He knows at times there's different kinds of wicket when you bowl that way. And it's just amazing to listen when spinners talk about this because, I mean, he was off spinner himself, Shafiq Abrams. So he talks about what speed, what revolutions you must put on the ball. And it's very interesting.
Talk about Keshav Maharaj. He's got this canny ability that when he does take the pace off, he lures the batsman forward and drags him outside that crease and then he gets a stumping. I've seen that so many times. He's got that ability. I mean, he's improved as a spin bowler over the last few years as well.
He's a very accomplished spinner, no doubt about it. But I think he's just alluding to certain surfaces and where and how and when.
Yeah.
And you know that when he's bowling at 83 or 84, when what pace he's bowling, he's really a handful. I'm sure they're just waiting to get to that new ball and giving these spinners get us there. 3 more to go. They haven't been that effective, I must admit. And they're bowling to tail-ended batsmen. I mean, Paul James not a tail, but I'm talking about Sandise Yeni. Oh, somehow or other. You've played, especially a guy like Ahmed, he's played long enough. Okay, and that's our cameraman up there. We're getting cold down here with the wind. He's gone higher. He's a brave boy there.
Oh, Shoaib.
Yeah, brave man, Shoaib. Taking the hit for the team.
Still reminding me about those tickets for the rugby on Saturday. I'll do my best, see what I can do for him. If anyone's listening, please pop us a call.
Nearly sold out, I believe, for Saturday.
Didn't want to hear that now.
No, it is.
Is
I'm telling you.
Oh,
last week there were 35,000 tickets sold. They almost sold out.
Oh.
I spoke to Danny yesterday in Pidjusta. That nice little Evo. That's going to get through. That's
going to go for 4.
Not good fielding at all. Yeah, it's north versus south.
Well, here's a thought for you, Jeremy Fredericks. Looking at that shot, and you said there's 3 overs left. Is he deciding, listen, let me see how many I can get, with this ball, knowing that there's a few seamers warming up.
Yeah, that could also be the case. There he goes again. This time it's safely negotiated. No, they didn't. Yeah, they did.
They did go through for one. That's his plan. There we go. He's looking at, oh, hold on. That second new ball's coming. Let me try and cash in with some runs here. Some big heave-hos.
South Africa's got to 208.
So, well, 42 runs. 42 runs would be ideal.
Yeah, that's what they would be aiming for. Get as close as to that 250 they can.
Oh, hello.
All right, get another single. See, that's just a little bit just pushing the English players, but that's good cricket. He's hurt himself there.
I think it's more cramp, I think. I think
Feels his hamstring there, is it?
yeah, I think it's more cramp.
Last thing you want to do is a hamstring. Keeps you out of the game for a long time. 6 to 8 weeks. Hamstrings.
Well, we have a look. You'll see he's holding maybe a little bit lower down. Sometimes it's higher up. This is not going to help the old time as the physio trots on.
Lovely day. Bowling figures. He's 2 for 35. Jack's taken 2 for 33 in his 13. Wade's 2 for 38. He looked the most threatening of the lot earlier today. And the 21 overs bowled by Ahmed, 1 for 35. Ali hasn't been that effective. He's gone for a couple. And then Archie Vaughan bowled just the 5 overs. Got the wicket of Hansen. But he was also expensive, going at about 4-5 and over there. Bulbulia getting 32 and Hansen 63. James not out in 71. The others all fallen. Abata, Bosman, Rolls didn't get much run, and Jorik van Skalkwyk.
I think it is cramp, Jeremy Fredericks, because she gave him the old sachet that you sort of sucked to get some more of those, what do you call it, nutrients or whatever it needs it to get
Electrolytes?
you electrolytes. Let's go with that.
Electrolytes.
And this is the one thing that I thought was concerning, because from that third youth ODI where we see men pulled up with cramps very early on in the piece, and that was in ODI. This is day 1 here. And now after a dive out there, Harry Moore seems to be in a little bother with a little bit of cramp potentially. He's still stretching. If a person is stretching like that, looks like it could just be a touch of cramp.
Yep.
Yep, that is sort of the calf, it looks like, more than the hamstring.
Just going to wobble off. 12th man come on, get a bit of treatment from the physio. She looks a strong lady, isn't she? Look at those arms.
Doesn't she get the elbow into those calf muscles, which we can't even see from?
Yeah.
I would just stay on. I'll say, listen, it's all right. I'm fine.
Now she's going to give him the treatment. That shoulders are definitely getting into those calves. That's for sure.
Well, that is a loss for England, because now they might have to rethink the new ball tactics here, because that's a man, Harry Moore, that would have taken the new ball for sure.
Well, Wade's got to take that responsibility now. He bowled well, I thought. So I got to give him the new ball. Off we go. South Africa will feel they've negotiated that negotiation successfully, getting rid of Moore.
That's one less seamer. Then they might not take it. And well, here we go. Paul James on strike.
I will take that new ball, that's for sure. Spinners haven't been that effective also.
You have to.
You know, they've not, they've just been a bit too short, or they've, dragged it a bit. He's done a lot of bowling, Ahmed.
Yeah, it's spinner's job, isn't it? Toil from one end.
Well, that's what you normally expect. It's better. Spinner to do on day 1 to day 3 of a test match is to play the holding job. Because afternoon of day 3, you'd expect it to turn But this being a 4-day test, I reckon that the footmarks outside, bowlers using their guile and their ability, and you get it in the right areas, could be a handful as this test progresses, the spinners. Cut away nicely. After that, they turn for 2.
Well, maybe it's a good time to answer this next question. We spoke about how this is a 4-day youth test. First class cricket gets played over 4 days. Test matches gets played over 5. And I'm led to believe, or we know there's talks about bringing in 4-day test matches.
Yeah.
And I've got my opinion on it and my views on it. What would yours be? Somebody that loves the purer form of the game?
No, Test cricket's got to stay 5 days. That's why we play Test cricket. At this level, yeah, play 4-day tests. That's what's needed. But at international level, what if the test goes to lunchtime day 5? We've seen a couple of tests this season go to the 5th day. That's why it's called Test cricket. Got to be 5 days. I'm not a fan of decreasing it to 4 day.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I know there's different reasons for that. But a test match is test match 5 days. You have 15 sessions to see if you can get the better of the opposition. Yeah, everything gets shorter. Now we see T20, we've seen T10 cricket. The game is just getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah, I think it's too much of it. That's my opinion. You've got to draw the line somewhere, and there's got to be space in the international calendar to play. Anyway, we've debated this to perpetuity.
Yeah, I think there's enough. I think T20, yeah, as a spectacle, is great. Shows the skill of the cricketer. More under pressure, 50 over. We've seen some good cricket in that. And there's a time for batters that play and bowlers that just to do their trade. And then this format here, the four day and then the test environment for the international teams, I think that's a must. I think that's a must. That must stay. We are cricketers after all. We don't want too many changes.
Yeah, I think the game lends itself with T20. Look at the crowds that have come in. It's. I mean, I went to Newlands yesterday. It was just nice sitting and watching, not commentating, but just getting the vibe, the gees down at that, and so that brings those who don't understand the game. People come there for the vibe. That was nicely played. Shot from Yeni. Turn for 2. The scoreboard ticking along nicely. And now that's just to get people into the game and to start, learning what cricket is all about. Then you get the 50 over, which also can create some sort of excitement. And then the real McCoy, just test cricket. Got the patience to come out there, sit there for 5 days, watch, and just see the skills that are honed, how intelligence works, how just seen a band of boys out there, the Rondebosch boys that just ran past here. They're there on that little balcony, having a water, cool drink, watching the cricket and seeing. And they would aspire, looking at these boys here. Oh, I also want to play for South Africa one day. I also want to under-9. And this is where it all starts. Yeah. This is the breeding ground.
They didn't run very far. Schools is down the road. Got water.
Make them soft these days,
It just literally the school's just there.
They make them soft these days. No, sir. we got to stop for a cool drink.
Fitness test is now only 2 kilometers. You must run a 2K now. It used to be 5Ks.
Well, we used to run up. We used to call it the kloof in Genadendal. I played rugby at school first with tree trunks on your back. And teachers used to chase you. So run forward on your shoulder and you had to run. Those were part of the practice. That was getting us fit. My goodness, didn't they make us run?
Yeah, no, running was part of the game. We used to start at Newlands and make our way around the Boscommon and head back. And the head back was the problem. The head back was the problem. Because the breeze that normally blows
Yeah.
here in Cape Town, you had to work your way into it. And you'd wish there'd be a nice little, just a little bit of a windbreaker running in front of you.
Yeah. Interesting times. It's just amazing how times has phased from the time we were younger. I mean, I was younger much before you afterwards, and a lot of these youngsters are much younger than you. And just to see where things have evolved, where it's been taken, what has been done. Yeah, all for the good. Some not so good. Good.
Yeah, most certainly. I've certainly enjoyed my sort of education in it. And now I'm getting a different education off the field. Trying to bring you the game from an eye point as to where it potentially could go and how potentially something has happened. A few men more around the bat here for Yenny. 3 balls to face up.
Yeah, interesting to see whether they'll take the new ball. Down the ground he goes. Won't take the single.
He hit that quite nicely, quite
did.
firmly.
It's flighted now.
That's the first one, really.
Yeah.
Well, we see Wade lumbering up there. And Jack, he's indicated, now I want the breeze, Cappy, please, if I can. Those are the 2 seamers that are on the park at the minute for England under 19. Back over.
Here we go. 80 overs gone. What are they doing, England? Is the new ball coming? Is the fast bowler got the ball? Yeah. Looks like Jack has taken his hat off. There's the sign. Old ball is going to disappear off the ground.
This is I don't understand this as well. I mean, everybody knew but that the new ball was going to be taken. Maybe umpire Shez's got it in his pocket.
Yeah, he's got it in his pocket. He had it. He's just thrown
There
the old
he is,
ball.
yeah. There
comes
he
the
is.
sign.
New ball, new bowler. Maybe new tactics.
Eddie Jack, 1 for 33 in his 13 overs that he bowled early on.
I think we might lose 1, maybe 2 overs today. We're going to go right up until 5:30, as just an extra half an hour is allocated. You need to bring a bigger jacket neck tomorrow.
Yeah, this is not.
I don't know what you were thinking about. Maybe it's the only thing. Maybe it's the only thing I could fit in your bag.
Well, just try and travel as light as possible. You know what I should do? I should just actually leave. I'm so stupid. I should just leave a jacket in the boot, knowing that you come to cricket. It's gonna be windy.
I was just about to say, this is not your first rodeo. And this is not the first time you're here at Western Province Cricket Club as well. There was no way I was going to wear shorts today. And then I got the other jacket as well. Because I know Bandela will have us in the elements.
The shorts is not my. This is not my. I'm not worried about my legs, but I don't like my body getting cold.
But the thing, how thin is this thing?
This is a summer. It's a summer top.
Right. I'm just going to ask you a simple question. Are you finding it cold at the minute?
I am getting cold.
Right, then this is the wrong...
I concede, Eugene. There he is. The president. Look at him. Lovely. No wind in the shade, having his Coca-Cola. He had two beautiful, what do you call, eclairs as well. On that small tummy, I had one.
He said he promised that he would bring the tea over. That guy promised. The one sipping his Coke there, look at him.
No, he's living the life of a king. And then he's with cheek. He waves at us.
I'm not having that. I'm not having that.
Oh dear. Oh, and nearly. Almost a total misunderstanding between these two.
Well, he came more than halfway down. And then he had to pull on the brakes, but he was gone, not even in the picture.
Tomorrow T20 cricket continues with the first qualifier. Team that wins tomorrow, straight through to the final.
Straight to the final.
Oh, that's not. Lovely shot from Paul James. He moves on to 78. This partnership worth 25 runs. It's
Valuable.
useful and valuable.
Valuable. Absolutely valuable. In the context of this game, where we find ourselves, that is South Africa. Paul James playing a great hand here. Didn't play the first youth test.
This one was walked around again as well. Did well to get there. Fielder.
That's the sub fielder, Moores.
Yeah, he came on for Moore. There's a Moore and a Moores.
That's correct.
Well fielded. We've just seen that nice cherry just coming down our way here down to fine leg.
Sun glistening off that rare cherry, isn't it? Has the balls really changed that much? Because I see balls are becoming a lot more cherry, as you said. It used to be darker and used to swing a little bit more. I mean, has it changed that much, Jeremy? The production of it, the manufacturing of it.
The balls have. Look, I'm not an expert on it, but do you think did it make a difference? The balls that were handmade and now balls that are
100%.
are factory made, as they say, they're
100%.
done machines.
There was a time in England, and I think it's still going, that they used to look at the date on the ball. Like every ball gets stamped, and they used to look at the date when they choose balls.
My word.
They would want if there was nothing on that ball that they could make out.
The wind has even taken hold of our monitor here. And Eugene just saving the pieces.
Yeah, I was just saying, if they couldn't make that date or stamp out, then they would try and get rid of that ball as quickly as they can. I'll just say the ball went out, and then they knew the old basher that came on. They would look through him and look for the ball with that date on or stamp, and that ball would swing around corners. And it was when it was manufactured as well. And that's what they used to do in England. Might still do.
Oh, that's fascinating. I used to know the owners. Is that an edge there? There's an appeal for a catch behind. The umpire doesn't move. Is unmoved. Not phased.
Well, now, I'm all for looking at players. Bowler, he doesn't look like he's unhappy.
No.
The men behind, they are teapots out and everything else. And first slip maybe wasn't either as well. Or maybe he just thought, oh, it's a dead given. But the bowler wasn't that much interested.
Yeah. And Mr. Shezi just edging closer there. From just to have a look. Word. Just thought, all right. Are there any suspects that I can take to the match referee's room tonight? Yeah, I've been in there a few times with some of my players when I was manager. Won't mention names. A couple of times.
Just have to say, sorry, I'm not
Issue
gonna happen
resolved
again.
very, very quick.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not going to happen again.
Yeah, just
Cool.
take your warning, take your hiding. The thing is, if it really, we don't want to bring the game into disrepute, and that at a young age you want to come with an attitude and then, and I think the sooner they get put on their place at a younger level, in terms of the do's and the don'ts, the better it will be for their career up to international level. So Wade Alexander now with more off the field. It's the man entrusted with the new ball. He's bowled admirably early on, 2 for 39. He's taken.
Yeah, I'm involved with one of the schools, Jeremy, as I alluded to earlier in the series, and that's one of the things that I really try and stamp out early doors, and you've got to stamp it out because the game is played between bat and ball and not with how much rubbish, let me just say that, one can say to the other team. And some of them are of a nature that they are just total rubbish.
Well, and if you want to engage in that, go and play rugby then, where guys are physical and tough. This is not it's a physical game with a ball and bat. That's the contest, but there's got to be a measure of respect. It's a gentleman's game after all, and it's important for us to uphold the standards that cricket sets. 220 for 8. Partnership 27.
No, they're edging. South Africa's edging. Maybe the next 10 runs is important, 230, and then take it from there. Well, that's the old flicking the leg out behind him. More often than not, that sort of runs onto the stumps. But no harm done. Flicks the leg out at the back. Fortunately, that just didn't dribble onto the stumps. They're missing Moore here, I feel, with this new ball. They're missing him.
Yeah, it would be missed. He's on the physio table. Southeast is now at its peak. Just tucked away. Not going to take the signal. James has moved to 80 in the meantime. 220 South Africa off 8.
Well, how good has he looked? He's looked very good.
Yeah.
Came in. He was one of the changes South Africa made. And he's played very nicely. He played with a host of maturity about his innings. His shot selection has been good. His running between the wickets have been excellent.
And we'll go through the slips for 4. And every run South Africa gets from here is vital.
And as we said earlier, the same applies here when the second new ball gets taken. You've got to have that little bit of fortune going your way. Well, the quick look around to see if that ball went in the air. Went all on the deck for 4.
Is that out?
Yeah.
Yeah, there comes the finger of umpire Sheze. And England have struck. James' innings of 84 comes to an end. And it's been a polished knock by the young South Africa. But Jack strikes 24 for 9.
Well, let's first focus on Paul James. Yeah, he came in with South Africa in all sorts of bother. And he put on a great partnership with Benny Hansen at the time. And he was trying to see this innings out. But it's a second new ball. Just getting a little bit of a fainty on that. And umpire Shezi, he heard that and raised the finger. But he's getting the deserved applause, Paul Jack, as he makes his way out off the ground. He's been very assured, but his innings has come to an end.
Well, it was a crucial innings he played, the partnership he put on with Benny Hansen, and then this little cameo here towards the end of the about 27, 28 partnership between Sandizwe, Yanni, Nathan Rousseau at the crease, and how valuable would another 10 or 20 runs be? I just think that from where South Africa were, in all 74 for 5, they've really magnificently well to get to this total.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not going to be an easy wicket to bat on, that I can assure you. England will have and it's their turn to bat. But definitely South Africa's done well. Jack now, second wicket, 2 for 42.
Well, I'm again looking at my clock here. Mr. Fredericks, I'm looking at my clock.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like there's 23 minutes left.
Right.
So England, if they get this wicket, will have to come and face the music here for maybe about 3 overs or so.
That'll be interesting. I love that. 3 overs, 1 or 2 wickets. And I tell you what, the batsmen in both.
I'm looking at the opening batters of Vaughan, Dawkins. I wonder what's going through their heads. Just get to about 20 past and then you can take the wicket, because then it will just be that for the day. I mean, everybody else, they say, no, finish it off.
Yeah.
The opening batsman, hold on a second.
That's the spinners and the bowlers. They want to get their feet up. And one batsman that's got 10 minutes to try and bowl. That's in the air. Africa lose their last wicket. Caught in the covers. 200. Jack takes his third.
Yeah, he's toiled manfully. Has Eddie Jack, the big fast bowler. And that is Nathan Rousseau that goes without scoring. And that has been a great effort by England after losing the toss. And then was said, you guys can have a bowl first. They managed to do really well. Good catch there by Ahmed. I think he might have lost that, but now there's some time here, maybe a little bit longer than the 10 minutes. Well, I'll make it about 10 minutes to go. So it'll be about 2 or 3 overs here for them to come and face up here, England. As South Africa has been bowled out on day 1 here of the second youth test for 224. Join us in a few moments. We will see England start their first innings here on day 1.
on the tour, please contact them, www.sazonketos.co.za, and you can book them. And the heavy run by the English batsman looks rather still firm out there. You can see the cracks just a tad widening up a little bit as the day gone on, and you can see the footmarks. So not that bad as yet, but this is going to be a testing period for Dawkins and Vaughan early on. If South African bowlers get it in the right spot, in the right areas, they could cause a bit of damage. Getting a wicket tonight, 1 or 2, 1 would be ideal, 2 would be a bonus.
In 10 minutes.
10 minutes, anything can happen.
A little bang bang.
A little bang bang. Just to send England back. Their batsmen won't be sleeping tonight if it's bang bang. just a bit of flutter, create some excitement. We got a day to look out for tomorrow. So the last 10 minutes go bang bang. There. What a nice way to send back sleep and say, right, you got to come out tomorrow morning, and our team are 2 for 2.
Well, that is something that probably South Africa will be wanting. They got an ideal opportunity to do that. 2-4. They got.
Is that Mokoena opening the bowling?
That is Mokoena.
Bowled well at Stellenbosch, I thought. There's no, what's his name? I keep. Daniels.
Raik Daniels.
No,
Raik Daniels. So
yeah,
they've got Yeni. But I've got a sneaky feeling. Might be turning to spin. I'm telling you, the next over might be spinning. You know why I'm saying that? There's 2 helmets behind Benny Hansen.
Okay. See where we go. On the money. First up.
You looked at me as if, what I'm talking German now. You've never looked at me like that. Last time you looked at me, you know when that was. Somerset West. So I'm not going to go there again.
I don't know what about Somerset West. Oh, nice carry there from little Barney Mokoena.
He's impressing me every time I see this kid. I know he's only 2 balls into his work. I mean, Jeremy, they got it sussed. Look at him. They've got this big wall in front of him. There's no wind there. They are just coolio.
No, clever.
Oh, that is just...
Well, he stands here tomorrow. He's employed with Western Province. I'd love a bit of shielding around the tents. Yeah, just get a smile. I mean, the producer that puts everything together, he's upstairs there. Not worried about the peasants down here. There he is, all comfortable on the balcony. Bandile.
I like the way he looks at us at times and you're like, what are you on about?
Yeah, what are you on about?
I mean, his look is priceless.
Absolute priceless. He looks as if, this can't be happening. I just love him. I think he's such a... he amazes me all the time. Mandile, really like the fella. Nice guy. Very conscientious. I think I must bring a blanket and a scarf tomorrow.
You go from one extreme to the next.
No, I hate getting cold.
Well, the man...
And it's just that we're sitting in a constant wind here.
Yeah, it's in the teeth. It's in the teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how your eyes are, but I'm wearing the glasses to keep the wind out of it.
Got my spectacles on.
Sure, we can go sit up there with him. Sure, they can put this up there.
Well, we've got scaffolding here as well where cables are, so...
No, it's too wide. That's too wide. Oh, here we go. Who's going to bowl? We're going to have some spin. Nathan Rousseau.
Well done.
When you know, Jeremy.
This day must end now. So these days tickling my brains.
Oh, left arm spin it is. Bowling to the area that had literally no grass on it. It was the bare patch.
Yeah, I just went to look now during the break what that area looks like. It still looks firm. He's been holding.
First look at Nathan Rousseau in the series.
He'll be a tad nervous. Sweep early on.
From the captain himself. Top edge there. Questions asked. Ooh.
Plenty of applause going and encouragement. 3 is over. 2 balls remaining. Open the account, England.
Theatre.
This is a busy, yeah, it's theatre.
Theatre this is now.
Busy area.
Yeah, two batters that just want to walk off this pitch saying, I'll come back tomorrow.
Off the mark he is. That's Vaughan for you.
Well, it depends how quickly McQuena can bowl this over. Again, umpire shares he just happy enough if this could be the last one with the way he ambled on there.
Yeah, he's had enough of it too. So he's had his back all day.
Extra half an hour, that's all you're going to get of me. Well, will this be the final over? We'll wait and see.
Oopsie.
Love to see him maintain that zip.
Well, he's got to have a double go with the new ball. It's tonight, tomorrow. So if this is the last over of the day, the zip will be maintained for tomorrow morning, early night. Oh! There we go. Yeah.
Captain Vaughan. Ball outside the off stump, a little bit of bounce. Maybe it's nervous shots, nerves.
Yeah, it will be nervous shots, definitely. Not easy batting this period. This is the most uncomfortable time for a batsman to be at the crease.
Well, there's 3 balls gone. This was that play and miss. Just a little bit of extra bounce that beat the bat.
Archie Vaughan following in Dad's footsteps. The big reputation to uphold. And he won't want to do his dad proud.
Just having a look at umpire shares. He had a long look at his watch there. Not looking at yours, because yours is 2 minutes ahead.
What does yours say?
Still 2 minutes to go.
Well, I might get in and over then.
Well, there's 2 balls left. Depends how quickly umpire Stacey Lacan. She's sort of stepped a few. Oh, you see. Now, he's played the game before. Archie Vaughan. Just as a bowler runs in, he pulls away. He's aware of what's happening. And just like that. Just like that. I think that's going to be it. So just the 2 balls to come for the day.
Where would you have learned that from? His dad?
100%. 100%. I'm surprised he didn't do his laces, eh?
One more ball to try and neutralize before the day ends.
Yeah, your chair carrier is on he's gathered his chair, young Nathan. He's already saying like this is it.
Are you in for the interview tonight?
No, I'm in the car down the road.
It's a long way to Paul, mate. You're going to get there on time?
I'll get there. That is time here on day 1 of this second youth test between South Africa under 90s and England under 90s. It's been an intriguing day. A day that started with Benny Hansen won the toss and elected to have a bat first, and they were in all sorts of bother at lunch. 61 for the loss of 4. Then a partnership that sort of rebuilt it together there, Jeremy, and then finally being bowled up for 224. I think we're in for an intriguing game tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed, we will be in for an intriguing day. And it was, a very good day. South Africa that fought back nicely. Well, we hope you enjoy you cricket live streaming with the compliments of Pitch Vision and the broadcast sponsors, Sisonke. So don't forget Vaughan 1, England trade 3 runs. Magnificent innings earlier on for who got 84 of 179 balls. Benjamin Hansen getting 63 of 102 to get to South Africa to this respectable total. Lots to look forward to tomorrow. Wally Wilson out.